area where they showed some of the celebration hot toys.
Yeah, that's where I saw it.
This is what we are trying to do here.
And that Vader, the one that looks like it has the blue and red reflections all over it.
Yeah, well, Bespin Battle,
that
I
one
think
is
all the Star Wars fans will know that it's a very important scene when Darth Vader was fighting with Luke Skywalker. So, I mean, it is also the scene that revealed the identity of Luke as well.
That's just nuts. Those are like porcelain statues.
Scene, and then we're trying to
that is crazy.
Show it depicted in a very truthful way. And then if you can get closer to the piece, then you will see that the silhouette, the cape of the Darth Vader, and also Luke as well.
Gazer, I sent you the picture that they showed of Rada the Hutt.
I saw that. That's wild.
He's buff.
They're all handmade. And it's very, very precious.
Yeah. It was great
have
to
you
get up
seen
close to, the Vader in
like
that battle
Shameless
scene,
or the Bear?
All of the Greeblies, all the little technical details, everything of his costume was just
me.
right
I have
there.
not.
Gazer.
And don't
I have not.
That's the main character. Well, one of the main characters from Shameless and the main character from the Bear. He's going to be
okay.
Jeremy Allen White.
They are in Spain and they're
I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab my beats so I don't have to have these AirPods in anymore.
The Bespin
Sounds
battle
good.
is a
No
limited
worries.
edition piece as well, right?
Yes, exactly. Just like the Darth Vader Cherub.
Thanks for letting me go live. I got it on my Instagram and my YouTube.
Oh yeah, dude.
You
I
have a
appreciate you
bunch
doing
of
that.
wonderful Star Wars stuff here to see at the booth. If you're at the show, you have to come by and see this. It is absolutely amazing. Colin, thank you so much for joining.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
We've got much more from Star Wars Celebration, so stay right here.
Man, hopefully we get some more cool things announced tonight. I know obviously you can't announce everything in one shot, but still.
Yeah, because they still got 2 more days of content, so they're like,
They had to hold back a little bit. You don't have to.
Let it all go.
Let it go. Let it go. It tastes bad.
Fans got a chance to explore
My
Star
entire
Wars
Twitter
in a whole
feed is
new
just
way
full of
with
Zeb's,
Star Wars
like
Outlaws.
Zeb's toes.
Teamed up with the scoundrel duo of K-Bess and Nix, we explored the
Guys,
gritty
how about
underworld
the
with a high-stakes game of
I'm sure you guys saw the
Outlaws. We won
video
in
that
Orlando
every time you go to
Calrissian,
watch
and
Revenge of
later
the
this
Sith,
month,
that video
we'll
of
explore a
Hayden
new
Christensen
system
coming
with
out
the very reliable Hondo Onaga.
thanking people for that is sick.
Here to tell us
I
about
like
all
that they did
more,
that.
including some
Yeah.
fun exclusives. Give a warm welcome
Oh,
to
let's
the
go.
game's creative
They're gonna announce
director,
Hondo.
Drew Reckner.
I love
think
Hondo
so?
Welcome to
Onaga.
Celebration,
Yeah,
man.
they've
How you
already
doing?
teased it on
Awesome.
Twitter.
For the game?
Star Wars
Yeah.
Celebration. in
I didn't
Japan,
really like
please.
Outlaws, man.
Star
I
Wars
tried
fans
playing.
from
I've
all
tried
across
playing
the
through
globe.
most of
I
it,
even heard
and
there
I
were
I don't know. It
Kate
got to be
Vest
really
cosplays out
repetitive, the
there.
same thing over and over and over again.
Do you like
If you're a
Assassin's
K-
Creed?
If you're a K-Vest cosplayer,
I
you can
do
go
like
I didn't like it
Assassin's
because it was
Creed.
a Ubisoft
Yeah,
game.
it's
Yeah,
that's gotta
Like
be
that,
It's
that
Star
my
Wars
problem wasn't
Assassin's
the fact
Creed.
it was.
This is
it
Yeah,
is.
that
Yeah,
was my beef.
I like the earlier Assassin's
Star Wars,
Creed. I'm
right?
not a
It's a
fan of
new
like some of the
character,
later
and
ones,
to watch people
but
latch
I
onto her
stopped
like
after
that
like
was
They-
wonderful.
FBO
It's
and then
incredible.
like the Revolutionary War one. I
And
think
since
that
the game
was
launched in
Assassin's
August,
Creed
y'all
3.
have
in
been
my
doing
opinion,
a
the
Kinda where
best
I jumped
Assassin's
off.
Creed
lot
was
of
Black
players been
Flag.
exploring the galaxy,
That's the
right?
one. That's
Yeah.
4, right?
Every, you know,
Yeah.
released wild
They
card,
because
which
they're
was
such
your
clunky
first
games
update,
now,
story
and the map
update.
is always
That
terrible.
must have been
And
wonderful.
every little bit of that was
Yeah,
in
that's
like
right. I mean,
Outlaws.
it's
So
been
it's
incredible
not
to
that
see the
Outlaws
reaction
was
from
like the
fans.
story or
I mean,
anything
we
was
put
bad.
so
It's just they
much,
put a bad
you know,
studio
passion
in
into
charge
every
of it.
corner
Yeah.
of the galaxy.
By the way,
And
real
it's
quick,
great
shout
to
out
just,
to
you know, really
KyberForged
listen to
here.
the
I got
community
your
to implement fan requested
Oh.
features.
Oh.
things
I
like,
got your
Oh,
stuff
you know,
here.
adding more
The stuff
depth to
that
the
you sent
combat
me.
loop.
So I wanted to
Yeah,
give a
man,
shout out
enjoy.
to you.
Two-handed
Appreciate
weapons
it very
for longer.
much.
And
I got
Sigma
my.
will
This
be
is
able
gonna
to
be in
use
case
your
for
speed.
forever.
Oh, I love that.
I knew
I love
when I was
that.
going through the
And
Galactic
then,
Files cards.
late last year,
Everybody's got one.
we released our first story pack. Wild
I don't
Yo.
have one.
Yeah. It was an honor.
Well, you got to buy
to-
something off
to,
of me.
You know,
Yeah,
go
bro.
a little bit further with Lando Calrissian.
I got
You know,
BPs.
and Kay and Lando. It's the same time.
Is that a
period,
Lego?
Same location. So it just kind of
Yes,
makes sense
it-
that these two outlaws.
Didn't you get that off BP stream?
I need to
you
go
know, where
buy
else
it.
would they meet up?
Nope.
Block table.
I love
I'm actually
looking at this
legitimately
table.
gonna
It's so
put
cool
this
that
in a
this is
nice
thing
one
that
touch
you
and
get
keep
to
it
do.
with a stand.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like,
I absolutely love it, man. It must have been so
I
fun to work
I
on.
was going through a bunch of
Totally.
Galactic
And,
Files
you know,
like
and then
2012
you get
cards,
to go
and it
on
was
this
just they were like
Visio
the most
cruiser ship,
deep
the
cut
Mania.
characters.
And
And then
it's
I
like a
came
really high
across like
stakes,
Peloton on there, and I'm
spot
like,
tournament. You get to feel like a high
and
roller,
Gazer.
and you're gonna do
yes.
everything you
Hey,
can
and
to
who
get
knows if that
Amazing,
anime goes
amazing.
massive and gets
So
really
now
big, maybe
you
one day I'll
are
sign it
working on something
and
new.
use it as a
There you go.
giveaway.
Got something new coming out. I'm seeing here
Do
it's
it.
a
Guys,
Pirate's
we have the
Fortune.
actual actor.
What can you tell?
Cam
I
the movie
love
man
every
asks, I think
mention
it
of
might be on
pirates in
mine.
Star
So
Wars.
Ryan
That's
Gosling
right.
in Star
What
Wars.
can
What do
you
you all
tell us
think?
about that?
I mean, truthfully, for me
So, Pirate's
personally,
Fortune is all
I'm
about
all
you
right
guys
with it as
teaming
long
up
as the
with
movie's
none
good. You know,
other
like
than Hondo
I'm
Ohnaka.
Kyber, like you were
Hondo
saying, like a
Ohnaka
Top Gun
mentioned.
type Star Wars. Like
Hondo
I think it'd be
Ohnaka
cool
mentioned. We didn't even
with
have to get
an
an hour
X
into
wings
day
and the
one.
Y
It's good.
wings and all that. Like
It's
I think
good.
it'd be
We're
fun to
eating.
watch personally.
We're eating.
So, what do you guys think?
That's right. And you're gonna
I'm
take on
always
a
about it.
new
I just
pirate crew called the Rakana Raiders.
I don't.
Okay.
There's
It takes place
definitely
in a new space
with
region
me like
called the
Ryan
Kabu
Gosling's
system.
always attached to
And
romance,
there, you
so
know, you
I
have
don't know if
open
I'm like
space
I don't need the
world.
romance part that's
You
gonna come
have
with him,
like
but
a
I
team
think
that
he can
built
do
inside
anything.
of an asteroid.
Oh,
You have
that's
a
very
tomb.
I
you
mean,
have
if it's going to
ancient
be like
heavy
Star Wars Top
with a
Gun, there's
bunch of other
absolutely going to
things.
be romance.
And
That
I think
was
the
a
other
big
cool thing
part of
about
Top
it
Gun.
is
Like
this is
was
actually a
all that
continuation
stuff.
of the story
And
of the
honestly,
main
that
campaign of Star
that's
Wars
totally what they're
Outlaws.
going to do. Like
So
Ryan
it is
Gosling's
in-game
going to be Tom
content,
Cruise. Like
but
that's
it really
what they're doing
explores,
here.
you know, the growth
And
of Kay
I'm
as a
down.
leader,
Like
and who better
I'm
to explore that
perfectly
with
fine with
than
that.
Hondo.
Like
They
it's
said
a
they're
time
creating a
period
new
that you
ship.
haven't
Post
touched.
Skeleton Crew, I'm in
So,
a very pirate
ooh.
mindset with Star
Are we
Wars.
getting to
you
see it?
know? And I'm always in a very Hondo Ohnaka mindset with Star Wars. So, is there anything you'd like to share with us about? I mean, you got to be able to show us something. Tell us something about
Yeah,
this,
that's
right? Come on.
I mean, Skeleton Crew was absolutely incredible.
Yeah.
Jesus.
It didn't have Hondo though.
And that pirate theme, the scoundrel theme of Kay, like they really mix well together. And the team just was in love with Skeleton Crew so much. that we
Skeleton Crew
decided to
DLC?
add new free cosmetic items.
Oh,
As you
it's
can
cosmetic
see.
stuff.
Look at the streamers. Oh, I love it.
You've got it for Nyx, which is adorable. You've got the Speeder and the Trailblazer, all Skeleton Crew inspired cosmetics free.
That's so cool.
Wow.
That is
I
so
just saw a
wonderful.
post from Star Wars announcing
Yeah,
the
and
Mandalorian
I'm
and
also
Grogu
super
coming
proud
out
to announce
on into
that Jim
theaters.
Cummings
Let's
is
see
the
here, May
voice of
2026.
There you
Nice
go.
bricks.
This is really
That's
nice.
what I was wondering. That's what I was wondering. And I
2026.
mean, like,
May
listen, man, I was
2026.
just- the
Sounds
other thing
better.
I was wondering is if you got Jim back.
I'm
as
posting
Hondo,
it right
like,
now.
do
I'll
got-
tag you guys in it.
Yelling anything we can see.
You know,
anything we can like.
I
Can I
think we
just?
could do that.
I just want to hear a little
Such
bit of
pretty
it. if that's
Galaxy
okay.
I think
cards.
we can have an exclusive trailer reveal. What do you
All
think?
right. All right. Y'all ready to check out this
A
trailer?
reveal. And the stream went down.
Yeah,
Here
not
from
for you.
Star Wars
Never
Outlaws
mind.
of Pirate's Fortune.
I don't know
maybe
how
not.
the
Oh.
DLCs work in
Let's
this because
roll it.
like it says I have the Lando one, but like I don't know if I've already played it and it's just incorporated in the actual story or I have to beat it to get it.
A lot of them you have to get to like a point to unlock it. But it sounds like
I
a lot
still
of this
haven't
stuff is
seen
going to
it.
be cosmetic.
Do you have a crew coming to break you out?
There we go. Just posted it. My story's about to get massive, boys. Oh, sweet. So Star Wars says 66 posted. I don't know I'm sure you guys saw it. Like they must have saw a trailer or something for
I think we're
it.
moving more towards equal shares.
You can kind of see.
Oh, nice.
See what else they got. Oh yeah, look at they got the trailer for the Mando Grogu movie. Check it, boys.
Oh, that's pretty sick.
Dude, I can't wait. What else have they announced? Yep, they had a panel for the Mando Grogu movie. This is about 1 hour ago. Star Wars 66 posting this.
Apparently, yeah, they showed. I'm seeing
Yeah,
a
'cause
trailer
we were
here on.
looking at it.
I'm seeing a trailer here on Twitter.
Way to go, Star Wars.
Yeah, the trailer I'm seeing online is Din Djarin inside of an AT-AT.
You good, Hondo?
Nice. Yeah,
Can you,
they were talking about that on the reveals.
You don't get the treasure without taking the risk.
May 15th. Maybe I'll beat the game finally. I got like 60% of the way through and stopped. So like I still haven't got to the Darth Vader scene.
Oh, that's good. And I gotta say, these are two great performers
Jeez.
playing two
More
great
buffering.
characters.
Way to go,
What
Kyber.
was it like hearing him bounce off?
It's like,
one
no.
another?
Oh, it's great. I mean, Hondo has such great lines.
Dude, a Celebration exclusive was a Black Series Ronin figure.
Humbly gives an amazing performance.
Yeah, I told you that.
So this is it running on the Switch too.
That's right.
Oh, that's good.
Releases September 4th.
Amazing. It's gonna be so good to be
See,
able.
It's so weird how just hard I feel out of video games because they announced the Switch too, and
I
I'm
want
like,
it to be everywhere
Absolutely.
I go. Outlaws is what I call Drew. I don't know if you're familiar with this. Outlaws is what I call a good.
I might get
bathtub
one
game.
eventually, but the Switch was
bathtub
just
game is very
all
important. Anything where I can
Nintendo
go to the bathtub
exclusive
and play it
games
for an
pretty
hour
much.
and feel good about. That's a good
That's
bathtub.
true. That's true.
So I'm excited.
I want
for
this
that.
Ronin Black Series figure now.
But other than that, you got one more thing for us, right?
That's right. I've got one
I
more.
have the
one more
Ronin
thing.
as a
I've got one more
Funko
thing.
Pop.
For those of you who have yet
That's
to play
pretty
Star
dope.
Wars Outlaws, we have a free demo.
Hold
And it
on.
takes place in the original Hive of Scum and Villainy, Tatooine.
Nice.
Yeah. And that is live.
That's one of my least favorite
right now.
maps for that
Play
game.
right now.
Amazing.
Like,
Amazing. New Tatooine demo right now.
I just saw
We've got
that at
Pirate Forged
when I was at
coming
GameStop.
on
They have
the
Malgus as
15th.
well.
I need that
This
one
is-
so
Oh,
bad.
really?
They don't-
Now, if
They
people
don't
download
have
this
All
right,
demo
guys.
today, what are they gonna see?
Sick exclusive
That's
here.
right. So
I just messaged Commander
Oh.
Jesse. And in a little while, we're gonna send him a link, and he's gonna hop on. He is at Celebration right now,
obviously to
and in a
Oh,
little while, he is
dope.
gonna hop on to give us a live update on everything that's going on. So
Let's go.
Maybe
Somebody
This is
at
why you get paid the big
Celebration with
How do you
us.
do that?
Some of them are not in such
Right?
good shape.
So
The moisture
um,
fingers.
I told him we'll be going for quite a while into the morning. He said I should have a bit of time at some point. I'll message you when I do. I'd love to jump in. So
Ooh,
much more
that's
to offer, a lot more diverse locations, and a lot more story. So, I mean, if you haven't jumped in, now is the best time.
Amazing. Demo today. Pirates Fortune May 15th.
That's right.
Kyber, are
and
you
then
friends with
switch to
Commander
in
Jesse?
September.
That's right.
This is amazing. Drew,
I think
thank you
so.
so much for being here.
Can you
showing
go
off
on Instagram
everything.
and send him the link so he
Amazing
has
stuff
it?
coming to the world of Star Wars
Yeah.
Outlaws. I know we're all excited to jump in. Drew
Double click
Reckner,
here.
everybody, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, I got him on here.
Okay. I just said I'll have Kyber send you the StreamYard link. Jump in whenever you can. And he hearted it, so we're good.
I'm friends with him too.
All right. So we're gonna be getting an exclusive from somebody who's at Celebration, guys.
All right, I sent it to him.
The graphics look so bad on the beginning of that Outlaws trailer.
Yeah.
Like it looks like Nintendo 64 graphics.
I'm happy you like it. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
He even laughed at that as soon as you said that too. It's beautiful.
We'll go show the team. Thanks,
I
LP.
bought the edition that gives me all the DLC, so I don't know. Eventually I'll get around to it. I just got like the PlayStation like premium thing, so now I can finally play what the hell is that? Star Killer?
Oh, Force Unleashed.
Yeah.
You are in for a treat, sir. I just bought it in like December for my Steam Deck because I'm like,
Yeah.
this is gonna look pretty dope if I upgrade these like 360 graphics on the Steam Deck.
Have you
That
played it on there yet?
Yeah, it's good. Plays great on it.
I
I've
feel like
beaten
this
it a million
Steam Deck
times
is-
at this point. It's like one of my. It's right up there, KOTOR, for like favorite Star Wars game.
I feel like the Steam Decks and all those portable PCs are kind of, I don't know, they're iffy for me on if I'd ever want one.
I love it. Steam Deck is I always say, I mean, it may not be the strongest, but it's the one that Steam supports. So
Yeah.
it's kind of like the Nintendo equivalent, where even if the equipment isn't the same, like here, since they put so much support in it, everything runs good.
I'm
So,
looking around here to
and, like,
see if I can see anybody, like, because I've also got the
I
celebration
swear,
thing pulled
if
up.
you just find like Tony or Pop in there somewhere,
I'm
I will give you
pausing it,
$1.
taking a screenshot, and
instead of
You said-
where's Waldo, it's where's Tony.
right? Yeah.
we so should
Where
have told
in
them
the
wear a Waldo
world
hat.
is
Are giant fans of our
Pop
next
the Bounty Collector?
sized giant, and it turns out he's also
You said you're
fan.
not able to make the video bigger?
Big welcome to Godzilla.
Well,
Minus
later in the road, I think he's putting a clock over it.
Award winner.
I don't
In
want to make it
case,
too big.
it gets taken down.
Oh, okay.
And especially once Jesse gets on here anyways.
Yeah. It might be a minute. I'm not sure. Might be an hour or two. Who knows? But I've also reached out to a few other people as well who are there. So
New Jedi Survivor Black Series figures are coming.
Ooh.
よろしくお願いいたします。今日は初めての
Turgle
セレ
and
ブレーション
Cal
はい初め
Kestis.
てセレブレーション
そうですか。So
Nice.
everyone, this is Yamazaki-san's first celebration ever. So let's give it up one more time, okay? All right, let's make him feel welcome. Yes, yes.
I give you 3 claps and that's all you
め
get.
ちゃくちゃ楽しいです。
ですよね。
見渡す限りスター・ウォーズファンってね、
そうですよ
とてつもないんで。
はいですよね。
はい。
山崎さんもスター・ウォーズの大ファンだとお伺いしたんですが、
はい。
どんな点に憧れてファンになられたんですか？
やっぱり初めて見たときに、もう今までの VFX を圧倒的に超えてるなと思って、でもう現実のことだと思ったんです。スター・デストロイヤーが頭上からずーっと出てくるショットで、もう完全に心が参っちゃって、それ以来のスター・ウォーズファン。
もう一目惚れみたいな感じですよね。
中2の時だったんで、
そうだったんですか。
一番感受性が激しい時に、あんなもの見たらもう無理ですよね。
本当です。昨年ルーカスフィルムの本社へ行かれたんですが、
はいはい
いかがでしたか？
guys,
いや
this is
もうど
fun.
こを見渡してもスター・ウォーズで。
Kyber,
めちゃ
Oh,
めちゃ
yeah.
this is a really good idea. Nicely done.
聖地ですからそこは。聖地
Always
に
love watching
ついにたど
celebration
り
with
着いたっていう感
friends.
じで
Right?
で皆さん
It's a
とても
celebration.
よくしてくださったんで。
It is.
Never seen a celebration with just one.
マイナス1を見てもらって、でその後 Q&A をやったんですよ。でその時にすごくたくさんの
What time is it in Japan right now?
It would be 11 a.m. 11:44 a.m.
素晴
tomorrow.
らしいエピソードですね。ありがとうございます。
It says at 3:30 p.m. their time is the Lucasfilm animation panel.
本当にカウボーイハットかぶってると。
So that'll probably be one of the last ones of the day.
Yeah, so it'll probably be like what? 3 a 1:30 a.m. our time,
About
2 a.m. our
close to
time.
3 a.m. here.
メカゴジラが好きだということを聞いてたんですけど、
Your time.
本当に好きな
Yeah,
んだな。
2 a.m. my time, 3 a.m.
話した
yours.
いんだけど
We're
Yeah.
really going to start confusing ourselves now.
なかなか話が
What are you talking about?
そうだったんですか。
はい
本当は
What time, like everything is in
そうですね
Japan.
はいでもすごい優しく
Are you Central
迎えてく
Time,
れて
Kyber, or are you? still
Kyber,
Eastern?
can you send me
I'm
the
Eastern.
link on Instagram to this stream? I have somebody else who will hop on.
はい
どういう気持ちですか？
いやすごく光栄なことだと思いますし、やっぱり黒沢映画がルーツの一つだというふうに伺ってるんで、その場所でまたスター・ウォーズのこんなに
I hope you don't mind me inviting all these people.
Oh, I don't, dude.
めちゃめちゃ嬉しい
I
ことです
figured
よ
it'd
ね。
be kind of cool to have
で
some
同時に
inside
すごくたくさんの
guys there, you
海外
know.
の方がこのセレブレーション
Oh, we
の
got
ために
multiple
来日してくだ
inside
さ
guys
って
there now, right?
スタッフ
Oh
スタッフ
yeah,
たち
and
もそうなんだ
there's
け
a
ど
couple that are responding now
一
that
般の
are
方たちも たくさん
want,
このた
I
めに
think,
日本に来てく
are
ださってる
cool to be on.
もう本当にご苦労
There we
様
go.
と思いますし、
So
嬉しいなっていうふうに思い
we'll
ます。
see. I've got 2 so far out of the ones I've asked now.
皆さんがここに
So
集まって、スター・ウォーズをみんなで楽しんで喜んで、もう本当に素晴らしいセレブレーションです。
all right.
はい。
General Kenobi's bunker is going to join us in 30 minutes.
Oh,
感
nice.
じられる
Nice.
点というか、主にインスピレーションはどこから来ましたか？
何かこの今の時代ではないエキゾチックさというか、知らな
There
い
you go.
世界
That
で
better, guys?
ものすごい
I'll just do a hard
こ
cut
とが
and,
行われ
and
てる
throw
って
the
いう
timer in
空
there
気
over
感みたいな
that,
こと
so
が
that way we can see it a little
僕
better.
はすごく好きで、やっぱりただ単に宇
Bro.
宙だけとか地上だけとかじゃなくて、縦横無尽にいろんな世
The
界
other person I'm talking to right now
表現
is
できてると思うの
Bryant
で、それがやっぱ一番好
Collectibles.
きなのと、
And
さっ
he
き
sent me
Bryant?
his, yeah, he sent me a picture of his meeting Hayden Christensen.
最初の映像で
Oh my
すご
god.
く長
Oh,
い
he's
時間
actually,
にわた
I
っ
didn't
て
know
スター・
Bryant
ウォー
was
ズが
going
作り
too.
続けられてきた
He
というか、
last minute he
よく分
flew.
かった映像があったんですけど、
Oh,
それを見
wow.
たときに、
That's
あ、
awesome.
も
Way
う
to go,
一つの
Bryant.
物語
So,
が
They have
and
a
then he also
vintage-
picked up the
一つの
Anakin
宇
hot
宙
toy that
いろ
they
んな人たちがい
announced.
ろんな暮らしをしている宇宙そのものがスター・ウォーズなんだなって思ったときに、やっぱり
Marin's also getting a Black Series figure now, or
みたいなもの
part
を
of like the
すご
vintage
く
collection.
改めて感じて、
Nice.
ちょっと泣き
All
そうになり
right,
ました
so
ね。
guys,
映
everyone
像で、あ、
watching
こん
Bryant
なに
Collectibles
いろん
in
な人たちが
30
いろんな
minutes.
場所でそれぞれの自分の
Nice,
信じる
They
正
have
義のために
official
戦ってる
trailer
世
for
界
the
が
Starfighter.
スター・ウォーズな
The
んだっ
did
て
you
いう
guys
の
already
を
watch
改め
it?
て感じられて、その世
They
界
did
観
show
の
it. Is it like online?
単純にキャラクター
Oh, this
メイ
is
ン
the
のキャラクタ
teaser
ーたちの
trailer. I'm
物語
sorry,
だけ
just
じゃ
the
ないとい
teaser
うい
trailer.
ろんな
I got a thing from
世界がある
IGN that just popped up as a
宇宙の広がり
notification
みたいなもの
saying
を感じて、
official trailer, and so I was like,
でも
"What?" And so I popped up. It's a
あ、別
teaser
の
trailer.
もう一つ
It
の
just
世界があ
shows,
るんだって
you
いうのを
know,
改め
the
て理
Star
解でき
Wars
て
and
よ
its
かったですね。
Starfighter, May 28th,
と
2020.
ても素敵なお言葉をどうもありがとうございまし
そしてマンダロリアン&グローグの予告
What's
が
up,
見れたの
Purple
が
Jedi on Instagram?
最
Good
高
to
でし
see
た
you.
ね。
Good to have you
Hey,
on here.
Purple, what's up, buddy?
ねえ、楽しみですね。もう
We will have, again, like I said, General Kenobi's bunker will be joining us in 30 minutes, and then at some point later on, Commander Jesse will also be joining us. We're also trying to get some other guests as
はい、
well,
ありがとうござい
so
ました。
stay tuned,
Yep.
guys. Stay tuned.
楽しんでってください。ありがとうございました。
Thank you so much for joining us. We are so glad you're able to stop in to chat. Star Wars Celebration Live is still stomping its way to you at home, so keep watching.
I can't wait until they make the announcement of where this next one is, man. And
Did they do it at Celebration?
they do at the very
Like,
end,
announce
Tony.
next
said.
year's?
Yep, at the very
Oh,
end.
so it like closing.
Yep.
Are they just giving everyone cake? Is that what's happening?
I want some.
I want some cake.
I like cake. What's your favorite type of cake, guys? Mine's
Ice cream.
ice cream. All right, Eric.
Lemon.
Lemons. That's a good
Oh, that's
one.
so good too.
I love lemon cake.
You want merch or what?
Yes!
Okay.
How about you,
We're at the
Bricks?
Celebration store, and this is
Depends on the mood.
the show
Okay.
exclusive.
I'm a big carrot cake guy. I love
That's
carrot
a good
cake.
answer. 'Cause you really can't
You've
just
seen
jump in and be like,
Bad
oh, that's the
this
cake
year.
I
It is
want. Because
crazy.
It's crazy.
it is a
The
very
artist
mood-based
tree has
food.
made
It
these
is, it's true.
amazing traditional Japanese paintings.
I
of
haven't had it
all of the
in
characters.
like
I like his
10
shirt.
years.
Ukiyo-e versions of the
Okay,
characters,
my
which is
favorite
so
cake
perfect for Star Wars Celebration
is
Live in
almond
Japan.
Yeah,
with
and they put
guava
back
frost.
art onto all kinds of
Ooh,
things. If you look
that
over
sounds
here,
good.
this is-
That's
this
a
is
good
wild to
one.
me.
Like I could have that anytime.
This is made out of woven kimono
I feel like I
material.
prefer
Oh,
that
that's
now, too.
sick.
That is a dope piece of art, man.
You weren't even ready.
It's on a freaking woven kimono.
Yeah, dude.
Oh, I
Yeah,
have
dude.
a card.
That's
You fool.
wild.
You fool.
That
You
is
got fans.
There's an X-wing shirt that they have there that are like
you
that.
need
That
to
is
divide.
that's sick.
Divide them.
I
I
think
don't know
that's
if I have
so
enough
cool.
credit availability for all the
I
stuff
really
that's
thought that
going
thing was
there.
full size. I'm glad to
These
see it's not
limited
big.
edition Star Wars Celebration 2025 jackets.
If I was there, I'd just want to buy everything.
What did you think? What did you think?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to take out a small loan.
It's the 20th anniversary of the best boyfriend in the universe.
I need a business loan.
What are you wearing, Raina?
They're like, oh, what's your business? It's my business, not yours.
Ah.
See the key
The
art for
dog.
Millennium, what's up, buddy?
Japan 2025.
But wait,
addiction problem.
That's
sick.
amazing.
That's really cool.
What?
Is your mind blown?
I
don't know if my mind's blown, but like
how
I
these
definitely
people
want
do
one.
this. I don't even know how these people do this. If you have money, you should be spending it. Oh, these limited edition door curtains.
Oh, that's
What
cool.
he said.
I need a door curtain.
Yeah, I like the door.
Oh, I need a waving Grogu.
A kick click nollie the boy into
I need to travel back to 2002 and get that skateboard.
I need that hat. I'm too fat to ride that skateboard.
We got you.
I just want to be there.
Yeah, same.
Forget about the stuff. I just want to be there.
A stocky set?
That's your choice.
So
Yeah, I feel that way when they do like the D23 events for Disney as well.
Oh, hey, got Millennium Workshop in the house. How you doing,
Yeah.
Millennium? Good to see ya.
Because this is something that you
Guys, Millennium, just letting you know, General Kenobi's bunker will be joining us in about 25 minutes or so, and then later on we'll have Commander Jesse, and we're working on a bunch of others. They're all at Celebration right now. So
These you could take home, and you could get charms. I didn't know that. You look at these.
Cobb
shrine
Vanth is
charms.
now getting a vintage collection figure,
Nice.
No, that's
and Dash Rendar.
Dash?
Yup, nup, wookie wookie.
Yep.
Every time you do that,
Nup,
Awesome.
yup, nup.
Shadows the Empire fans.
okay, but this is the last one. This is the last one. You're lucky. You're lucky.
Yeah, I want them to do more Dash Rendar. Like, I'm bummed all we got with Shadows.
Oh, they're
It's
showing
basically
cards.
just
What
we
are
got
those?
cards.
dude,
Are they actually tops?
I didn't see a tops.
Let's see. Rewind.
I don't think they're
Rewind,
tops. I
zoom
think
in.
they're the.
Mine's coffee.
I think it's like those one they did a few years ago where they had their own sets.
Coffee. Now, come on in here. Come on in here, because that's good. But the best part is it says,
bold and smoky blend.
bold and smoky.
I'm rewinding because I'm watching it too on my own screen over here. So if I can I can pause it and rewind stuff. And...
Burning bull and
So look at that Ahsoka one right there. That was so cool.
Gashapon.
It's like your favorite thing ever.
I genuinely
Not
love
tops.
this.
It's a Star Wars Celebration
Part of my
one.
brain.
Aw.
I can't explain it. I want to get the good toys. These are great because they're tiny, tiny little Star Wars action figures. And while you will be able to get these later, for right now, you can only get them at Celebration, and they come with special Star Wars Celebration card backs. Which one are you hoping for?
I want Vader. What do you
Yeah.
want? What do you want? Mine says Lucky.
Yeah, does it?
Yeah.
I want a Chewie.
I just want to know what Japan is like.
I know. I would love to go over there. I got a buddy that
I just want to buy everything out of vending machines.
Right. I got a buddy that I work with, and he's been over to Japan, and he raves about Japan. He loves Japan.
I want to get one of those 7-Eleven egg salad sandwiches.
Those, and he said I don't know if you watched Pop the Bounty Collector. He found it was like an ice cream sandwich that was like covered in like a waffle.
Yeah.
My buddy was like, that thing is the one of the, like, he's like, put it this way. I walked back 3 different times after the first time to grab another one of those sandwiches. It was so good.
All the way. Okay, here's the thing though. I really do need that Chewie. I'm going to stay here for 45 minutes to 6 hours. Whatever it takes. Thank you for watching this. Thank you for coming to Star Wars Celebration. Thank you in advance for spending your money.
Thank you for spending your for us.
That guy's a little cringe. Dude, look at the Ewok in the background. I love it.
Huh?
They added like a giant inflatable like Wicket. Lego Star Wars?
Oh yeah, the slave.
Yeah, I want to get that that emblem. Not the emblem, the logo.
Oh, I'm so
That's
getting
pretty
that.
cool.
I am so getting.
Dude, I want to get the $1,000 Death Star that comes out at the end of the year.
I can't afford that.
I can't
Ugh.
afford that.
I've already started saving for it.
I mean, thanks to the reseller market, there's also a $1,000 ad out there.
Star
So
Wars logo into Lego for?
Oh, they've got a Jango Fett coming out.
What
Yeah.
the iconic Star Wars logo into
Uh,
Lego?
That's pretty cool. That's a good idea.
I moved last year, and this is how my Darth Vader helmet is now. It's just like in total disrepair.
Shapes like in this
No.
I have all the pieces. I just don't feel like rebuilding it because it took forever.
And we have a lot of elements that are good for creating those shapes, but sometimes finding the combination is a challenge.
Oh, certainly, I can see that. But it
I got
came out
Luke
so
Skywalker's
perfectly. I can
helmet.
kind of see that
Well,
there's
that's
something
fun.
hidden
That's
in the
cool.
tea.
Nice.
I have.
Yes, please show us.
I have like 10 Lego sets I have to build.
Yeah, that's really cool.
Should I tell
Easter.
them?
Please do. Please, please.
Oh, what is in there?
I think you'll all recognize the famous Tantive 4 chase scene from the first film.
Amazing. I am a big fan of the brick built helmets, and adding to the collection is Jango Fett.
10 out of 10.
Can you show us
Need
the fans? Amazing. Can you tell us a little bit about that figure?
Yes, so this is.
I'm not a huge fan of the chopper, like the way the eyes are if they zoom in on it.
It's a display model.
Yeah,
It's a legendary.
I still want it though.
Has a striking color scheme with the grays and the blues.
Yo, Toy Bills, what's going on? How are you?
And the rangefinder can
What's
be
up, Toy?
adjusted.
Wow, I
Good to
was
see ya. Good to see ya.
That's awesome.
When you build
Hey, you
this,
know,
you'll have
it's
a
so
great
much easier to get his
experience,
head off on this one.
with the Lego building techniques. And it was designed for people that want a fun, hands-on, creative activity. So yeah, it will look great next to the other helmets if you have them.
It's truly beautiful. As an experienced brick builder, how long would you say it takes to build Jango Fett?
Build like out of the box.
Yeah.
Set like this, a couple of hours.
A couple of hours, yeah. That sounds
Yeah,
good.
that looks like that'd be a
If you're-
pretty fun, like
Oh,
not
sure,
too crazy
sure.
build.
I love that.
Yeah,
I'd say
I
about
would love.
3 hours. The
I've been waiting
stands
to
are
get
so
to this
intricate.
one. Our
Yeah,
mischievous
I would love to get
little
that. Being that, you know, Boba's my favorite character and all.
Clearly a fan favorite. Please tell us a little bit about Chopper.
Yeah, so I mean, Chopper.
Our favorite war criminal.
Loved Astromech.
Everyone's
since
favorite
we
war
first saw
criminal.
him in Star Wars
Exactly.
Rebels, and then Star Wars Ahsoka. This Lego model has.
I see. I just don't like the eyes on this one. It looks.
all the fine details.
I don't know. It
and
looks like a
there's lots of
crab.
key features hidden in it as well. You can move the robotic arms
But
to pose them.
other
in
than
the
that, it looks
way.
great.
There's even a lever on the back that when you do it, you get that iconic wobble and bounce of Chopper's head. I can show you here. He's able to bounce up.
Oh,
and
that's
Oh,
great.
that's dope.
That's pretty cool.
And then you can
Yeah.
also roll him around. He's got legs that are movable and removable
Oh my
to pose him
God.
in your favorite
That is-
pose. From
Okay,
any of the-
Chopper might be my next one.
I need more droids.
Same.
There is
I want to
a
get
baby
R2 and Chopper.
Yeah.
Bricks are really
R2
going to have to go on a hard diet now.
R2 doesn't have to be
Please tell us about his fame.
Lego, but I do want an R2.
Yeah,
Tactic
so you'll
Collectibles. Thank you
recognize
for
this
joining
ship
us.
here,
Good to
right?
see you.
I just want to go to I just want to go
This is the
Galaxies. I can
Ultimate
build another
Collector
droid.
Series Jango Fett starship from Star Wars: Attack of the Clones. It's made of 2,970
Say its name.
pieces and is over 44 centimeters tall on its stand.
Wow, that was a lot more than I expected.
Ooh, bricks. Oh, that's so cool, bricks.
Nice.
Two just around the corner, and
I
fans
so
will
I got
Oh, you
so
have it?
stuff I have to build. It's ridiculous.
I
How
have
much you want?
like an actual droid.
This is,
I ain't
from
getting
Rogue
rid of
One
a
and Emperor
unless I have like a
Season 2, the
double
brand
set of
new
something,
Rebel
which I don't
Union
have this one.
Starfighter.
Toy Bill says, sorry, I'm in and out working at the bar tonight.
It's,
All good. Thank you for
it's a
joining us
fast
when you can,
model,
man. We appreciate that you're
and
taking the
it
time
comes with the,
to choose us and watch us.
swing wing
Make a
function
Dagobah
that
slug
allows
for
you to
me.
go from the landing mode into the V formation for flight. The cockpit opens with a lever also, and you can put a minifigure inside. There's a couple of spring-loaded shooters in the front.
You have a Lola,
They're not
dude.
good
I
for
love
anybody.
Lola.
Of course, we
That's
Hold
the
on, let me.
But it
and then-
shoots. Oh,
Yeah, it does shoot.
Oh,
And
man.
then on the bottom, there's also a compartment with a bit of space for minifigures or cargo. And speaking
That's
of
cool.
minifigures, it comes with 4. So obviously, Cassian
I haven't
Andor
seen that
and
Lola.
K2SO, and
It
then,
is so, and it's not that.
and then 2 brand new minifigures.
I'll have to get that for my
first
kid.
time.
She freaking loves little
Miro
Leia.
And an ISB
Still love
tactical
that one.
agent. So 4 fantastic figures with this model.
truly,
Yeah.
truly. That's incredible.
I got this when they were selling it at Galaxy's
I have a
Edge.
feeling we gotta address the elephant in the room.
That's cool.
You mean that?
We
That's
have something
so
else to show you.
cool.
What is this that you have
Let
to
me
All right,
reveal
go back
to
to
us?
the celebration real quick. What are they showing us?
Yeah, we don't need to see me.
No. I want to see that. Hold on,
I
I
want-
got something here that's being revealed. What is this?
Show us.
Is it another Lego set that we don't know
Oh, the
about?
theatrics are very
Yeah, I-
serious.
Come on.
So we have something to reveal for you today.
I guarantee it's got to be
This is
some Revenge
our
of Sith.
newest model.
Oh, it's like
It will
a
come out on
add-on.
August
thing.
1st,
Dooku.
and it is
No. It's a droid.
K2SO.
K2SO. Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh.
That's sick. Heck yeah.
Yeah, I got to get one of those.
And it wouldn't be a
K2SO.
proper Lego
Heck
event
yeah.
Without also
That is dope.
building a
I can't
life-size
believe this
version.
one's battery.
Oh,
of
God.
the set.
They put a life-size one? Let's
Yeah.
go.
Wow.
Put that in Legoland.
That's cool.
No. That needs to go in my.
Goodness.
Yeah, it actually stands over 2.5 meters tall. That is the size of K2SO in real
Yet
life.
still cheaper than the Death Star.
What kind of design challenges did you face with this?
There were some massive challenges with this, particularly because he is so tall and his legs are so skinny. So it was.
It's like
a
his
huge-
proportions are weird.
huge
That would have been
challenge
like
that I
a
had to
crazy thing to
iterate
build.
over and over to find
Oh,
the
yeah.
perfect blend of Lego elements to kind of build those legs up that'll support all this on the top.
Wow, that is fantastic.
That's so cool.
So
I'm definitely
personally,
going to have to
which
get one of those.
these is
Yeah.
your favorite?
For me, it's the Ultimate
Well,
Collector
now-
Series Jango Starship.
My
Because
prop.
he made it.
Oh, well, you
That's
know what?
Starship,
That
though,
is
too.
fair, of course.
For me, is the Ewing.
I'm going to start buying Legos now. Dang it.
Not because I work on
Don't
because
do
I
it.
like
Don't do
It's okay
it.
that you like it.
For
I
me.
already have my
That's
hands in
totally
enough pots here.
I'll have to continue the trend and choose K2.
Learn
And it's
my
actually my first Lego set I designed.
Is
so
it really?
is.
Wow.
That's cool.
That is an incredible debut.
Yeah, it's been a
Congratulations, and thank you
blast.
so
Heck
much.
yeah.
It's
Yeah,
so,
that's
so
definitely
fantastic.
like cool Lego things they got.
Thank you so much for joining us today.
Yeah, and come by the Lego Star Wars booth tomorrow to take a photo with this guy. He'll be there tomorrow and the following day.
That is amazing. Oh. All right. So, is there any way that I can find space in my suitcase to bring K2 home with me? Probably
You can maybe
not,
take
right?
a finger or something. I
A
don't know,
finger?
yeah.
Okay, you know what? I'm down. I'll do that.
Give her
To find out
smaller
more about all these sets and more, head to lego.com.
Jeez.
Thank you.
She's just greedy.
Right? She's a Sith.
Yeah, that's that doesn't even really look like a Lego set, too.
Doesn't. Hey,
That's kind of
Kyber,
the crazy thing about it.
your face is covered up by your live. Oh,
Ah,
I just noticed that. I like looked up and I'm like,
Yeah,
wait a minute.
fine.
I can only see the bottom half of Kyber. Well, it's your stream.
Let me ask you: have you ever wanted
that's
to
what
feel
I'm
like you
saying.
are
They know I'm
living
here.
in the Star Wars
Hey,
world
you can
without
put
excitement
your screen. I don't mind.
Well, come with me as we go on a meta quest into a
I probably
galaxy far,
could,
far
but
away.
I don't really know how to. And I'll probably mess something up if I start tinkering, so
you yourself
we're
can
fine.
come right over here into one of the pods here and put on
This
one
guy's
the
one of
meta
those
quest
guys that has
3Ds
way
system
too much
and experience
energy.
one of
He's like
three
the
amazing
cheesy
games
hype
that
man.
took its film and
That's just
ILM
like,
have put
okay, dude,
together
give it a
with
rest.
the
Like, I
power
understand you're
skills from the
excited.
Galaxy
I'm
Edge.
excited.
But
Don't get me
before we
wrong.
talk about
But
it,
could we
let me
tone
bring
it
on
down
my
a
friend
little bit?
Alyssa, right here, producer. How you
No,
doing,
he
Alyssa?
I am doing great.
immediately after this
I
is
am
over,
pumped to
he
be
goes
here.
into
I'm
a
not
corner
even
and cries.
wearing the MetaQuest
Right?
yet, but I feel like I'm already in the world.
I am glad of that. Have you ever been to Galaxy's Edge?
I have been to Galaxy's Edge.
Have you been to the Wilds?
I have not.
Well, that is what you will do in Tales from the Galaxy's Edge.
That is wild.
Yeah, no, you get to hang out in a Star Wars.
Oh,
bar,
yeah,
hang out
you
with
have
the guy, Cecil Slack. He's the bartender. Tells great stories.
Does he now?
Oh, he will
That
spin
is
you some tales that will take you places that you have never been. But on your own recognizance, you can go out into the wilds.
Ooh.
You can follow some adventures. You can do some.
Wait, we can do adventures in these games?
You can
Get out. I'm going to get in. I'm going to get right into
All
it.
right, guys. I got another guest that will be joining us at some point tonight.
So,
Battle Pack's official, who is also in Japan, will be joining us as well.
Awesome.
So
a Jedi, and he will transport you into that story, and you can live it for yourself. So he has.
Yeah, that's
What's
my
up,
thought
Muff?
too.
Is
Is we're,
beyond compare. Let's put it
Muff,
that way.
how's it going,
Full
buddy?
VR.
sorry, I didn't mean to
Full
cut you
VR.
off, Kyber.
There's not just one game.
Oh, I was just saying,
Let's
like,
come over
that's
here.
the other
Let's go
thing
check
too.
out over
By
here.
the time I finally
Alyssa,
figure out
this looks amazing.
this
Of course,
lineup, we're gonna have
Vader,
other people
Immortal.
popping in.
For those that are already
So
familiar with MetaQuest, this is
it'll
nothing
fix
new
itself.
to them. But why is
Yeah.
this so incredible?
Because you get to go.
But
to
everybody,
this
just
party
know.
And you meet.
I'm here.
This person, maybe Darth Vader, and he's looking for someone. He has an agenda.
Kyber, I
He
found his remote.
offers a chance to do a test
Oh,
for him.
did you?
And if
Oh,
you
I see him
pass,
spinning.
He might train you.
That's incredible. That's incredible. Now, the experience for when guests can come in here on the show
Here, I'll
floor
pop
and
you up
put
here
this
because
on,
this guy's really
this-
awkward.
It's
So
got to be really exciting for them. What's the whole process go through? What can they do and expect?
Pick what you pick.
I have a
which of these games
C3PO,
you
but he
want.
just talks.
They'll pop a headset on you, give you.
Is that
some
the head one?
instructions, And you are in the world.
Yeah,
of
you can.
Vader and
Well, no, not
You
the
are
head one. It's
in
his.
the world of
It's the
Galaxy's
whole
Edge,
C3PO.
and
You can take his head
Oh
off.
yeah, I see that.
You can get a sense
Yeah, I've
of
seen
it.
that. Kind of like
And,
the kind of
this
big
one,
figure of him.
Lightsaber Dojo
Yeah,
and
they
hone your
advertised that
skills.
you could switch it with
Are
the
you a
battle
pro
droid.
at this point?
I found out from experience they are not interchangeable. You have to break
She's so
C3PO's
modest.
face in order to get it
So
off.
modest. Alyssa, you are incredible. You need to get out here and check out what MetaQuest has to offer. Come on, dive into all the fun.
By the way, guys, Tuesday I will be doing a live watch party for season 2 of Andor. All of you guys are welcome to join and pop in on the stream while we watch. So,
Sweet. I've been looking.
I
I
might.
was thinking about doing the same thing.
So you guys are totally welcome to join. Yo, Galactic Cantina, good to
Hello
have you
there.
in.
Hey, how's it going, buddy?
We got
Have
some
you guys
guests coming on.
seen?
There's no question that our next
Have you guys
national
seen the Hello There Funko?
films
Uh-uh.
from E.T.
No.
Yeah,
to
they're doing
Indiana
the
Jones,
famous
Star Wars,
saying.
and
So they're doing the "I am your father" and "Hello
our
there."
fearless leader here
That's
at
pretty
Lucasfilm,
cool.
President Kathleen Kennedy.
Hey, it's everybody's favorite.
Oh my God! Announce your
To hate.
retirement.
No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Everyone's favorite. Woo. Announce your retirement.
I do
Announce
not.
your
Okay,
retirement.
hold on. I don't hate you, Ma.
What?
He actually loves you.
Always such a pleasure.
Oh no!
It's so
Don't
great
knock
to
I
my
do.
computer off.
fantastic seeing everybody. So cool.
It worked.
Now here we are.
You know, I'll tell you, I was doing an interview down over there,
It's
and
appar-
you
apparently
guys
she's my
kept
cousin.
Interrupting. I don't know what was going on over here, but something major.
Yeah, we just had some new friends come by.
You just, Muff, you're just too cool. It's just that's what it is. You were just taking the spotlight and hogging the spotlight. We couldn't have that.
Exactly.
Japan again.
It's
for the second time.
there
and
can only be
Star
so
Wars
many
is such a
big
deep
personalities on one
history,
screen, and
with Japan and
when you
with
bring
Japanese
Muff
culture.
into the
So I wanted to
equation,
ask you to kick us off.
there's so much
How excited are you
personality.
to return here and bring Star Wars back to
Oh,
Japan.
this is something literally from the time we knew that we were coming back to Japan, we have all been incredibly excited to be here. And I walked around last night to see some of the incredible art, which I hope everybody here has had a chance to peek at or spend some time. There's just amazing work that's been done here. So it's really, really great to be back.
Absolutely, and so the cosplay especially
Yes.
at this particular convention.
Oh,
So
yes.
There's a pit droid over there. There's a Max Rebo behind me.
I was even laughing.
There's a
with
Jar
Dave.
Jar.
I think there's some Daves around here.
There's always a couple of Daves. You got to really spot the real one.
By the
Hey,
way-
there's a George.
Yeah,
There's
a
a
George.
Dave and a George all together.
I want to see a real Dave and George.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's good. I just want you to know that every time Dave sees a Dave, he's really happy.
That's awesome. All right, and I know you're just fresh off.
I'm gonna
of the
dress up as
Mandalorian
Kathleen Kennedy.
panel.
Do it. I
Should be a
dare you.
cosplay.
Star Wars
Do
Later.
it.
Before we talk about those
I
things,
double dog dare you
on
to.
Andor season
I don't have
2,
Hey,
anything to
a
cosplay.
highly underused underutilized
days
cosplay.
after we close out Star Wars Celebration Japan, we finally get to see that pre-episode.
And I have to tell you guys, it is fantastic. I mean, it lives up to everything you might be thinking and beyond. Those guys have done an absolutely incredible job. Tony's writing is amazing. Diego is incredible. The crew, everybody, just so good. Really, really good.
Absolutely. What can you tell us? What can fans expect from season 2? Can you tease it a little bit for us?
Well, it goes right into Rogue One.
Yes.
So I think that as you start to feel the anticipation of each of the episodes leading into what you know from Rogue One, it's exhilarating. I mean, it's almost just talking about it. You don't really get the feeling, but as you're watching the show and it begins to build, it really, really hits you. And I think then you'll look at Rogue One with very different eyes too.
Absolutely. I feel like you watch season 2 and then you roll right into Rogue One, and it changes your perception a little bit.
Yes,
It'll
it
change your
does.
perspective. But at the panel this
I'm
morning,
so
we
excited
also
for
learned a
the
little
new
bit
season
more
of
about the
Andor, just
Mandalorian and Grogu.
how much they're
I'm
going
so
to dip
pumped.
into the Rogue One stuff.
Yep,
So
100%.
excited for Star Wars.
Apparently, Tony Gilroy had to recast a legacy actor, though.
Yes.
How does it feel to be
M-
back?
Muff
Because
is like
of, like,
seething over here,
constraints.
guys.
Big film, and with moving these characters from
Calm
We have
down,
to
Muff.
check
Calm
in on
down.
Muff.
He's got his angry eyes on.
Disney Plus into our first feature film.
No, it's incredibly exciting. And the
I just
great thing is, I
recently
think
picked
what
up
John's
Luthen.
done with this movie is even if you haven't seen the series, you're
Oh,
going
that's
to have
cool.
a great time.
I actually, I love
because
Luthen.
he's
He's like my
introducing
favorite
the
dude in
characters
this.
we know, but he's
Like
also
him and
introducing new
Mon are like
characters. So there's
really
a
the
chance
two
to
best
be dropped
characters in
in just
Andor.
with the
It's
film.
so funny because the first time I've ever
Baby
seen
Yoda,
that
up on the
guy
big screen, I gotta tell you,
put
Why?
a
it's pretty
character to
cool.
life in anything was Pirates of the Caribbean is Bootstrap Bill Turner.
You tell me.
And so
Yeah.
every time he talks, that's all I can think about is
Grogu
Bootstrap
get his
Bill.
Yeah.
Does he
See,
what?
I always
new
see the
snacks.
professor from
We get to
Thor.
see him have a few.
Yeah,
Oh,
John.
yeah.
He's a
Yep.
chef at heart. He's always going to have food somewhere.
I'm
But
not gonna
like,
lie. The
in
first
the
time
stories.
I watched Andor and he had the wig
And
on, I
as
thought it
Laura,
was
I say
Bill
we talk A
Murray.
little bit about things in development. Always
he does have a
excited to
Bill
hear
Murray
more
quality to him,
about
like Bill
what we can
Murray
expect
and
from the Star Wars
Ant-Man.
Galaxy, and Star Wars
Yeah.
Starfighter has
Yeah.
been unveiled as of this morning. Sean Levy's new project starring Ryan Gosling. Our new BFF, I think. Is it safe to say that? He came by, he tossed a few t-shirts.
Oh, yeah.
So what can fans look forward to with this new story starring Ryan Gosling, set in a post Rise of Skywalker
Post
era?
Rise of Skywalker is where we're headed for obvious reasons. So between what we're doing with Mandalorian and the New Republic and now moving in to the future past episode 9, it's just opening up a whole new world. And Sean's coming into this. I can't think of any director recently that we've worked with that is better suited to Star Wars. I think you're feeling that with his energy and excitement.
Muff's working some stuff out
around
right
what
now,
it is he's
guys.
doing. I mean, he's just got the
It's okay, Muff.
perfect attitude
Let
around
go,
making this
let
a really
go.
fun
They've
movie.
done this whole focus
Hey.
on going behind.
And I think you
Like,
can
it
see
gives
that
you
in some of his
focus.
other
It
films.
gives you
Fans of
strength.
his other work, fans of Ryan's work, that you have
Use
a
the
sense
finger.
of
Oh, no,
maybe a
What were you
little
gonna say,
bit
Clone
Ryan
Force?
is- I
They
think you're
just
seeing
did this
when he
whole
probably came
publishing
out here,
initiative
he's
where they
making
went back
parodies
in
to all
time
of this,
200
and
years,
he's like
and
a deer
instead
in
of
the
focusing
headlights.
on that time period, they're like,
It's
"Hey,
like,
let's
he's
just
so
keep going
excited.
forward."
Incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it is
Because the High
fun. It's
Republic is
simple.
great, and
It's
like the only
exhilarating,
time
but
it's got a
it's
chance to show on
totally different thing
TV,
to step
Oh,
into the
yeah.
Star
it
Wars
didn't even do it
Yeah,
galaxy.
where they're
justice.
Nothing like
swaying.
it.
We
Right.
got the Acolyte,
A lot of love
Yep.
in the room, right?
Yeah.
and that doesn't even take place during the
I
time
think Ryan
period
said it
of
best,
the
may the
novels.
fans be with us. May the fans be with you.
See, the thing
And
is,
Kathy, do you have a
it
message
can't
for
get
the fans
in
today? Is
to
there
the High
anything you want to
Republic.
tell us?
Yeah, my
It
message
mostly
to the
just
fans
because
is that
the
we
lack
do
of
all of this
Sith.
for you.
Like, it's just
cannot.
I can't get behind a bunch of pirates and
There
stuff
is
like
no
that
Star
as like bad
Wars
guys.
without
and-
everybody in this room.
What about a
Like,
dark
I
side
wanna like it. I've tried to read
carnivorous
the
And
book.
that's why we do it. And you really
Nope.
give us the confidence and you give us
Not
the
for
energy.
me. I need
to
a red
tell these stories.
lightsaber and
So
somebody
thank
knows
you.
how to use
Thank
it.
you.
Yeah.
What about
The
what
fans
about
are
a
the reason
force
why we're
eater
here at
that
Star Wars
craves on
Celebration,
people
but,
that eat
why
the
we're here
force
at
and
all, why
it
we
drove
keep
one
telling
guy
you the
so
faithful
crazy he
stories. And
ripped his
we're
own
so
eyes
happy
out?
that you're here with us today.
Nope.
Congratulations on the
Nope.
announcements. Thank you so
Nope.
much for being here. I know you're
Force
very busy.
lightning.
And thank you for helping
Okay.
make all of this possible and coming to the
Do
live
it.
stage to chat with all of us.
I wouldn't miss it.
Always a pleasure. All right.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
See,
Star
so
Wars
I think it's really
Celebration
each to
Live is
their
still
own.
rolling
Like, if
along,
you're
so
in, like,
stay tuned for
if
more.
Sith aren't really for you, then yeah, you probably like High Republic. But since that's really kind of where I like my characters, it just doesn't have much for me. Like, because I've
Yeah.
tried to read the books and I just could not get into it.
You
Like, I
got to do
tried.
the audio. The audiobooks are just like mini movies.
Well, yeah,
they're not
you
mini
know.
movies. They take forever.
We,
Like some
we
of the
know
adult
that
novels are like
firsthand.
13 hours.
Like our show has been basically covering audiobooks around the clock lately. Which, speaking of which, anybody watching, we have to take a slight pause on the final part of Return of Revenge of the Sith book.
Yes.
Because there's too many things happening at once right now.
Yes. Yep. Outpost treasure chest. Good to see you.
Is that what you guys have been doing? You've been doing the
Yo,
the audio?
Pop the bounty collector in the house on Instagram. What's up, Pop?
Hey, what's up, Pop?
Blade of Merrick is also on. Good to see you. Thanks for joining.
I came with you to be part of something.
Let's go, Andor trailer.
The Empire cannot.
Hey, we're doing pretty well, Outpost. Doing pretty well. If you stay tuned, we're going to be having guests on. We will be having Battle Packs. We'll be live from Japan. Commander Jesse will be on live from Japan. General Kenobi's Bunker will be live from Japan, joining us as well, and hopefully some others as well. So stay tuned, guys. It's going to be pretty big.
I want to win.
People actually there in it. We can all be jealous of them,
right?
Everybody on Twitter is saying that Sean Levy's film Starfighter is the name of the video game from 2001.
There was a Starfighter game, yeah.
Revolution is not for the saying.
And it was a pilot game, and it's about like Naboo starships.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it was on 64.
For those who dare.
Dude, I love Cyril.
Cereal.
I love that Pop the Bounty Collector joined from Japan, guys. Like, how sick is that? He's watching us for a little bit. Yeah, heck yeah. Thanks, Pop. We really appreciate it.
Take a little break from everything. Hey, Critic's there.
His little dorky
Be careful not to choke on your aspiration, director.
If I knew that the camera was on me and I was in full Critic cosplay, you know I just grabbed my throat all of a sudden.
Yes.
Who the fuck loves cereal?
Cyril.
But we
Dude,
all
we
call him
refer to
Cyril.
him.
Oh, it's Ashley Eckstein, yo.
We refer to him as Star Wars Gabe.
Ahsoka Tano.
Dude, of all the time she goes to Disney World, I've yet to run into her.
I know.
Doesn't she like live like just like around the block, basically?
Yeah,
Disney
she goes
World?
all the
Hold on.
time.
Friends at Scopely, we are bringing Star
I'll
Wars
find it then.
to
I'm just
one
kidding.
of the most popular mobile games. So get
Oh.
ready to roll your dice
Ah.
and jump into
No.
Lightspeed as we experience an all-new limited time event in Monopoly Go.
Not gonna happen. They stole enough of my money.
The Monopoly Go and Star Wars collaboration is launching on
Nah.
May 1st, and you won't
Paywall.
want to miss a second
I
of this
have so
limited
much
time
like
event.
PTSD with watching E3 and then them coming out talking about apps, so I'm just like,
play,
okay,
right?
turn it off.
We have a video to share with you. Let's check it out.
Did it rob me enough?
Money, money.
Roll the dice. Do it. I used to play so much Monopoly Go.
Okay, I'm gonna test some layouts real quick. So if everything looks weird for a second, just ignore it.
Sounds good.
Okay.
See if I can get some better things for once we get more guests.
He's got so many like different logos and stuff on here. There's no room, Kyber.
Hey,
I'm just
I like
messing with
that.
you.
It's all about presentation. But yeah, I'll
I
take
know.
down the overlay.
No, you're good, dude. You don't have to. It's all good. It's all good. I was just messing with you.
No. It'll get better. It'll get more people on the screen. There we go. Because
I
yeah,
knew
we're
Mr.
definitely going to need
Monopoly
that
was
once
evil.
we. He is. He's up to no good at all times.
I knew the Monopoly
There we
board
go.
was trying to take over.
We bought peace. We bought freedom.
Clone Force
Boardwalk.
97. Stop Monopoly Go is evil.
And watch us all purchase it. I'm just kidding.
I'm not gonna
Hey,
do it.
I have stayed away from that Monopoly Go like minefield so far up to this point. My wife has been pushing those like, hey, referral bonus. Not like, no, I'm not playing it. One mobile game has me, and I haven't even played that thing in a while. And that was Marble Snap.
Wow, I haven't played that one. Mine used to be
It's
Clash of
addictive. Get away
Clans.
from it.
I'm still looking for Tony and all these guys that we know out there, just on the off chance that I spot one of them.
The Tony realized he has an early run on all the figures and everything. He's dipped.
Yeah, right.
He's like, everybody's the panel. It all belongs to me now.
Suckers.
I love the Her Universe stuff that Ashley does.
Mm-hmm.
I have the Ahsoka Tano hoodie.
Shirts.
The what?
Or I have the Fulcrum hoodie from Galaxy's Edge.
Oh, I have her. You know that new jacket that she came out with that's blue and it's got the Ahsoka.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got that jacket.
Didn't you wear that one time on one of the streams?
Yeah.
That's like I think I remember that one.
I don't know why I bought a hoodie though. Florida never gets cold enough for a hoodie.
I know.
Is Pop the Bounty Collector back in here? I think he might be back in here, guys. Trying to see.
Hey, how's it going,
back.
Pop?
Oh, hold on.
See, and you guys talk about it just never getting cold enough for hoodies, and like just a few months ago it was like -20 here.
I'm originally from Philadelphia.
Oh, so you know the stupid North.
Yeah, I grew up in Wisconsin, so
Oh, no, I can't
northern
see that.
Wisconsin.
Oh, so you the
I love
deep
that.
North.
Oh yeah, I was a part of the deep north. Like I grew up on the northern upper peninsula border, like way up there.
Kyber, show Brick's
let me,
thing.
yeah, I'm gonna pull her up real quick.
Oh,
Oh, that's cool.
Is that a gingerbread pin?
No,
it is, and it's got.
that's so cool. Oh wow,
What? That's cool. You guys.
that's awesome.
That's dope.
Love it.
Do you collect the figurines that they sell at Galaxy's Edge? Like they had Ahsoka and Sabine and Hera.
I don't have them. I don't have the space for it.
I just keep buying.
I like trying to find our friends in this thing because it's like, where's Waldo? Right? It's like this, like.
That's what I said. Where's Tony? Just kidding.
Where's Pop? Where's General Kenobi? Where's Commander Jesse?
BP.
Yeah, BP's in there somewhere.
Yeah, you don't realize how many of your friends went to Japan until you turn on Whatnot on like a Friday and nobody's streaming.
Right.
It's Star
There
Wars
you go.
Celebration live
Where did
here in
you find-
Japan,
Oh.
and I'm out here with my favorite peeps in the world, our incredible fans. How you loving it so far?
The special edition
Speaking
Ahsoka
of fans,
Tano.
we got an incredible fan right here. Someone went to the store. Hey, what's your name?
Damien.
Damien, where are you joining us from?
Hong Kong.
From Hong Kong. Welcome. It's so great to have you here. What drew you to come here to Japan?
You. Everything else.
You say you.
I didn't know I was I had one fan in Hong Kong. That's really sweet. That's really sweet. What does Star Wars mean to you, man? What does it mean to you to be around all of this life?
Everybody,
Oh, it's my life.
Muppet
why-
stream on Saturday.
Since you were very young?
Why ill Philly?
Which favorite Star Wars film?
Go Birds, my guy.
Oh, my favorite is
Go
actually
Pack, go.
Revenge of the Sith.
Yeah. Good choice. Is there something about
As somebody
that
that's
film that
never
just
really been to
is
Florida, but
channeling
like once, I'm a
your being?
Buccaneers fan, so weird.
Hayden.
Yeah, we're not hating on Hayden. We're really
Mr.
not. We love
Mr.
him being
Baker
here early,
Mayfield.
kicking us off. Was that an incredible experience?
I
to
guess
see
from
you
Ohio, you
live
can't
on
really
stage?
be
Yeah,
a
happy
Browns
birthday to
or a
Right.
Bengals fan. They don't do
Put
anything.
that on your.
I mean, you can
list
if you
of
hate
things
yourself.
You did in your life.
Yeah.
I sang that.
What's so
Oh,
right?
Dolphins fan?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And we got
Yeah,
so many wonderful
okay.
fans here
Considering
who
they
are
just won the
living it
Super
up.
Bowl.
Here cosplaying right over here. Hey, what's your name?
I'm Dave.
Hey, guess what?
quarterback was
We
born
beat
with
the Eagles this
Seattle,
year,
but
so
I actually grew up in China, so closer to where he's from.
Oh my
He said he's a
gosh, oh my
Dolphins
God, it's a
fan.
whole
His
international
quarterback has
experience for
CTE.
you. Is this your first celebration?
Yes, this
They
is
all
my
have
first
CTE.
celebration.
So you've watched it live at home, I assume. in
if
the
you've
past?
played football for longer than
Felt
5
all of that
minutes,
energy.
you have CTE.
What made you decide this was the year I'm going to come?
Well, I'd wanted to visit.
The
Japan
Eagles have
for
been
a
good
while
for
now,
almost my
and
entire life.
saw that it was
They
happening.
just
in
finally
Japan,
started winning
and
Super Bowls.
That just drew my excitement out. I went on Amazon,
Muff.
bought a cosplay, and then
You,
came
buddy.
over here.
But
I got a lightsaber.
Yeah, you do.
as a Dolphins fan,
You know
you
how
have
to
no
use
room to
that?
talk.
Yeah, I think so.
I believe you. I believe you. Absolutely believe you. Well, it's so much fun. Look at all of this love back here. Make some noise, you guys. And I know why you're here. I know why you're watching live around the world, because you know we're going to bring all of the excitement to you, from celebrities to product reveals to trailers and much, much more.
It's okay. I like Tua
It's a
too,
little
man.
ominous over here. Hi, what's your name?
Hello.
My name's Nick.
I like
Nick.
Tua.
Very ominous. Nick, where are you joining us from?
From Sydney.
From Sydney,
Dan's
Australia.
the man, okay?
Wow.
Laces
we're
out,
crossing
Dan.
all the continents up. I'm trying to find someone from Antarctica. I'm hoping we'll find someone. But amazing that you made it.
There's
here
gonna be a
for
random dude
celebration,
just
or is
stand
this
up.
a
I am.
celebration? What are
Yeah.
you thinking so far? About an hour or so in. What do you think?
We're loving it. We're loving it. We're having a good time. I'm here with my son, Otto.
Otto.
Oh my god, I love
Here,
British
Otto.
accents.
I love Star Wars. Definitely.
He's
I love the
Australian.
surprise British
Oh,
accents too.
never
where
mind.
you-
Right. Not only this extended,
Like you don't expect somebody to have an
Yeah, I hear
accent.
the yes
Like,
back here.
oh,
Like, amen. Yeah. It
His son's name is
it's
Otto.
a whole religious experience. What makes Star Wars so special that you wanted to share it with
auto
your
spells auto
Well,
backwards.
it was a present actually. He did very well in his high school last exams, and he said, "Can I go to Japan and see Star Wars celebrations?"
So you
Oh,
aced
yeah.
all your tests, and that now you get to be here in Japan.
I'd like to think so. Yeah.
I like to think so. What's your GPA?
Uh,
Fantastic. That's really good to know. 4 point. Whoa, that's what we're saying here. No, all serious. What do you think so far?
He has like a
What do you-
mini saber.
what are you hoping you're gonna see?
I am stoked. Right
I guarantee you those are
now.
things they
I'm
probably
really
just handed
excited
out to the
see
audience,
different
like when they were
celebrities
going
come
back
out
here.
hopefully later today.
What if
I'm
that's
really
like his
excited.
key card to like
That's
get
going
in?
to happen. So that's great. You love.
I'd love to
celebrities.
believe
Are you a
that.
big Mando and Grogu fan?
Oh, absolutely.
And I hope you are at home.
Is that your
And I hope
theory,
you know
saber
that before
gazer?
it goes. 'Cause
One
that
of
might
them,
be
yeah. It's my
Yeah.
Obi-Wan
What else are you
Kenobi
hoping to see on this
episode
stage?
3.
Ooh, I'm hoping to see a whole
Like-
lot more cosplays.
Because Obi-Wan Kenobi's my favorite Jedi.
costumes.
Yeah.
So,
I have a-
are you
I have
buying
a
a saber
6-foot
in
saw cut
ICC
out.
Con?
Projects. I'm really
I
excited.
actually am thinking about it. Yeah, I want to get Obi-Wan Kenobi's from episode 1.
Another.
Your exams. It's
I
so
want to
good
get
have
Obi-Wan
you.
Kenobi's from
Round of
episode
applause.
1.
Give
I
it
like
up.
that saber.
Oh my goodness. Come deeper with me. Follow me, camera. Let's go through here. We're
I
diving
think
in
if I
here.
get
wanna
anything,
find
I'm
folks
going to
that
get
have-
a
Oh,
Star
come on
Killer.
over. Oh,
Like
yeah.
that's the one I've
there
been
you
wanting
go.
the most.
What's your name?
That's
Chris.
sick.
Chris, where are you joining us from?
New York.
New York's in the house, everybody. Big
I'm gonna get it.
Hey,
in
is that one of the
Profi.
theory hoodies?
First time.
What do you think so far?
Not quite.
Oh,
It
no, it's
looks
just a
like
one.
it.
What do you-
It looks like it.
For a second there, I thought it was.
Do you have any
Right?
high
That's
expectations?
It's like weird.
That
Made
was
it
a
all the
good
way
eye,
to
though.
Japan.
That was
Yes,
a
it
really
is.
good eye.
Really taking it as it is, but I'm.
Gazer, do you
I
see
was
it?
waiting to see if it panned down a little bit and saw like the
and I have to say,
like
the grill,
66
bro,
on
is-
it.
Oh, dude, you got the life-size poster of him?
Yeah, I got a
Oh my God.
6-foot cutout
Oh,
for
yeah,
Christmas.
hold on,
2
let
years
me pull it
ago.
up.
Is he your favorite as well?
Yeah, I love him.
Favorite Star
Oh,
Wars,
dang it.
character
Where'd you
of all
find the
time?
I got
cutout
it
of
pulled up.
him?
Let me pull it out.
Skywalker.
I got it
Anakin
for Christmas.
Skywalker. You know, we had him here earlier.
That's so cool.
Don't
I
you
want a
worry,
life-size
you can
cutout
know
of
that.
him too.
over again. You're gonna go meet him.
Nice.
You're gonna go get an
I
autograph.
would
I would love to.
that.
Yeah. Maybe we'll set that up for you. That'll be really cool. Give it up for New York is in the house, guys. New York is here. Oh my goodness. I'm diving further in. Where are my friends from Japan? My
His
friends
arm
from
loves
Japan,
to
where
fall
are
off
you
though,
at?
so I have it
Oh,
command
right here.
shirt
Follow
now.
me. We're
I
diving
can
in
just
here.
stick it back
yes,
on every
this
time
is
it
what makes
falls
it
off.
exciting. Hi, hello, hi, hello, hi, hi, hi.
Oh, well, I mean,
Konnichiwa.
I got this
I'm
like
working
Rex
on it.
from like Toy
what is
Show
your
I just
name?
went to,
Yuma?
and he did
Yuma,
not make
great
it
to-
home well.
Cam,
Like
great to
I
meet
have to be
you.
careful with
And
his
who-
legs.
Come on over here.
can't-
Hi. And what's your name?
Can't say it.
These things bend so
Nice
easy.
to meet both of of you. Is this your first time for a Star Wars celebration?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. What are you loving so far?
Everything, really. I'm so overwhelmed.
You're
Hey,
overwhelmed.
Muff, stay tuned. We might
Wow.
got you here.
Like you're like, this is beyond what I thought it would be.
Absolutely. I mean, like,
Whoa.
you can expect
Okay,
this
I'm
many
adding these to
people
my cart.
Right?
all over the world.
I know.
What are
all
you
over the
adding
world,
to
like,
carts
can we get
over
a
there?
wide shot of how many people are actually here? Can we just raise that camera up?
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, there's a lot of love in this room. Are you feeling it?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yes.
You're
Can
like,
you
yeah, I'm getting
feel
chills.
the
I'm so
love
cold about it.
tonight?
Are you having a great time as well?
No, not really.
Yeah, absolutely. You look lovely, by the way. Fantastic, fantastic. What does Star Wars mean to you? What has brought you here?
I don't know. I've been big fan of Star Wars all my life.
Yeah.
Yeah, and ever since I was small, and when I got to know that it's gonna be held in Japan, I was like, okay, I really have to go.
Yeah. You took all of work off. You're here. You're gonna be here all weekend.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
I'm taking a day off from my work. I got permission.
He did not call in sick. No.
I'd say
a day off.
me and
Yeah.
Muff got
What
some
else?
pretty good singles the other day. Like we were just kind of.
It's approved.
This person was putting up some awesome
Boss,
stuff.
It's approved. Good.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm fine.
Me
I'm
and
okay
Muff
with
walked
the
away with a
camera.
ton of encased
You're more than okay. He's
Mole
doing a
Black
fantastic job,
Series
right, everybody? He's
cards.
doing a fantastic job.
I got
Absolutely
one of
incredible.
the
Thank
animated
you so much
malls
for
and one
sharing
of the live
all of
action
your love for
malls.
Star
So
Wars. And
both
it's
ready for
throughout this
autographs.
room. I'm diving back in here.
So how does that
Follow me as we come over
GameStop
here. Make some noise if you're having a
PSA
blast.
grading thing work?
You're having a blast. Yeah.
I
All right,
think
I
you just
just-
give it to them and they send
Oh,
it in
I'm going
for
deeper
you.
in the
I just added 3
Oh,
life-size cardboard cutouts of one of Vader, one of Boba, one of Obi-Wan.
right here on a Friday.
Where'd
Hi,
you
what's
get
your
it
name?
from?
Amazon, dude. They got them all on Amazon. They got multiple
Amazon's got
choices
everything.
too.
A lot of codes.
I'll
going
ask
on
my
backstage
friend where
for
they
you.
got
Would
mine.
probably be
'Cause
very
I don't
helpful.
know if they got
Tell
it
us
on
all about
Amazon.
this cosplay, man.
Oh,
maybe.
nice. Hold on, let me bring you up. Hold on.
You love Star Wars.
Could you believe it?
What?
That's
Who loves
sick.
Star
Oh
Wars?
yeah,
But I love Star Wars.
That's great.
And I love suits too.
that's such a great
so I
set.
have over 100 suits, and I spent a total of
Numbered,
4 hours to put this outfit together. I already had all this in my closet ready to go.
I love you have over
What was it
100
numbered?
suits, but you spent $4. I love that.
138.
That's it's $4 the amount of love you have for Star Wars.
Wow.
Be honest.
I think a little bit more.
I was like, I definitely
Yeah,
saw
no, it's great.
foil
It
to it
looks
there. I
amazing,
was like, I
man.
knew
I've
that
never
was
seen this
common
for
to hold.
cosplay before. You look so
I
great.
have this one and the
What are
Ahsoka
you
one.
looking forward to most this
Foil.
weekend?
Ooh.
Everything, just seeing people here. I'm a Tokyo resident, and I love to see.
Is
people
that
from
the
all around world
cosplay of the
come
guy
here to
from The Last
and
Jedi who's like
with the
supposed to wear the
celebration of
lapel?
Japanese food, Japanese people, Japanese culture. I hope everyone here
I think so.
shares their love of Star Wars and comes home,
Wait, what do we
goes
got?
home with a deep appreciation of Japan and Japan.
Is that Maul Saber?
Yes. You know what? You're taking my job. You're hired. No, I think that's exactly what is so special about it. It's beyond a fandom, right? We get to go to different cities
Hey,
around
I got
the world.
the
and
same,
every year, bring
I have the
Force,
same
bring
die-cast
family
car.
together, and yes, dive into more of the culture that's here, the people are here, the food, which is delicious here, and just how kind Japanese culture is. They've been so wonderful here. You really summed it up well. How long have you lived here?
20 years this month.
Those
Wow.
are dope, Bricks.
Whoa.
It's
You're
a
not going
pro.
anywhere, it sounds like.
I don't think so, no.
Good for you. Good for you. You're looking good. Give it up for him, everybody. Give it up for
I
Kyle.
get it. I get why you guys
I keep
collect the crap
seeing
out of
you
these
right
things.
over
I stay
here,
away
and you
from them or
look
I'll end up buying a
amazing.
bunch
I've
of
got
them.
to talk to you. Hi,
Don't
what's your name?
do it. Learn from
Serena,
me.
where are you from?
I'm from Mississippi in the
Learn.
Gazer.
Hey, the U.S. is here. We got Mississippi.
Hey,
Tell us
yo.
what's going on here? What do we have here?
Yeah.
This is Cinnabon
But
Kenobi.
not only do I have that one,
Cinnabon
but I got the
Kenobi.
Revenge of the Sith one as well.
Oh,
Show it right up
sick,
into the camera
dude.
right there.
That's dope.
Oh, let me pull you back up
So
here. Hold on.
cute. Is this your
That's
first
awesome.
celebration with us?
It's
All right.
my
Uh,
second.
It's Kyle Bush's
Hey,
Revenge
welcome
of the
to the
Sith
family,
Kellogg's
man.
card.
How you
Yeah.
liking it?
Oh, we were just talking about like the NASCAR cars that did the promotions.
Yeah, that's why we were just showing our. We
I
both
know
have the
a guy.
same
I know
Phantom
a guy. He
Menace.
gets
Oh,
set
yeah,
up
yeah.
real fast.
Jeff Gordon.
That's amazing. What does Star Wars mean
Bubba
to
Wallace keeps doing a Columbia collection, but Columbia won't give them the rights to make the diecast car.
I loved
you?
it.
Did you have bed sheets
Huh.
just
That's
like Ryan
dumb.
Gosling did?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Who
Because he
had the
did
Yeah,
an
bed-
that
X-Wing
Columbia
collection
collection is
and a
dope.
Darth Vader.
Yeah. What else?
And I love that in
so
it they've been
badly
including
want that
Hayden
parka.
Christensen in those commercials.
Yeah, it was amazing.
I just enjoyed it all my life.
And is it been through the family for generations at this point?
Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely.
They have an Attack of the Clones car. I think Kyle Petty drove it.
Incredible.
It's either that or it's a
Diving further
Labani
back
drove it.
here for the hi friend. Hi, what's your name?
Christian.
Christian. I love a Christian right here. That's great. Christian, tell us, what is Star Wars to you, my friend?
A lot of things. It was a escape from a village in Alaska.
Really? My gosh, yeah. So it would in a great way, I'm assuming.
Yeah, it was a.
I was wrong. It was John Andretti.
When I first watched the Phantom Menace on TV.
Oh, you
Still
saw
the
Phantom Menace on
43.
TV. Was that your first intro into
My
Star
dad
Wars?
just watched NASCAR
Yeah?
all the time, so I
What
remember all
part-
that stuff.
What part about that film really changed your life?
Yeah, the 43 kind of hasn't had meaning in a
Are
very
you a
long
speed
time.
racer at heart?
Yo, what's up, Nylock? Good to see you.
Oh, with your ATV, you go
Howdy,
pretty fast?
howdy.
Yeah.
Yeah? How fast do you often go?
70 miles per hour.
Dang. That's cool. That's cool,
Yeah,
man.
cool.
What are you looking forward to most this week?
Well, seeing Anakin himself and meeting a lot of fans.
I mean, a lot of fans. We are doing that here live in Japan. Absolutely spectacular. Who else is out here? We've got the kids are here. This is what I want to see. Come on in here. Oh, no, you keep them up there. Keep them up here. You've got two. That's fine. Put them on top of each other. That's great. I'm kidding. Turn around right here. Hey, everybody. You are live around the world right now with Star Wars Celebration. What are your names?
That's
Good to
cool.
meet you, Anne.
Leo.
And EO, and what is your name? Fantastic. That's great. Alex,
Yeah,
tell me,
His name's
how
fantastic.
excited are you here to be at Star Wars Celebration?
A lot.
A lot. Have you always wanted to be here?
Yes.
Can you look at that camera and say, I just love it?
I just love it.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. EO up here, you got a bird's eye view. What have you loved so far? What's been your favorite part?
That dad's neck has to be hurting.
And Mandalorian.
So, jeez.
Grogu and Mandalorian, is that like your favorite of the franchise?
Yeah.
Could definitely have a
Yeah.
pinched
And how about
nerve
you, sir?
tonight.
What is your favorite part? Amazing.
Sorry, dude.
Amazing.
Ibuprofen, my guy.
Right over
Ibuprofen.
here. What are you looking forward to today? Who do you want to see?
Obi-Wan Kenobi.
I feel like my niece always finds like the most perfect spot on my neck to like
Yeah, good for
compress
you.
my
Maybe
spine.
we can make that happen. Who are you looking forward to seeing? Who do you hope will show up?
Anakin Skywalker.
Yeah, we've been there, done that. We got it. Anybody else?
No.
Maybe the Mandalorian? What if the Mandalorian appeared on this stage? What would you do? Would you be really excited?
Yeah.
Take me with you.
Can you
Just
show
kidding.
us how crazy? Look at the camera and show us how excited. How crazy would you be?
No.
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 You're gonna keep it inside. I love it.
No, I don't think I will.
Yeah. So
No.
what is this? feel
I
like
don't
for
want to
your kids here?
participate.
I think the journey was the best. We spent about 4 years watching everything together, and
now you're sharing it together. That's
Look at
what
me
it's
now, I'm
all
just
about.
playing with my race
Wonderful
cars.
fans here at Star Wars Celebration Japan. It doesn't get any better than this because it's all for you. We're going to continue live here in Japan. Make some noise.
Remember when like every major movie got a video game as well?
If you need
Yep.
some help choosing new
Mhm.
iconic headwear, we know just the two to ask. Whether it's a cowboy hat, a Pittsburgh Penguins cap, or
Boo.
a Mandalorian helmet, perhaps. These two can give you some tips. Here to chat more about the upcoming Mandalorian and Grogu, Dave Filoni and
Ooh.
Pedro Pascal.
Here we go.
Let's go.
Let's do this.
Yeah.
I love the music for The Mandalorian, by the way.
Who would have known the recorder was going to be such a big instrument one day?
Oh yeah.
I practiced that thing so hard in school.
I think it's like the tenor recorder too, probably.
Yeah. I looked it up because I was trying to recreate the music. I decided to figure out what type of recorder it was.
It's a tenor.
Are you doing it for one of your songs?
No, I was actually doing it for a different video like a while back, and it was like something Mandalorian related. So I was trying to like make a in the style of type thing.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
No, Dave Filoni has gray hair. What the hell happened to you?
He's
Fans are
dealing with
aging
KK
him.
every day.
Yeah. Dude, Pedro Pascal is having himself a few years here, dude. Like Fantastic Four, Mandalorian, The Last of Us.
Yeah, yeah, he is.
He's busy.
Right. Who else we got in here?
That's why he only signs one-on-ones. He
back
just doesn't
on.
have time to sign any more cards.
That is a beautiful thing. All right. We're barely getting started here on day one. And Dave, you've already taken the hat off. I don't even know.
I've
goes up
been
from
very
here.
lucky on break here.
It's fine.
She's telling you. She's telling
I
you to
have
take.
She's here.
She's telling you to take the hat off.
Because
Don't
we're
you-
inside.
You already took the hat off.
I did. It's hot.
It's warm.
It
It's
is.
warm. We also like
Take
get
the jacket.
instructions right before coming out and forget all of them immediately.
Yeah.
That's
As
okay.
soon as we come out, am
I
I
was
sitting in the right spot?
That you're in the right spot. I
Okay.
think. I
Okay.
think. Yeah. You know what?
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Once again.
Love it.
Goes with the boots.
Wait. Put it back on the screen.
It really
I look
does.
great.
You do look good.
So
You
good.
do look good.
Yeah. You know what?
Some indie vibes.
Yes. I think that's your hat now. Pedro.
Don't get
I think you
attached
should keep
to it.
that.
Attachments are bad. Don't do it.
All right, you two. How does it feel to be back at Star Wars Celebration?
It's amazing. This is amazing. This is a lot of people.
Yeah.
I've never
Yeah.
seen that.
That's what it feels like.
Yeah.
Everyone
be
here
Anakin
makes
Skywalker
it feel
forever.
like the most incredible experience that you could possibly imagine.
Yeah. I think it actually exceeds expectations when you're in the midst of this, and it is deafening, and the fans are so excited to see you two and cannot wait for what news you brought us. So tell me, Dave, I know you love to talk secrets and teasers and all that.
Yeah,
here's
sure.
your
Yeah,
favorite
let's
thing.
go for it.
Yeah.
I
Do
just
it.
like looking out the audience, and I'm like, oh, look, there's Krennic. And then there's like, just right there. Look at him. Look at him. There you are.
There was a
How's
Dave.
that Death Star working out for you? Yeah.
There's a Dave somewhere
got
behind
it.
you two. I need you to know that if you
There are a
haven't
lot of
spotted him
Daves,
already. There's a
yeah.
lot of Daves.
Yeah, I've
But
heard.
only one original. There he is. Yeah.
Hilarious that there's Dave cosplayers.
God.
That's hilarious. That is funny.
What?
Yes, your question. Go
Yes,
ahead.
My question. What can you tell us about the Mandalorian and Grogu?
Well, absolutely nothing. I
Oh,
mean,
go
you
on.
knew you
always
knew
your
that
answer.
going in. I mean, it's a
Tell them
wonderful movie. It's a
everything.
wonderful movie. You saw part of it today. What more do I need to say that you saw? I mean, that was exciting right there. I mean, I think that what's really fun is watching John directing a movie again. You know, I have such great respect for John, and I'm so fortunate he took me in and taught me and mentored me as I learned to do live action and working with Pedro, which was what a privilege to be in that spot for my first time out. You know, it really was. And now to see it grow to this scale is just really exciting. So, yeah.
To be fair, I knew that was a trap. I knew that was going to be your answer all along.
Yeah.
But I still have to
It's a
ask.
trap.
That's your job. I get
That's
it.
a trap.
Paige, you're going to tell me something when I ask that question.
Probably not.
Probably not. No. I'm going to keep trying. All right, Pedro, what was it like returning to set and putting the Mandalorian armor back on for a feature film? That's got to be intense.
Like a warm glove. kept warm by two other incredible actors, Brendan Wayne, Lateef Crowder.
Brendan Wayne's going to be at ICC-Con.
Yes, he is.
It's being here today that I realize I've never had to be with the same people for such a long amount of time. It's been 6-7 years.
Long time.
You won't leave
yeah.
me alone.
No, I thought when I
That
started
might be
Clone
something I
Wars,
consider
it was a
getting.
2-year
Maybe get a
job.
Mando
And
helmet.
This is 20 years.
Oh,
Or
yeah.
eventually get all the people to sign it.
Yeah, that'd be sick.
Now.
Pedro's going to take a while.
In New York City, and Dave Filoni came. It was right before we were starting to work together, and he came to
Will I be able to see if anyone else pops onto the stage down here, or is that just you?
come to see the play. I had gotten my very first
Just me, I
fan
think. I don't
portrait
know.
of the
Okay.
Mandalorian.
You'll just have to
Unless you
keep an
can't
eye
see
on
the
if
bottom.
anyone pops in.
That got to see it. It was
I
just
had
a
the
strange
little
coincidence. I was
chime
answering
alert,
any of
so
your
I should be able to hear if
No,
someone pops
Very,
in.
very,
Okay.
very jet
You've
lagged.
learned the ways. I'm very
Just talk
impressed.
about other stuff.
Exactly it. Yes.
Listen,
So
I know
your question was what?
That's okay. I know Dave, I know you well enough to know I don't need to ask you any questions.
It's all right.
No, I think you answered it beautifully. We're so excited. But Pedro, as you mentioned, you have been part of this family since 2019 when The Mandalorian premiered. What's something, if you could go back in time and tell Pedro, those days in that dressing room getting cast?
Sooner, 2018 is when we met. Yeah. And when I got taken over to the first sets and put the helmet on, and it was that weird magical moment that it actually fit perfectly.
Yeah.
I remember that, and I was like, I can't see anything in here.
Like, it's not important. It's not important. What would you tell yourself if you could go back in time and talk to that version of yourself?
Yo te amo también.
Is there anything you can't do?
One of the first introductions that I had with the fans.
You're just going to
at
start
the Star
speaking
Wars
Japanese
celebration
off the
in
cuff,
Chicago in
whatever.
2019. And that was like being on the receiving end of a jet. It was unbelievable. I remember feeling like a gust of like energy just like get blown at us, and I have felt a kind of a part of that wave and family more than I have anything else in my professional experience. I can't tell you how humbling it is to be with all of you every single time. To be included with the likes of Dave Filoni and Jon Favreau and all of the cast.
So he has to fly back to New York tomorrow for Good Morning America.
Yeah, I guess so.
Oh,
Every
dang.
Is
single
Sigourney
one
Weaver here?
into making these.
That's what they said.
Incredible.
She was on stage with them earlier.
Maybe he'll be on camera.
And I'm
Yeah,
still
like
on for the
remote.
And they really know how to put together a crew. Now, a lot
Because he's
of us
supposed to
know
be
her
here the whole
as
celebration,
Ellen
isn't he?
Ripley.
I have no idea. There's a couple people that canceled.
What can you tell us about?
I think
Sigourney
Katie Sackhoff was supposed to be here but canceled.
to have her in Star Wars? Dave, I can already tell.
Yeah.
I can already tell this isn't going my way.
It's amazing. It's more of a feeling than a word, isn't it? Yeah. No, she's great. I mean, it's like you look at her body of work, and what's great is as a person, she's even more spectacular, I think. She's so generous and knowledgeable.
Welcome back, Bricks.
What she brings to her craft was so impressive. And I mean, I've worn an X-Wing outfit.
I was trying to connect my.
Look how good she looks in it. It's incredible. I look like a grapefruit, but like I think that she just.
It's all right.
So
You
I
tried.
respect that as an X-Wing pilot. We're lucky to have her as a leader. She's someone that fought in the rebellion and understands what's at stake with the Empire. And,
Okay.
You think it's too
let
much?
him talk, Pedro. Let him
Yeah.
talk.
I love it.
See,
Look what he did. Look
everyone
what he
knows
did.
Everyone.
Well, I'll
he
tell
is
you more.
spoiler
But Pedro
Filoni.
said no,
I thought
so
we
I'm
were
not
friends,
gonna go
man.
against that.
I thought
Yeah.
you were on my side here.
I got you. She's in the movie. How's that?
All right. You know what?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Who are they talking about?
Confirmed. All right.
They
And you know who else is in this movie? Some of our little
Bo?
friends
Were they talking about
from
Bo?
Star Wars Parks. From Star
I
Wars
don't think
Galaxy's
so.
Edge.
They're talking about somebody who flew an X-Wing.
Super excited to see those little fellows
Oh.
waddle into the big screen. How is it having them go from Galaxy's Edge, where people can meet them in real life, and into your film?
It's weird. They're little, they don't take that
Can't
much
meet them at
charge.
Disney World.
They, they won't run around the set. I don't really know what they do. They're funny. They're quirky.
They're
a little bit camera hogs, as you saw on the stage earlier. They wouldn't leave.
Oh.
But that's what
They're
are.
doing a
Sigourney
manga.
Weaver.
Droids,
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Droids. What are you gonna do?
They're doing a
Like
manga
Chopper.
adaptation of
Oh,
Thrawn.
God. That guy.
That guy.
That'd be kinda
That
cool.
A
guy.
manga of Thrawn would be sweet.
The big cheer. I don't understand it. I don't understand it. Like R2
And
I get.
Jedi Fallen
get.
Order.
Chopper though.
That'd be pretty cool. Yeah.
See what I mean? See what I
Yeah,
mean?
they've announced
It's
both
weird.
of
He's like
those.
a cat though.
I'm looking at Twitter
They
again.
love a war criminal.
Cats, they only do things if it pleases them. So that's a cat. That's Chopper.
That's exactly why.
Yeah.
I guess so. It's relatable. I don't know.
And there's a lot of big energy from little guys in this movie because we, of course, our buddy Grogu making his jump to the big screen. And Pedro, you're making the jump from a TV series to the silver screen. So, how does it feel to be the Mandalorian in this new space and to bring this story back to theaters?
Latino power. Thank you for answering the question for me.
Yeah.
I think that Dave, I know that Dave and John were very intent on creating a very cinematic experience within an episodic medium, and they nailed it with the series. I always dreamt that it would be a movie. I think I dreamt it before you guys. Personally, I knew that I had no say in the matter, but I knew
you have
it
some
was
pull
something
here.
that
We
what?
have a little pool here. I think you can suggest things.
Zero pool. I promise. But it was a fantasy, and that it's happened is unbelievable. Everyone has complete faith, as they should, in these guys to make it one of the best adventures we've seen since the first Star Wars movies were introduced to the world.
That's a big sell right
I
there.
promise. I love it.
So now you look nervous. Get back to work.
Yeah, everything's fine here. Situation normal.
Nice quote from
I like how you're
A
just
New
stay on
Hope.
course, too.
Everything is fine here. Situation normal. When he
How are
like-
you?
Yeah. I love it. How are you?
That surprises you.
Boring conversation anyway.
That surprises you, not that pisses you off.
Oh no. Well, these boots for one thing. That was surprising.
Are
today.
those
That was
screen
a real
accurate
surprise.
boots?
I thought, who could do that? And there it was. It's
No
always-
one.
No one. It's such
Including
a surprise.
me.
I love it. No, I love it. I think that, and coming from animation, I worked extensively with voice actors, and I think that people underestimate how challenging that can actually be. And something that really impresses me, because there's not an automatic translation from on-camera work to voice acting. And while there's a lot of physicality to the Mandalorian, you have to portray something in your voice that's very unique in each situation. And I just really appreciate that and marvel at how well you blend together the performance of all you Mandos into one thing. Something that's very special about this character is that collaboration between you and Brendan and Lateef, and it all comes together with the voice. And so never undervalue that voice performance, that warmth that you bring, which is a special ability. And I've known so many great voice actors, and I'd put you right there with them. It's a really great talent, and not one everyone has. So bravo to you.
Thank you. We had me earliest with Dave had a lot of experience actually sort of authoring the physicality of the character and discovering what it would mean within the suit to understand the arc of a scene. In the slightest of gestures, head tilts, and stuff like that. In the time that we did get to spend with the mask on, quite a lot in the earlier stages, and that was a fascinating way of finding a new way of kind of like finding subtle expression through with a character.
We talked about Clint Eastwood. And it
Yes.
is all about.
It was all.
It's all about
it's
the brim
right.
angle, and when he's like, "This is the T visor, the top
That's
of the
right.
T," and so when he's looking and he just tilts
Yeah.
down, it's a different. It's more of an angry brown. And when he looks up,
Yeah.
it's more examining, and every little head tilt, and then
and like the shaking of the head, you could like if
Very
it was like too
subtle,
much, it'd be too
subtle
big, and it would
movements.
all look like there was a lot more authorship than you would realize. That went
A lot more
into it.
goes
Very
into it.
surgical.
A lot goes into a head tilt. I feel like all the Mandalorian cosplayers taking notes here of the
Well,
head
they
tilt.
already know. They're it every day. They try to, every day they know.
Yeah. Pedro, You speak so much about the trio and what it takes to bring the Mandalorian to life. But in your estimation, how have you helped to shape him?
Well, I've been very, very lucky and brought in into such early stages of development. Dave and John are so incredibly collaborative, and I think what you would expect in a role like this is really just kind of stand there, do what you're told, and they demand way more than that. And they really expect you to sort of put the kind of heart of authorship into it when it comes down to any kind of a line change or tone
This is
in
cool. I'm
voice
talking
or
to so
posture
Tony
or
unfortunately
any
won't
of
be
it.
able to join us, Star Wars
They're
Sith,
always
but
constantly
currently
demanding
he's in line to meet
collaboration.
Hayden
And
and get
it's
his autograph.
Oh, awesome.
So
it's
I'm
so
excited to see what his story is
you know,
going to be, because last time Hayden
to
recognized him
to
and was like,
Yeah.
"Wait, you're Star Wars
that-
Sith, right?"
to have
And
that
he was
kind
like,
of an invitation into it from the
I'm like
beginning, and
jealous.
and has maintained that and has been that. And I've
Gonna
also never had a chance to be so much a part of the post and sit in the room with these guys and see everything from its like crudest stages into
There's-
what ends up getting shared with the world is fascinating. I feel very, very, very lucky.
That feels like a masterclass in filmmaking and in the Star Wars galaxy and storytelling overall. But I think we're all fans here first, right? Yeah. Including the two of you, our two esteemed guests. So what makes going to the movie theater for a new Star Wars film such a unique experience? In your own words. I want to hear it straight from you two.
The popcorn bucket, obviously. Like, what will it be? Will it be the pram and you have to
That
reach
is
around
spoken
Grogu
like
to
a
get the
true
popcorn,
fan
or
right there.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, I always stop and say, well, Star Wars began in the theater.
Oh,
You know,
camera,
it really
camera.
exploded out from there, and we're so used to having a Star Wars film as a
Ooh.
big driver behind everything else that we had in the franchise. One of my
Hanny.
favorite periods of Star Wars, because now there are many periods of Star Wars, would
It's
have
so
been
pretty
in
in the
the prequel era,
light.
when and something I vividly remember in that period was I would see the Phantom Menace, but then there were all of the books and all of the games and all of the things surrounding it related to that, and you could like be with all that other material all the way up to
Here we
Attack
go.
of the Clones. Then we'd go watch
I had
that
a
movie
touch.
together, and then we'd go back and you'd
Oh,
do
hold
all
on.
the more books and all the more games, all things. And so there's a massive community around it, all kind of
Oh,
generating
yeah, it
towards
definitely
the
looks good in the
same
one
thing.
touch.
And I'm
It
very
does.
interested in
For
that.
real.
I
That
think
is
it's something
that will
the
forever. I'm
movie
gonna put it
provides that big driver, and George
right there.
understood that type of ecosystem for Star Wars, and
I'll
so
put it right there.
I
There we
have a
go.
lot of focus on that these days, and how we
The
can,
only cards
really
I have is
navigate that
Lorcana,
dimensional
and
experience.
I have way too much
Yeah.
of
I
that.
love about the franchise.
I
'Cause
love
it's not
those
just it starts in the
Galactic
theater
Files
and then it
cards and
trickles
one
out
touches.
everywhere in a wonderful way.
Dude, this one's
And,
of
you
35.
see it here take shape in reality, and it just you
Dang.
get energized celebration to go back and say, all right, we're going to put in even more time because we
That's
wanna
one I
make this even
might get
better for all
autographed by
these
Ian
guys.
McDermott one day.
That's what-
Yeah. Pedro, how do you get back into the headspace for The Mandalorian when you're working on this film?
Just stuff your head in that helmet.
You don't just
The
say "It's the way."
headspace is very economical.
There's a literal headspace.
All right, I was just trying to bait you to say this is the way. I think we all
This
know
is the
that.
way.
Thank you. That's all I wanted. Anything else you want to tell the fans today?
Los quiero mucho.
Say it again.
Thank you for having us also in Tokyo. It's incredible.
Please.
And thank you for being here and for being especially with us on
Y
the
viva
Star Wars.
Chile!
Thank you for being here on the Star Wars Celebration Live stage with us as well. Such an amazing day, and we can't wait to watch The Mandalorian and Grogu.
They're putting people's like
in
Twitter posts at the
theaters
bottom,
next
like
year.
of the ticker.
It's coming up, so don't you dare touch that dial.
Thank you.
I love Pedro Pascal.
I do too.
I can't wait to see Fantastic Four.
His outfit is unique. I just know that.
High fashion, guys.
Mm-hmm.
And I agree, Ma. Pedro is the GOAT.
Do it.
Dude, everybody's been having issues with this cannon.
Because that's the only one they have. OMG.
Yeah, I saw that on Twitter. They make the AT-AT look so spacious in the trailer. Like it takes them forever to get through it.
Thank you very much. I'm okay. How are you, sir? Yes.
Is that edible?
I think so.
I think they literally make something like food for them, like different thing each time.
Yeah, for Anakin they did cake.
No, it would have been hilarious if he actually like bit into it.
I have not seen the teaser yet.
I saw it on Twitter.
An Oreo. Oh my
Yeah.
god.
They're
Okay.
showing you how to make a loaf cat.
Stop it. Oh my
Is that just is that hot peanut butter?
god. Wash that.
See, once you get a piping bag involved,
Signed Chilean flag, 1 of 1.
I'm not eating anything. I'm not eating.
That was great. Oh, Lucasfilm Publishing has a new logo.
Oh, that's weird.
I don't know. That's just the news that they got. I like the logo though.
Google that.
Look at all those Mandalorians.
I'm gonna send it to you on Instagram if you want to share it.
Oh yeah, yeah. We get pulled up here.
Let's see. This is I don't know. Very nice and neat, but I don't know. I don't know if it's major newsworthy.
I mean, it kind of does just look like the original one, just as publishing under it.
Lucasfilm Publishing and Bantha Media. This has been an unabridged production of Star Wars.
The ears are itchy.
I've heard that phrase like, I don't know, at least 50 times since September.
All right, here we go. I just save it so I could put it up here.
Buff, you can do it. You can build the suit. Tony Stark built his suit in a cave with a bunch of scraps.
Bunch of scraps.
Who did?
Tony Stark.
I'm not Tony Stark.
That's what I heard,
Sorry.
at least. That's how the legend goes.
Facts. That's me. No, well, that's how I feel. Like, I want to do a Chiss Ascendancy cosplay, but I gotta lose some weight before I do that.
Oh, save on desktop. Where is this stupid thing?
He's just chilling there.
All right, here's the new logo.
I like that. They look the same.
Yeah, it's just like they just kind of add the publishing at the bottom.
Yeah.
Sapphire vibe.
I had to check.
Ah, crap! I left the thing. Hold on, let me pull it back up. There we go.
Whoa.
Woo.
Our next guest.
I love all the people in the audience that wants to be that last person that yells, "Yeah."
Iconic ships. One with the Razor Crest and an adorable green baby, and the other with the Nostromo and murderous xenomorphs. Seems about even. Let's make some noise for Jon Favreau and Sigourney Weaver.
I love Jon Favreau.
Me too.
Same.
No.
These people on Twitter called the Star Wars HQ said, "We're all still waiting," and it says Star Wars Battlefront 3.
I don't think it'll happen. I keep hoping, but
it's done.
Happen.
Battlefront 3.
Gosh, I need glasses.
Did they make these? They have like this new glasses company that has like magnetic frames that clip on, and they have like Star Wars ones.
Oh,
Not
yeah.
wrong, Muff.
I saw that.
I want to spend some money on that one day.
Goodness.
And then we wonder what broke.
Oh my goodness. You know, John, it is always wonderful to see you, but Sigourney Weaver, welcome to Star Wars.
I'm
Is it bad that I don't know who she is?
and I cannot believe
Yes,
how wonderful
yes, that's
it
really
is to
bad.
see all of you
Okay.
guys. My goodness.
I know it's
You say
Alien?
Avatar? I've seen Avatar.
Too.
I've seen
Alien?
both of the Avatar movies.
Oh my goodness! I know it's day one, and it's probably been a
No, I'm
whirlwind,
not a
but how's
huge Alien
celebration
fan.
been so far?
Oh,
I've never
Oh, yeah, she's in a-
had such a warm.
She's in a bunch of movies that I've watched.
Enthusiastic.
She's
she
in
is
Holes.
a legend.
And what's cool
I'm
is
tired
that
of this,
everyone,
Grandpa. That's too
you know,
damn bad.
Everyone has a different Star Wars and everything. It doesn't matter. I'm part of the family now, and so I'm thrilled to be here. I just thanked John backstage. I said,
Okay,
"Thanks, dude."
Quinn says ages you.
I'm telling you, man, you're You're pulling in some real great ones, huh?
Muff,
You're pulling
you're
in
gonna
some
have to
absolutely
like. I'm
brilliant
gonna have to
people
have
from the
like
last few
viewing
years on these
sessions. Apparently,
projects.
ICC Con
It's gotta be
because I'm gonna have to
wonderful.
sit Muff down to
great.
watch
The whole
Alien.
thing is
I'm gonna have to sit
casting,
Nerd
whether it's
down
in
to watch
front of the
Back to the
camera or
Future.
behind the camera. It's a team sport.
Nerd watch
And
Back to the Future.
At the end of the day, with Star Wars,
You know how upset that made me.
you want to see
That
humans
I've seen Back to the Future.
undergoing
That makes me so-
challenges, coming together as families.
Like it
going
is
through mythic
possibly
arcs.
one of the
You have
greatest
wonderful
movies ever
actors to
made.
do it. And
Yes.
of course, you need the
Classic.
backdrop of all the wonderful artists, storytellers that are doing visual effects, the set builders, the stop motion animators, the CG animators, the
Typical
puppeteers.
Annie
It's
fan
that-
and Mace
it's that
fan have
recipe
culture.
that makes something that's very unique but relatable over generations, and that's why I'm so lucky to be working in the Star Wars universe.
It really is.
Dude, I love that
It's
theory,
it's
like,
the kind
or
of thing that
theories
really does
fans
only happen at Lucasfilm.
name
It
the
really
one
does
guy
only
from
happen
Bad
in
Batch
Star
as
Wars, and
Fat
you've
Mace.
You've just jumped in, man, and you are part of the fabric.
And I won't leave.
Fat Mace.
Well, let's talk
Yeah,
about this.
the
This-
one guy from the Bad Batch.
You know, we're the Mandalorian
Oh.
and Grogu were
Oh,
obviously
okay.
created for Disney Plus, but now they are jumping to the big screen. You know, difference for you in writing these characters in something episodic versus creating something for the big screen?
Well, there's a lot of opportunities that this affords, right? In television, as a showrunner and as a writer, that's a big part of the process. Here, I only got to direct one episode of all the seasons that we've had. And Dave Filoni, my partner, who you just had out here, who's been just an incredible
I sent you a
mentor
picture on
and
Instagram.
partner. He directed the pilot, and we together established a look.
Oh,
But
okay, that
in
guy.
feature,
Okay, yeah. I
Yeah,
know
the
what you're
leader
talking
of the island.
to be the director is a different process.
Yeah.
They're the storyteller, is they're on set every day.
So jealous.
We also had the opportunity.
Brian says greetings
which is
from
different,
Celebration.
to have a much larger span
Nice.
of time to tell a story in. Not on the screen, but in making it. You know, we had to turn around within a year to get each season of The Mandalorian up. Here we have many
Hazer, were you
years.
speaking?
And so
Because I
that
couldn't
allows
hear
you
you.
to plan differently, to have more.
Yep.
He
Brian.
accidentally mutes himself sometimes.
I do. That's all the time. Brian, you got to jump on here. You got to jump on. I think I sent you the link. Jump on for a few minutes. Let's talk about your celebration experience, even just for like 2 minutes.
The IMAX screen.
Yeah, I was just looking in the corner and saw his hand moving, and I was like, "Is he
Traditionally, Star Wars has
speaking?"
been,
I was, yeah.
2:35 aspect ratio. For
It's
the-
KyberForged made me a specific emoji for myself.
Yeah, he has the emoji just for muting the
with
mic.
all the wonderful imagery that
I
Star
do.
Wars
I'm the mic muter.
I can just feel it. It's going to look wonderful. The team, I know you and the team have been working so hard on it, and it's just everybody's the best in the business.
Yeah,
over
I
there.
really get to work with. I don't know if
right, I'll be
John
right back.
Knoll's been through here, but you
Okie
work with
dokie.
a legend like him, and Doug Chang is here, and Hal Hickel. Just names that I've learned so much from.
Was he just going over like the best way for theaters
Lucasfilm and Star
to show
Wars
the
world.
movie?
You get the best people, and the people who know and love Star Wars so much.
I don't know.
And so that's our
I
you know,
saw
the
that
challenge
letter
to
come
the
out
big screen
recently,
is
like, "Hey, Revenge of the Sith
people
like
who've seen
needs to
every
be shown
episode
in
of the show, and they want to
specific
bring a friend
conditions."
along, or a younger brother or sister.
I kept
that
looking,
hasn't
like
seen
the
it.
IMAX
For
theater
the movies,
close to
you
me
wanna
isn't
make it
showing
something
it.
where
They're
we're
showing
inviting
something
new
else.
people in, but we're also rewarding people who've been
The
since
AMC
beginning.
theater
And so
near
the
me
big
has a
screen,
they have the
you wanna
Dolby
tell a
theater,
story that,
and they're not showing Revenge of the Sith in Dolby, and I was like, "Come on, dude!"
as we always have, keep all of these fans in mind.
Mine,
They've been here since
it's
the
going to
beginning.
have Dolby because it's a Prime theater.
We're excited to see
So
it.
it's got like the Dolby sound and vision, and it's got like the
some
subwoofer
legendary
under the seat.
sci-fi and some legendary.
What theater is near you?
It's just not going to be
titles this morning.
IMAX.
You have been. Come on. We're talking Alien. We're talking Ghostbusters, Galaxy Quest, which is a personal favorite of mine. You know, so you've been part of some of these big things
Yeah, I'm
before.
fine.
What's
glasses.
sort of different, and what sort of drew you to Star Wars?
Well, I just really can't believe how lucky I got.
I feel it.
I've admired the Star Wars films.
She
and
sounds so lucky.
You always have such amazing actors in them, and I love being taken to another
Yeah,
world.
she. That was another film Roger
and
Christian
where you
worked
can
on was
see things
Alien.
play out that are really important, but they are about another world, not your world. I think everyone needs
He
that
did the
escape,
chest
and it's why
burster.
I've consistently gone back.
How'd you go
to
about getting
science
that interview?
fiction.
Did you just message them and be like, "Hey, I want to interview you"?
Being human, it's an
Nerd
exploration of so
had
many things. It's just endless. And I think science
interviewed
fiction
him,
fans
and he
really
got me in contact with him.
understand how important sci-fi
Ah, okay.
is. So, I mean,
having that ability to explore things that everybody's going through, everybody's thinking about, everybody experiences without having to tie it to the day to day is a really lovely and valuable thing.
I think so. So when John, out of the blue, asked to Zoom with me and then starts talking about Mandalorian and Grogu, and you know, I think we're both a little shy. So I didn't, I'm embarrassed to say I hadn't watched the show. If I'd known what it was, I would have watched it. But so, he said, "Well, just start watching," and of course, I just fell in love with it. How can you not? With both characters and the world and all the other supporting worlds, and it just was very inspiring and really cool. And so the next Zoom we had, I knew a little more, and irresistible. Are you kidding me? So I'm so grateful to John for even thinking of me, because some people go, "Oh, she's this, she's that." We have to find someone who hasn't been in this other universe.
Yeah.
And I'm so grateful that he thought of me.
Now you're saying and you fell in love with all the characters, but I literally have in my notes that you just about had a complete meltdown when you met Grogu for the first time.
Well, I did have to, get used to being with something so adorable. I mean, I was fascinated by him. I don't think you can escape every little gesture and sound, and he's very mischievous, so you have to keep your eye on him. But no, I had to actually kind of go against my character's instincts and keep myself aloof from what could be a little troublemaker, and immediately tries to take advantage of me. And so I couldn't express my true feelings for Grogu, which we all share, right? Until cut.
I love that. Okay, so here's where we see if you put her through the mandatory Star Wars media training, John.
Okay.
Tell us about your character.
I play a great character. She came up. She's a fighter pilot. She's
Okay.
still a pilot. She's going to be in all those, eventually. And she's, she came up in the rebellion, and now she's trying to protect the New Republic. And I believe is completely committed to what she does. Has had the good sense to hire Mandalorian and this sidekick. And this is I'm going to find out if they're as good as they say.
Nice.
I'm counting on them.
I think she did it. But let's talk. I mean, you're saying the Mandalorian and this psychic, and it's the way that Grogu's reputation has changed and the character of Grogu has changed. You've been doing this for 5 years now, 2019. If you, knowing what you know now about the process, is there anything you would change about the things you did along the way?
No, I think things unfold the way they do, and you don't always know where it's going. But if you have a good group of people who are seeing things eye to eye and who are all committed to the same vision, that vision might shift and change over time. We had no idea we'd be seeing these characters go to the big screen in the way that we did. It's interesting to look back and think about those times, because there are people now, even though it seems to me at my age like it was just yesterday, there are kids who are like teenagers now who grew up with those characters since they were little. And I really try to remember what it was like for me, young, seeing Star Wars for the first time when I was small, and then how my mind was blown by Empire, and I was tricked that's Yoda. I was tricked by, spoiler alert, there's a family relationship between Luke and Darth Vader. I don't want to. Maybe somebody here hasn't seen that one yet.
Cut the feed.
No, right. Cut the. And then by the time Jedi came out, I was an usher in the movie theaters. I was in high school, and how my relationship with it changed over time, and then the prequels and then animation, gaming. So it's George Lucas really wanted to capture rites of passage, and he was always very cognizant of the coming of age story and the Joseph Campbell mythic hero's journey. And I think that we always have to look back. And what's nice about Star Wars now
about
that's
George
different
Lucas's
from then
legacy
is between all the different streaming shows, the extended universe, gaming. There's different flavors of ice cream for everybody. That all
I
work
truly
together.
believe
It's
he
great to
could
have
do
somebody
for
like
Star
Dave
Wars
Filoni,
what he
who was
did
just
for
up here,
Marvel.
who is very
yeah.
aware and thoughtful about how all of those interplay and how it's all Star Wars. And what's great about events like this is you see people of
Geezer,
all
what are
different
you
ages,
doing?
all different parts of the
Wheat
world
Thins.
who connect with different aspects of Star Wars, but we're all one big community.
Yeah,
He needed some snacky snacks.
I
absolutely.
need some snacks,
And
but
it's
I'm
been wonderful with the
want to have snacks.
with more of the exploration through the TV and the episodic format. To watch you and Dave and all of the creative people that you've pulled into these shows get to play around a little bit and get to tell different.
I wonder if she's going to play a new character or like a already established character.
Last time is I love that sometimes you can have
I
an
imagine
episode of
a new one.
Mandalorian that's a buddy cop.
I think
And
yes. I
sometimes
think
you
it's
can
going to
have
be
an
a new
episode of Mandalorian
character.
that's a Seven
But
Samurai
she already has
story.
like a pre-established
Very-
story, obviously, like she said in the rebellion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When she said that, I was thinking like maybe she could play Nora Wexley, but I don't know if they'll do that.
Well, I think there's a few things we're keeping in mind. First of all, want a sense of play and adventure, right? Because that's what it is. And you think about, we always sought to not just be inspired by what George did, but what inspired George. And you know, he connected with Flash Gordon. He connected with from his childhood. So there's a type of a flavor of sci-fi that has a sort of adventure that I think he also explored through Raiders.
Yeah.
So there's a swashbuckling, fun romp. So there's adventure, but then there's also all of the complexity that came from the Western and the samurai film, and Kurosawa, Ford, and we, especially the directors that we brought in to do the shows over the years, we definitely connected them with that. Also, mid-century war films that.
Muff says allegedly she's playing Colonel Bishop, an officer in the New Republic Defense Fleet.
The lived-in world that he created that felt like there was history. And even though it's sci-fi, it doesn't feel like it's set in the future. If anything, it feels like it's set in the archetypes of the past, of classic storytelling. And how do you incorporate all of those things? Like you said in the show, we could go on little tributaries and trajectories.
Yeah.
But with a movie, you want it to be for everybody to enjoy. And how do you draw all of that together and put it in a package and experience that if it's the first time somebody's coming to see Star Wars, they're going to want to be here and be part of this.
Well, I'm so excited. I'm sure everybody
Well
here is
said,
excited to
Mr.
see what happens
Favreau.
with Mandalorian and
Well
Grogu.
said. He gets you excited for Star Wars because he just understands.
He really
before we all
does.
take off.
Like he makes me very excited about this movie.
Well, someone asked me earlier, what is this movie going to be about? And I said, it's about action, it's about adventure, and it's about adorableness. You're going to love it.
Well, we are excited for the action, the adventure, and the adorableness. So thank you so much for coming by, everybody. We've got more Star Wars coming in hot. Do not go away. Jon Favreau, Sigourney Weaver.
Thank you, everybody.
Will it work this time?
Mm-hmm.
Like, what am I gonna do that? You gonna say something?
What's up?
I thought he was gonna say something.
Oh.
All right, guys, let's
Just
give up
go.
the shirt gun. It's not gonna work.
No.
Just
Just start
toss it.
throwing
They
the
don't
shirt.
want to abandon this. They're eventually going to just toss the gun into the crowd.
He's finding something. That's so cool.
101.
That'd be dope. Have a freaking Fabro autograph.
Right? I like that he's going to meet the fans. Look at this.
That's cool.
He did, yeah.
Oh, I didn't notice that one.
He's got
Cool.
something in his hand from a fan. Or he did. Look at, he's going to the other side still. I love it. He's like, I didn't forget about you all the way over here.
Yeah, you can
Can this
tell.
robot
he's
that they're
definitely a
showing
fan
actually,
himself.
like, can that robot actually make stuff?
No, it's doing the.
It looks like one of the droid chefs from Outlaws. Muffet, LOL, no.
Oh, it's a little Grogu.
Jeez, Muff.
He has an axe to grind tonight, guys.
I was gonna say he's.
What an incredible morning so far. For 50 years, Industrial Light
He
Magic
saw
has brought the impossible
Kathleen
to
Kennedy's
life in the
face, and it
documentary
just
series
it brought it
Light
all
Magic
up.
gives fans a look behind the curtain for a peek at the magic.
I can't wait for this.
Star スター・ウォーズファンの皆様、あの恐るべきダースモールの声を務め、ライト&マジックシーズン2の魔法に触れるパネル進行役、サム・ウィットワーさんをお迎えしましょう。
Damn.
Bro.
That's so cool.
I love Industrial Light Magic.
Awesome.
Sam, I love it.
Do a kickflip.
Tell us how you really feel.
Ladies and gentlemen, this panel, when they asked me to moderate it, wow, I got scared. Like, really, really scared because
Scream Kenobi.
Industrial Light Magic is very, very personal.
Can you turn this up on your end, Kyber?
Yeah,
A
let me
long
try
time
to
ago,
here.
in a time before the internet, when I was a kid, a long time ago.
On a galaxy far, far.
Me and my friends, there was an urban legend about a bunch of crazy kids of all ages who would pile into an industrial warehouse somewhere out in California, and under the direction of George Lucas, they tried to solve
That a little better?
unsolvable
Yeah.
problems with the objective of creating magic. We all knew these stories as kids. And for me, this was a hugely
That's
inspiring.
awesome. I think they're going to show us a
and
whole panel
propelled me
here.
toward the entertainment business. So being here today means a great deal to me. I am such a huge fan of all these people you're about to meet. But before we begin, Let's talk to one of those crazy kids who was in the industrial warehouse back in the 70s, the director of season 2 of Light and Magic, Joe Johnston.
Hello, Star Wars Celebration Japan. I hope you're all having a wonderful time. I wish I could be there with you in person. First off, I would like to thank you for supporting Light and Magic and giving us the opportunity to make a second season. All these decades later, I'm still amazed at what we were able to accomplish at ILM in those early days and what the company continues to do today. And because of you, the fans, ILM's body of work will continue to live on forever. My goal for the second season was to explore the incredible chapter of change at both Industrial Light and Magic and within the industry as a whole as the digital revolution began to take hold. From Star Wars, The Phantom Menace to Pirates of the Caribbean, Twister, War of the Worlds, and many others, we have lots of exciting stories to tell. We have a great panel seated here below me, moderated by the one and only Sam Witwer. We also have a very special message from our series executive producer, the legendary Ron Howard. Now, sit back, relax, and enjoy Light and Magic, a glimpse into the magic of Season 2.
Hello, Star Wars Celebration Japan. We at Imagine Documentaries teamed up with Larry Kasdan to create the first season of Light and Magic. And now we're thrilled to bring you Season 2. Now, Larry and I have both had wonderful experiences working with Industrial Light and Magic in the past. I worked with them closely on Willow and Solo, and Larry, as the writer of Empire Strikes Back and Raiders, was endlessly intrigued by the people behind the magic. The stories of these unsung artists somehow made the iconic movies they were working on even more fascinating. So for Season 2, we really wanted a director who, like Larry, was part of the fabric of ILM. And we were lucky to bring on iconic filmmaker Joe Johnston, who not only played a crucial role at ILM during its early years, but also directed several films in which ILM's pioneering visual effects were critical. Films like The Rocketeer, Jumanji, and Jurassic Park 3. Season 2 showcases how the innovators at ILM, with the visionary guidance of George Lucas, continued to pioneer new techniques, develop revolutionary digital technology, and transform the way we experience the art and craft of filmmaking. You'll see some familiar faces and meet some new ones too. And I promise there will be even more stories behind the magic this time around, like the making of the prequels, Twister, and Pirates of the Caribbean, just to name a few. We hope you enjoy watching it as much as we enjoyed making it.
All right, you guys ready to meet my heroes? You guys ready to meet my heroes? Please welcome to the stage President and General Manager of Lucasfilm Business, Lin-Win Brennan. Senior Vice President, General Manager, and Head of ILM, Janet Lewin. Senior Vice President and Executive Design Director of Lucasfilm, Doug Chang.
Doug.
Heck yeah.
Executive Creative Director and Senior VFX Supervisor, Mr. John Knoll.
John Knoll?
And then, a man who needs no introduction, the voice, the body, the heart and soul of Jar Jar Binks and Jedi Master Kelleran Beck, Ahmed
Awesome.
Best.
Woo! Heck yeah. Sweet.
Last but not least,
Jar Jar.
Creative Director and Animation Supervisor, Rob Coleman. All right. So, Lin-Win.
Yes, Sam.
Can I call you Lin-Win?
Yes.
Right.
What else would you call
Yeah. I want to start with you, but before I do, let's take a clip. Let's watch a clip from season 2 of Light and Magic.
The prequels, I hadn't written them yet, but I couldn't write them unless I knew what I could do. That's the one thing about Star Wars is I always wrote for the technology I had available to me. Episodes 4, 5, and 6 were using old technology, and the analog technology wouldn't allow us to do so many things. We pushed that as far as we possibly could here at ILM.
Man, he looks old.
But I knew the other stuff I wanted to do was much more complicated.
Yeah.
George Lucas
What age is he
was
at now?
always forward thinking.
I'm looking right now.
He was always mentioning how he wasn't
He's still older.
satisfied with one bit of technology or another and how he
That'd be
wanted
like
to see it
70s?
change.
80.
80?
Yep.
And if I were to go on and do the next 3, that I needed digital technology for.
He'll be 81 next month.
Yep.
Wow.
So we just heard from George Lucas about why he started ILM, what the purpose was. But in your mind, what is it that makes ILM special? And what I want to focus on is something that I've heard you say before. You've referred to the ILM employees as being rogues and being quite like the Rebel Alliance. What do you mean by that?
They absolutely are. I think what makes ILM so special is definitely the people. As George said there, that when he originally created ILM, it was to bring together people who like to break the status quo, like to not to be told no, they still don't, and are not afraid of the impossible. In fact, they love it. And that's what's still in the DNA of ILM. And there's nothing more rebellious than that, really.
So where did they get these terrible habits?
Well, I think we were all so lucky to have worked under George's direction, because when you've got a leader who really believes in what we can do and pushes us forward and believes that we can do the impossible, it's really thrilling. And so when we've all had these moments where we've agreed to do something by a certain time within a certain budget, having no idea how to do it, but we all know working with each other we'll get it done. And to have a leader like George that always
My
has
basement
faith
is
in
freezing
us, I
tonight.
think
I'm gonna go
that
grab a
really
hoodie
just
real quick. I'll be right
instilled
back.
itself in
Okay.
all of us. And I know I, for one, feel incredibly lucky to have had the chance to work with people like that.
It's fantastic. This leads me to our next guest. So George Lucas, he was aware that he had captured lightning in a bottle with ILM, but he knew he couldn't keep them busy all the time with his films alone. So it was time to allow ILM to work on other filmmakers' projects. So let's take a look at a clip explaining what that meant for the company.
It's like the studio now.
ILM was scaling at the same time as filmmakers were getting more comfortable using visual effects and pushing the envelope and resurrecting ideas that now seemed within their reach. These heavy effects-driven projects can be really challenging. A number of them were real nail-biters.
I am constantly in awe of how a crew of people at ILM can solve pretty much any problem, any filmmaking problem that's presented to them.
Back in those days, when you were meant to do something that hadn't been done before, the studio or the producer or the director was always saying, well, let's do a test and see if you guys can actually pull it off.
So, Janet, okay, if you're lucky, you're working on a film that does one new thing that has never been done in film before. If you're lucky, your film is ambitious, you get this one thing you have to figure out how to do. But then if you work for George Lucas, it's 12 things that no one's ever done before. So please explain to me, because I can't figure this out. How do you create a schedule where you have this thing that's never been done? Okay, we've never done it before, but it's going to be done by this date, because then we need the pieces from that to interlock with this next thing that hasn't been done, which those 10 other things are running in the background, and those have to get done by the time that this gets done. How do you schedule the unknown?
Well, it's a great question, and I think part of what makes ILM so special is that it's a team sport. You know, producers are collaborating with creative supervisors and our technical experts to come up with a blueprint for a plan to realize the director's vision. But we know, like you're saying, that change is always part of the process, especially if you're making groundbreaking imagery and never before seen, you know, shots and sequences. So producers are responsible for the budget and the schedule, and they lay out a plan. But a really good producer has to operate in the gray and know that it's constantly going to evolve.
And do you have to project a lot of confidence, I imagine? Because I have to, I mean, come on, if you were in that position, would you not have moments of panic? I mean, how do
Yeah,
you?
you're making me a little panicked right now thinking about it. Well, it's actually, you know, so for Phantom Menace, I was at ILM, but I actually was not on that project. You know, ILM was still working for other filmmakers. I was on Deep Impact and Galaxy Quest at the time, watching with admiration.
It might
at
be
my
controversial, but I think the acquisition of ILM by Disney is
ILM big
is
show was
more lucrative for them than them just acquiring
Phantom
Star
Menace
Wars.
was thousands.
Yeah.
You know,
Yep.
and
Like
they
ILM,
watched
like they're
all,
talking
and I
about, is in
couldn't believe
everything.
that I
Like the
wasn't in the
Wicked
hot seat
movie
on
that
that
just
one.
came out,
And
Superman
as
that's
the
going to come
shows
out,
came
like
together,
it
and
does
they were actually
everything.
achieving it,
That's
and
true.
they had a plan, and it was working. I mean, many plans, but it was coming together. I said to my boss, "Sign me up. I want to do the next one." And
Like
then
I
I got
still
the
can't believe that
opportunity
Disney
on
didn't
Revenge
want to
of the
give
Sith
George more
to
than
work
$4
with
billion.
John and Rob.
Much smaller project, Revenge of the Sith, much smaller.
Yeah, exactly.
They
But
only get smaller, of course.
that's
Was
true.
it like 4 billion
But
in
there was
cash?
a template, you know,
A lot.
They
these
get
guys
yeah.
were prequel
They gave
pros
him.
by that point.
He wanted the
And so they
Pixar.
helped
Pixar
me
got
have
$7
the
billion
big
in
scale
stock,
working,
Mhm.
and
and
we had
they acquired Marvel for $4 billion,
as we
and he wanted what Pixar got.
It's amazing.
Mhm.
But
I'm
but
literally getting
Bob
goosebumps.
Iger writes about it in his book that like you haven't done a movie in a while. The
Doug.
prequels at that time like weren't
How's it
looked
going?
at
I'm
as
doing
like
well,
this
thank you.
major
Because
creative
Doug,
success
you know, I
yet.
saw the season,
Right.
So
and you said
there
some
was a bunch
things
of issues. So they were like, "Hey,
absolutely
like
intriguing.
we're gonna
And you had an
well,"
experience on
and this
screen
is gonna like
that
everybody's
also
gonna laugh
intrigued
at
me.
this, but
Can we roll
Disney's
a clip?
idea was we're
Here's-
going to revitalize Star Wars for you, and
I'd always known that I wanted to come
it
out
hasn't
to work for George
completely
Lucas,
happened that
ever
way.
since I
But
saw Star Wars when I was
they
15 years old.
only valued it at like what Star Wars and
I
Indiana
grew
Jones
up
was at, and I
studying
don't think
beer
they
woods, right?
valued
And that
properly
was my
what
school
they were
because,
getting in
I didn't really
Lucasfilm in
take formal
general.
art classes.
Because
when George made
like
that announcement,
ILM
it
is,
was
I
just
think,
mind-blowing
was
because I'm
worth
like,
4
okay,
billion alone,
maybe I
and like
could have a chance
Disney's
to actually
already
work on Star
made
Wars.
$12 billion
And the irony
on
was
that
that at that
acquisition,
time, I
so
was the creative
they've more
director
than made
for
their money
National
back.
Light and Magic. I was head of this art department.
So go more extreme because I mean we need more stuff up in here.
Money,
These
money,
little
money.
highlight areas are still real soft.
Yep.
And I thought, okay, well, George is going to staff up this art
Now
department.
George made
How
a
much
lot
does he
more
want?
money off of that
And
than
the
the 4
funny thing was
billion
that George
because I
actually
think
said, no, I don't
half
want
of
anybody
the 4
from
billion was in
companies. I want to
stock.
look worldwide.
So he just
So I
left it
realized
there,
I
and
just
then
get in line
eventually,
like
I
everybody else.
think he
And
wound
so I
up making
submitted
like
my
$10
portfolio.
billion in total
And
off
I
the
didn't hear
deal,
anything
just
for a long
because the
time. It was
Disney
kind of like,
stock
okay,
went up.
well, maybe if I'm lucky, I'll get to be a PA in the art department. And then I got a call from Rick McCallum. He said that George really responded to your portfolio. And so we went up to George's office. And I remember that day vividly because it was like my first opportunity to really actually just meet George and speak with him.
Yeah.
And I was terrified.
So there's something that you say.
Just a
that
quick
wasn't in that
update.
clip, where you
Commander
say
Jesse is just waiting in line for
your
Rosario
strongest skills
Auto.
are not in fact
Okay.
Once she gets there, he said
Which-
it'll only be about 10
That's
minutes
weird,
by the
Doug,
time he
because
gets his and gets out, and then he can
you're a
join.
great
So
artist. So
That's cool.
how can you explain to me
That way he'll be able to share
what did you mean
the
when you said
Rosario
that you didn't
experience.
think perhaps that was your strongest skill set, so you were surprised that George tapped you to design for the prequels?
No, it's absolutely true. I mean, this is the crazy part is that I've always dreamt of working at Industrial Light and Magic ever since I saw the making of, behind the scenes. And it's the craziest thing because I didn't know if I could actually fulfill that dream. And to actually be sitting here right now with everybody here, it's still a little surreal. And honestly, the weird thing is being an artist, there is that part of insecurity that all of us have. And for me, when I got to ILM, I mean, I was a young kid. I was the least skilled person in an art department that was filled with some of the industry's best. And I realized that I really had to up my game. And that's been kind of my whole path in career, is that I've been constantly trying to sort of meet a bar that I had artificially set. And I had no idea where that bar was, but I set it super high. And I actually looked at Ralph McQuarrie and Joe Johnston without really knowing their process. But I kind of read all the behind the scenes books, saw their documentaries, and I thought that they were the most amazing artists. And I thought that they were super prolific.
Did pause?
Yeah, you paused it.
What the hell? I didn't touch it. Well, there we go.
Was really real. And I thought I was, no, honestly, I thought I was like one of many people that he was calling. And I had no idea that I was the only one, at that time. And that meeting at Skywalker Ranch was mind-blowing, because prior to that, I never really talked to him. And here I was going to his office to talk to him. And I was kind of starstruck. And I really didn't know what to expect. I didn't know that it was actually a production meeting, that he was actually going to start giving us ideas to tackle.
You thought you were going to sort of an interview, and next thing you know, you're in a production meeting where he's asking you questions about stuff, and you're, what are you doing? I mean, how do you fake your way through that, man?
That's funny.
Believe me, it was.
Can you imagine showing up for an interview with George Lucas, and also next thing you know, you're like, wait a minute, and he's like, so what do you think about adding this and this to the movie? And you're like, wait, what? I think I'm in the wrong meeting.
This was a production meeting, and I was unprepared. I had no paper, no
Wait.
pencil.
Does this mean I have the
And
job?
So my first thing was I looked at the coffee table in front of me, and I just grabbed all the napkins and I just started writing notes.
I just think it's wild that
And
people that
George, I
met
mean,
George,
he's very prolific. I mean, his mind is
like,
running so
to bring it back
fast.
to the
He's always
NASCAR
so
thing,
far
like Dale
ahead.
Earnhardt
He
Jr.
starts
has met
doing
George
everything.
Lucas multiple
And I
times
remember I
because
came
of
back from that day
appearances
with
he's
like
made in other movies.
napkins
Yeah.
with all these ideas that he wanted to
Like
explore.
like
You
Talladega
have
Nights, like
on camera,
Industrial
by the
Light
way,
and Magic worked on
You
that.
see Doug after the meeting, and he's like, just the look of shock on your face. Let me ask you one more question before we move on.
Who
You
laughed
set
like?
this bar for yourself, and you are now going to redefine the look of Star Wars. And there are millions of fans across the globe, myself included, who had been seeing the prequels in their head for their whole lives. And you had to exceed that. And you did. Do you feel like you did? When you see those films, do you feel like, maybe I was ready for it? I mean, have you reevaluated?
No, here's the funny thing is,
Let Ahmed Best answer
I
that.
hold Joe Johnston and Ralph McQuarrie at such a high level, and all the artists that I admire, that I don't consider myself in that same league. I can't be in the same room with them and talk, the same way. And so for me, it's always like playing catch up. And so for the prequels, it was really a really hard challenge, because prior to that, I did a lot of homework studying Ralph and Joe's work. I copied their style. I studied everything about them. And I vividly remember my very first day at Skywalker Ranch. It was in January 18th. George basically came in and said, okay, you guys ready? And I said, yes. And I thought I was going to be drawing just like Ralph and just like Joe. And that's when he said, no, forget about what you think Star Wars design is. We're going to do sort of establish the design language and the philosophy for all of Star Wars. And that terrified me, because I felt like I had been studying for the wrong test.
Oh my God.
Dang.
Wow. Well, that's, I think you may have passed the test. Do you guys think?
Thank you.
Star Wars Celebration posted that the queue for the store, like they had to close it for the rest of the day.
Speaking of tests.
Wow.
Just because of how busy it got. They said
we've
like
all seen the,
they said it'll reopen again tomorrow at 9 a.m.
Dang.
And I got to see season 2 of Light and Magic, and you had an interesting reaction when George presented at Skywalker Ranch. He just kind of brought in all these storyboards and started coloring. This is digital. This is real. This is digital. This is real. This is yeah, you get it. And much like the look on Doug's face, it's right there. It's amazing what the camera captures, right? Because John is just okay,
We had a great behind the scenes crew.
Let's see if we can see a clip of this. I'd like to see this again.
There was a meeting out at the ranch where George had Doug Chang and his group storyboard all of episode 1.
The storyboards were on the kind of moving whiteboards, and they just kept wheeling it more and more, and they were completely
What I'd pay to be a fly on the wall.
with
Right, I know.
I know,
and
right?
each one of these represented incredible amounts of work and new worlds, and it was an astonishing amount.
And
Kyber,
George
did you hear me
talked
about
us through the whole
Commander
story
Jesse?
of the film, one board at a time.
I don't think he was back yet.
Okay. Kyber, Commander Jesse said he's
It was
waiting for
dizzying
Rosario. Once he gets the autograph, he'll pop in.
because every
I
client
heard
comes
you on the
to us
headset. I was trying
wanting
to
do something
keep it
a little
listen
bit
in case
different
somebody
than we
popped
had
in
seen.
while I was.
Okay.
But almost on the
Fair
very
enough.
first storyboards, there were things that, we don't have a good way of doing that. We've got a lot to think about.
We need them to force run and then never do it again.
Particularly including things that were kind of way beyond our capabilities.
I know this is going to work. I know it's going to work because it's impossible. But we're the only ones in the world that can pull this off.
You see that guy's face? Like when he said that, he's like, how do you know?
Yeah. It's Rick McCollum.
I just feel so bad for you guys. I'm so sorry. Okay, so that's what you're doing. That's what you're doing for. Exactly. That's the thrill. So, okay, before Phantom Menace, how many effect shots were in Star Wars Episode 4, A New Hope?
It's about 360, I think. Something like that.
Yeah. So how many? Did you think that you would ever be working on a show where all of the shots in the show were visual effects shots, basically?
No, it was sort of hard to imagine something of that scale. I think Return of the Jedi was probably the biggest visual effects production that had been done prior to that, and that was, I think, like 900 effect shots, which was huge. It was massive. But for us around that era, a big summer tentpole visual effects project was 300, 400 shots maybe. And those seemed kind of daunting. Often we had more than one supervisor on those projects to, divide and conquer. And yeah, this was, as I mentioned in the clip, and beyond just the quantity, it was sort of the content of what was being depicted there. There was a lot of things that were beyond the capabilities of our tools. So through all that meeting, while I was watching George going through all the storyboards, I was keeping this mental tally of all these different things that, all right, we're going to have to write something to do cloth simulations because we didn't really have a good cloth simulator. We had to do very dense scenes with hundreds or thousands of characters in them. We didn't have a good method for doing that. We had droids being cut in half, and so they had to go from an IK animation system to rigid body dynamics. And I've been hearing about this stuff, seeing it at SIGGRAPH, but suddenly we're going to have to in dozens of different areas develop completely new technologies to apply to this work. And so that was really the most daunting aspect of it, was just not just how big it was, but how many things we hadn't ever done before.
Which at the time there was no contest. It was easily the biggest visual effects challenge ever in any film ever. Now, your history goes back to being a teenager and being on a trip to Los Angeles and looking up Industrial Light and Magic in a phone booth to go and visit them. Did you feel as if, since you were a teenager, you're a fan of these things, you were interested in this stuff, what was this like the moment that George dropped the biggest challenge ever in your lap? Did you feel like, oh, this is what I was made for? This is it. This is the thing I've been waiting for.
It was something I wanted to do. As a teenager, I was very inspired by the Star Wars films and felt like
Kyber, will you be streaming again tomorrow?
Absolutely.
All
And
right,
then
same
Saturday
time?
also. Yep.
All right.
Let's go, brother.
Many, many times the scope of what had been done before. And was it difficult to wrap your brain around all these different problems all at once and figure out how to tackle them piece by piece.
Well, yeah, the way you do that is you take big problems and you break them down into smaller problems until they're manageable. So you start off with just, all right, I'm just going to write an exhaustive list of all the different R&D challenges that we've got here. And let's just tackle them one at a time and see, all right, how are we going to deal with dense scenes? How are we going to deal with rigid body dynamics? How, we just went through them one by one. And we had our plan A and our plan B for every one of those challenges. And we just worked through them methodically.
That's absolutely incredible. Well, I think that we liked the results. I mean, that film to this day is just one of the most beautiful films to look at from beginning to end. It's astonishing work. So, as we're talking about astonishing, what's up, Ahmed?
Hello, Sam.
Yes.
Let's go.
So, John just talked about all this stuff that had never been done before. Well, there was another
Did
thing.
he do the voice as well, or was he
never
just the
done
CGI actor?
There was
For
the
what?
first
Star Killer?
Jar Jar.
lead
Or
character.
Jar Jar. Yeah, he was
in a
the actor
feature
too.
film. So let's take a look at what George is going for in that performance.
George and I worked really closely together for about 2 years. George is incredibly astute as a film historian. And so he would really dive into these Buster Keaton movies and talk about why he's moving the way he's moving. And it just wasn't a comedy bit, but it was a real motivation behind it. And that helped me a lot.
So you are the first actor to create a motion capture performance mated with a vocal performance.
Yes.
That was going to be a fully CG character, lead character in a feature film. What was that like?
Man, the way you say it, I feel like I should be a lot richer. Jeez, not doing too well compared to that.
I'm gonna Google something.
Thank you.
He's not
I
wrong.
think for me, what was really important about making that happen was not only having all of these guys do most of the work before I got there and being able to help enhance what they've done, but I think what we've been hearing and what you'll hear a lot from all of us is there was really no straight path to the Phantom Menace. There was really no straight path to Star Wars. What we had was this incredible passion and desire to make these things. We all have our history with it. We all grew up with it. I grew up with the OG trilogies back in the 70s and 80s. And I had no idea. I grew up in the South Bronx, New York City. There was no way I was going to be in Star Wars, right? And it was just by just a sheer shred of hard work in the theater on stage and luck that somebody saw something in me, and that somebody was George. And I think what we all have in common is George had faith in us to figure it out, right? And through all of the trials of the imposter syndromes, we all had a come to Jesus moment when we all were just like, okay, we're here, and we didn't get all this way to not fight for this. And that passion to want to deliver the best performance or the best work that we could do for this thing that we all love and for this person that has so much faith in us, we just had to bring our A game to everything that we did. And that's what I tried to do. Buster Keaton and Jackie Chan, for me, were the big archetypes for Jar Jar. And working with George and really talking to him about this and how to develop the almost lyrical ideas of the movement of Jar Jar and developing the comedy timing of the voice and being able to work with everybody else, it really helped form this very believable, livable character, and it was an incredibly special time.
Do you think as he
But it
gets
was
older,
also
he
a
can
time
still
where
do
I
the voice?
realized that this couldn't happen.
Maybe.
I don't
without
know.
everybody here. You know, Jar Jar isn't just me; it's all of us. And I know I get a lot of the spotlight when it comes to Jar Jar, and I get a lot of attention, but there would be no Jar Jar without everybody sitting on this panel right here. So I can't take the full credit. We are Jar Jar.
I was
We are Groot.
fortunate enough to overhear a story you once told. This is a long, this isn't so much the technical challenges of creating Jar Jar, but you told a story about a particular line that you went, and I was fascinated. I loved this, right? Because you told a story about a particular line that you went to George and you said, "What does this line mean?"
Yeah.
And he goes, "Oh, I don't know."
Yeah. Yeah.
That's a great George impression.
Yeah. So
That
it
is
was
a
the
really good
submarine
George
scene
impression.
where me, Liam, and Ewan just finished, the whole Boss Nass situation. And
That's Sam Witwer's next big role, George Lucas.
Surface Naboo.
Right.
And, there's always a bigger fish line, right? And that day was really fun and interesting because everything looked. That was one of like the poor man's process classical.
They should do a
filmmaking
novel
days.
on what Jar Jar
Looked
Binks
all
does to
fancy
get
and CGI
banished.
and all these fish, but it was really just me, Ewan, and Liam
Yeah.
sitting in the back, and these
I'm
two,
surprised
big
it hasn't
burly
been
British
done
guys
yet.
like shaking us, and like in between takes they would just like shake us around, and then afterwards they were just like, "You all right, man? Yeah, you're all right. You're all right." So there was the one part where McGregor is like, "How
Why will you
managed-"
banish Jar Jar?
Yeah. You might say Misa caused one or two little bitty accidents. Yeah. You might say Misa boomed the gasser, then crashed into bosses, hey blibber, then banished.
There you guys go.
There it is.
Still got it. He's got it. Still got it.
I had no idea what that meant. And like the whole day I was like, boom the gasser, crashing the bus. Like, what does this mean? Like, how am I gonna say this convincingly? Because I don't know what that means. So I go to George and I'm just like, hey man, and a Star Wars set, there's like a million things going on at once, and people are always asking George questions, and I always felt like, oh, is this the right time? But I was just like, I gotta ask. So I went up to him and I go, hey, this boom the gasser thing, like, what does that mean? And he's like, I don't know. You wrote it. You should be able to tell me. And he was like, I don't know what that means. But
George is like, I don't
it
care
was a
about dialogue.
really important lesson for me, right? Because my job as an actor, and I got this from Ben Kingsley, my job as an actor is to make the line work, right? It's not my job to critique the line. It's not my job to come up with a better line unless I'm asked. I'm
Yeah,
not
the power of few, or
My
whatever
job
the
as
hell
the
the
actor
people
is to
say.
make the line
I'm the
work.
acolyte.
And
Yeah.
but I think he was like, I think he Jedi mind tricked me in that situation, because I was probably the least experienced person in that movie. Jake
It's
had
almost
done 2
similar
movies,
to like
Natalie
the
was
story
Natalie, Liam
Mark
Neeson had
Hamill
his
told,
thing. Ewan just came
or
off
like
of
he like
Trainspotting,
went to
which
like
is huge,
Ryan
right?
Johnson and told him like,
And
I don't
I
really
just
agree with
jumped
what
off the
you're
stomp
doing with the
stage, and I was
character,
just
but
like,
I'm an
hey,
actor and I'll
try not to get
play
fired.
the role the best of my
I was just
ability.
like the least
Yeah.
experienced person on the set. And I think what George was trying to do was just say, I know you don't feel like you belong here, but here is the power to make something. And I
Yeah.
trust you.
You
and I
belong
have
here,
faith
Ahmed Best.
in you
You're the reason
to make
Palpatine doesn't
they
become the
will.
Senate without you.
Which is something I've heard a lot from everyone.
Crucial to the rise of the Empire, Jar Jar Binks is.
Yeah.
It's really kind of special.
You know,
Working
he
on a Star
becomes
Wars
like a
movie,
jester
especially
after
with
this. Like he's
George,
just like a street
I
was
clown.
this incredibly
I feel so bad for Jar Jar Binks' fate
stressful,
that's awaiting for him, like in the
scary,
Empire era.
but enlightening and
Yeah,
life-changing experience.
some kid. So in the
And
Aftermath
it's
trilogy
very
of
rare that
novels,
we find
they
somebody like
talk
George
about
Lucas
like
who
this kid
all
encounters
kinds of
them, and they're like,
right?
"Oh, like what's
We
your
were
thing?"
somewhat
And he's
terrified
like, he's just like a street
but
clown, and he just
George
wanders
Lucas
the
was
just
never trying
wanders
to
the roads.
make us him. He was trying to make us better.
Misa and Big Doodoo now.
So he was showing
I'm gonna
us
sip
that
my coffee. Oh
you
my god.
have this incredible you inside you, and I'm gonna help you bring it out. And that, he gets critiqued a lot for not saying a lot as a director, but being a director is not telling you how to work, right? It's not telling you what to do. Everybody thinks that directing is just like the notes, but it's a lot like playing jazz. It's like what you don't say, right? It's the space in between the artistry that actually makes the thing happen. And that's what he had a lot of. And I tell you, I miss it. I miss it every day. I want to be a part of something like that, like every day.
It's amazing. And before we move on to Rob, what's it mean? What's the line mean? Boom the gasser.
Boom the gasser. So the way I interpreted it, right? So Boss Nass has this like badass car, right? Like, like a Porsche GTR, right? 911, right?
I kind of thought that's
And
what he meant
I
too.
borrowed the car, and then I crashed the car, right? And what the car is called the Hey Blibber, right? And boom the gasser me. And I got this because George is a race car guy, right? So I was like, I probably jumped in the Hey Blibber when I wasn't supposed to, right? I popped the gasser, clutch, and then I crashed the car into some kind of crazy ass auto gunga thing. But that's how I interpreted it.
Well, now we don't need the book. He just boomed the gasser.
Yeah, right there.
So,
Boom the gasser.
Being aware, because I'm fans of all these guys, of the caliber of people that we have on stage, I have a really hard time believing that any of you feel like you somehow got lucky when you got the job at ILM, and yet I keep hearing this sentiment from all of you. And you'll see what I'm talking about in this next clip.
Welcome. Hi, Joe. The computer graphics department at ILM I started in October of '93, was about 45 people. And I think I was animator number 9 they hired. There were 6 animators on Jurassic. So it was still early days, but it was beyond intimidating. The legends were there. Ken Ralston was there, and Dennis was there. There were people that I knew their names, and they were in the hallway, and I had the worst case of imposter syndrome for about 6 months. How had I fluked myself into this place?
So, Rob, we were having a little talk backstage. In season 2 of ILM, there's footage of Rob Coleman presenting the first Yoda animation test to George Lucas with the thought that, hey, we could do Yoda animated. I mean, we have to do this fight anyway. What if we tell us about that day?
Sure. George had said to us that he'd wanted to see Yoda fight for a long time, and he knew he couldn't do it with a puppet, obviously. So a digital Yoda was on the plate, on the table. And once it was, I was then thinking, well, we should aim for a high bar. And the high bar for me was to do the full character. The performances, both verbal and nonverbal. And so, like you've heard here, I went off and did my homework. I studied Empire Strikes Back. I looked at what Frank Oz had done with the puppet, And I remembered what it was like to be 16 and see that character for the first time. Now, I'm in the generation, I was 5 years old when Sesame Street came out. I grew up with the Muppets. Frank and Jim Henson were heroes to me.
Oh, Frank Oz.
The way I approached it was, what did I remember from 1980 versus what I was now seeing and analyzing, looking back at that footage? And what I remembered was there was this incredibly expressive character that we were all absolutely there with and engaged with. So the way I thought about it was, I want to go for the spirit of the performance rather than the actual frames if you study them frame by frame. Now comes the day for this clip that's in Light and Magic 2.
Well,
There was a
we might
documentary
not
crew
get
before
Commander
there were
Jesse
any of us
tonight. He's
around,
still in
we got
line for
somewhat used to cameras.
Rosario, and it sounds like she's gonna be in her Ahsoka like picture
Let Doug know
thing
we
for
were
a
coming
while
up
yet
with
before she even gets to her
for
autos.
Skywalker Ranch,
So,
Doug's domain with his team.
and the
they
autograph
wanted
line
me
is the
to
only spot you
present
can't do any type of video while in line.
chosen three
Yeah.
verbal,
So-
3 talking shots of Yoda out of Empire, and 3 non-verbal shots on purpose to demonstrate to him. And even though it was not textured, it was just gray plastic, I was going to pitch that we could handle the full digital Yoda, or the full performance of digital Yoda. And when I went up there, there was a documentary crew, and I asked, please do not shoot this. I am nervous enough, and having a camera in my face is going to really mess up what I think is a really important pitch. And they went, yeah, fine. And they disappeared. Thank goodness they recorded it.
So wait a second. You said, hey, please don't do this. And they said, yeah, no, we won't. And then they just rolled.
Yeah.
And you were like, all right.
They positioned themselves sort of 3/4 back behind me, so I couldn't see them.
But you were aware, right? You're like, they did the...
No.
No.
When I was pitching to George, I don't know how the other guys have this. I would get into kind of tunnel vision, and I get almost, I'm going to call it like a trance
I think after
mode
this
where
panel, then I'm gonna
I'm not even
probably get off
thinking of the
and
sentences I'm saying.
go to
know
bed.
the
I got
work
some
really
stuff I got to
well,
do
and
tomorrow.
I'm
So
just kind of going on
No worries, dude.
autopilot. And
you're
I'm
hearing back,
resonating-
you're hearing faster, more intense.
Yeah, there's all that, but there's this sense.
his
where
George impression is spot on, man.
It is great. It is
focusing
such a
on
good
his
impression.
reaction. And there's
They
other
probably
folks
just
in
used
this
to make fun of
including
George,
me,
like
but
every
also
time they were
me
done
teasing
doing
him.
something. Like if he
I'm
pissed him
so
off, he'd be
grateful
like,
for this
he'd just
documentary
pretend to be
because it
George.
captures a time in my life, in our lives, where we were doing some pretty special stuff, and there we were, right beside him, working side by side to create his vision for his movie.
So in the final analysis, you're happy that this camera crew lied to you?
Yes.
That's good.
So incredibly grateful.
He says he'll be on
I'm
tomorrow
so
for sure.
incredibly-
His
this
schedule is a
Sounds
lot less
good.
hectic
like a
tomorrow.
time machine
So
for me. You see both.
Yep, no worries
both
at all.
me
Definitely
right
get
here
that
today, but you
auto.
see
That's
young
the
me,
more important thing.
And
Yep.
it's surreal because those days and those meetings are in my head somewhere, and they come racing back. They're not forgotten, but they had been put away in dusty boxes in my brain, and now they're alive again. And I haven't talked to these guys about this. I have a duality in that I know that's me, and I'm watching, and it is me, but then it's also not me because I've grown so much, and I am, I'm so lucky to working at ILM, now creative director in the Sydney studio, but to have been there at that time with these folks doing this incredible work. By the way, I have not seen him in person in 20 years until
They
this
have an
morning.
ILM 50th anniversary book coming
We
out.
work so closely together.
That's pretty dope.
So
An
this is like an
ILM
art book?
50th anniversary.
Say, because we're doing all right on time.
I
So
don't
wanted
know
to express
what
to
it
you that
is,
I'm
but
grateful to you. Well, I'm grateful to all of you.
maybe they're about to
Grateful
announce
to
it. But
you
because Doug
particularly
Chang
for
has like a
who
art
helped
book
get
coming out.
Clone Wars up on its feet.
Nice.
So
Well,
thank you for that.
No. I
Checks
was
in the mail.
once again. That was right time, right place at the right time.
Yeah. Checks in the mail. So also, you gave me as a young fan one of the most magical moments in movie history for me. And that's when Obi-Wan and Anakin, they just get creamed by Dooku. He just knocks
So
him
about
aside
this
like
time tomorrow,
walks in very slowly.
tomorrow
And
night
there's a
is
wizard
when
battle, and they're shooting lightning and
Commander
throwing
Jesse
rocks
will
at
be
each other
available.
and all this stuff.
Well, like
Sounds
literally
good.
right
Anticipation
now.
is
It'll be
building.
2:15 their
And
time. He'll
right
just be
there
getting
in
out
the
of the
theater,
Ahsoka panel. So
I
Sounds
will never
good.
forget this. I know exactly where I was sitting, and I remember what the crowd sounded like when Yoda pulled
Oh,
out his lightsaber.
we gotta put it up. Hold on.
And we
I got you.
saw
I don't know how to say.
Ooh, that's a sick gear card.
no description. I mean,
I like
we'd
it.
never seen or
Uh-huh.
conceived of anything like that.
Where'd that
before,
come
and I remember
from?
thinking, "Oh my God,
What?
movies are winning right now.
Who's
Movies
that?
are winning."
I said, where'd that come
And-
from?
And because we
Wow.
have time, I would like to sort of open it up to all of you guys, starting to talk about things like the Yoda fight.
Thank
know,
you, thank
Ahmed,
you.
probably have a couple
Your
of things
cards
to
are
say
so
about that
dope.
because
Oh,
I
no
didn't
problem.
realize Ahmed helped with that. Fight.
Here you go.
I
KyberForged.
bless people with gifts.
So everyone chime in.
Well,
Teach me.
I'll jump in quickly.
My,
John
Oh,
and
let
I
me
were
get
in
let me get you
Sydney.
back up.
We had not seen the script before flying down
Ooh.
from California.
There we go.
The
My
day
Obi-Wan
come,
Kenobi fit.
and the line literally said, "In a
That
fight
looks
that
really
defies
cool.
Look
I
at-
like how
Yoda and Count Dooku
Look at you
battle,
just
period."
hello there and there.
Yeah, I was like, hello there.
So just
That's
like
my
Ahmed's
only a
story,
Sith deals and absolutes. I will
asked
do what I
about
must.
is
George,
awesome.
so my time came.
Did you
and
ever
I
see the
responded to that line, and he went,
what's
"Yeah,
his
you
name?
gotta figure
Jimmy
it out."
Fallon, like his
That was-
Revenge of the
that was
Sith
it,
thing, where
right?
like
So I
Anakin
went
has like a
to
lisp.
Nick Gillard, or the stunt
Jimmy
supervisor,
Fallon
and
does
asked him,
like
and he
that?
told me all about how Jedi fight.
Yeah, he did like a
And
whole like
just
voiceover thing
I
where
kinda
he
looked him
pretends
away,
to
and
be
then tried to
Obi-Wan.
deliver the pie, and
I
luckily
need
my
to watch
friend here,
that.
he comes up and he says, "Hey
Right.
man, what are you gonna do with this fight?" I'm like,
Dude.
"I have no idea. I have no idea." So then you take over.
Yeah, so I had read the same line in the script, and I was like, we got to get this right. Like the Yoda fight it's got to be spectacular, you know. And I remember I remember seeing you walk across the lot with that look on your face of like I've got a million things going on, and I was like, "You're right." And he was like, "Yeah," and I was like, "Hey, what are we gonna do about this Yoda fight?" And you said, "I have no idea, and I can't talk to George, and I don't know what." And I was like, "All right, come to the dressing room. I'm gonna show you a bunch of movies. I think I got an idea about this thing." And this is how phenomenal
I never had any clue
working at
Ahmad Best
ILM
had that much
is, right?
input
Anyone who
on
has a
that fight.
crazy idea, they have time. They'll make time for it. You know, Rob came to my dressing room for real. And we sat down and we started watching a whole bunch of Japanese anime. I was like, check this one out, and then check this out, and then check this out.
Just
And I was
watching
like,
Dragon
all right,
Ball.
here's how I think this fight should go. And
Basically.
then we started like
Or
kind of
Sailor
like
Moon.
scripting out a basic kind of framework of what the Yoda fight was gonna be like. And I was just like, he has to come in and he has to hit that like Bruce Lee stance, right? And then, you know, so we worked it out. Rob goes away, and I think you saw the Jet Li movie.
Yeah, so that was at the San Francisco Film Festival. Henry Selick had picked a film that he liked, and it was Swordsman 2.
Yes, Swordsman 2, Jet Li. And I remember you were like, all right, I got it. I'm going to pitch it to George. And then you pitched it to George. And then I remember being at the premiere of Attack of the Clones. And I hadn't seen anything after like we talked and we kind of, you know, scripted it out and you went away. And then I was waiting the whole movie, the entire movie for that one part. And I was just like, oh, this is going to be amazing. You guys, you have no idea how good this is going to be. And as soon as Yoda just starts like limping in, I was like, here it is. And the audience was just like, is this going to happen? Like, is this really going to go down like this? And I was just like, oh, you have. And then I saw what we worked on. I saw it scripted out. And it made me emotional because I was like, you didn't really have to do that, you know? You didn't have to like listen to me or take any of the ideas that I had. And then when I saw this fight, I was just like, this is exactly what we talked about. And
we did have to do that.
So cool.
It was amazing. It was amazing to see.
Could I ask a question, John, Doug, Janet? When what were the moments for you where you saw a department or a person or someone just hit a home run that you didn't think they were going to hit, that was so badly needed? Because that was a home run. We needed that home run in that film.
Well, I wouldn't necessarily characterize it as something that I didn't think that this person could do. But,
Yeah, sorry, that was very negative of me.
But Paul Houston on episode 1 in the pod race. So we had been playing around with this idea of projecting photography onto low resolution geometry, sort of camera mapping technique. We'd used it on Mission Impossible and on a couple of shows before that. But Paul and I got talking about that being the way to do the landscapes. And Paul put together a test where he built a couple of arches and a couple of these mushroom-shaped rocks as these like 2-foot tall models made out of foam and plaster. And he painted them, took them out to the parking lot, shot beautiful photography of them, then made low-resolution CG models of them and projected the photography onto it. And we did a couple of shots.
All right, guys. I think I'm gonna bug out. So,
all right, bro.
Have a good night, you guys.
Exceeded
See ya.
all
Yep.
my
See
expectations.
you tomorrow.
Sounds good.
Compellingly real because everything you were looking at really was photography, so it had that real high level of realism. And I felt like this is something nobody's ever really seen before. This was extraordinary, and I'm super proud and pleased that Paul had done something so amazing.
What was fascinating about the pod race for me is that it was a great combination of clear ideas and extraordinary visual effects, because everything is going at such a breakneck pace. But as an audience member, I understood somehow how the pods worked and what that beam was in the middle, that there was a sense to it. I couldn't maybe explain it, but it felt like it made sense. I was watching something credible. And it's such an extraordinary example of all these different departments coming together to make something that just feels inevitable to the audience. When you all know there's nothing inevitable about it. You have to build it piece by piece. Doug, you have to design this thing. And then John, you got to figure out the real photography on the arches. And, you know, it's kind of incredible to me how everyone comes together under one good idea. Doug?
No, I think that's the remarkable thing about season 2 is that I think it really highlights the genius behind George, because he has such a clarity of vision that even if we didn't know where he was going, he always kind of knew. Because if you look at the whole film, it's very complex. I mean, we were doing new things at every moment. I mean, from a design point of view, he like basically unleashed everything. I mean, because normally, you know, prior to that, I had a career at ILM where I was used to designing into the limitations of the technology, into the models that we could do. There are certain shots that we couldn't do. And George said, you know, don't worry about any of that. We'll figure it out later. Just design it purely. Let's go for the aesthetics. And it's one of those amazing things where when we have people like John and Rob, everybody there, they all step up and they figure it out. Even though going into it from day one, it was like, we have no idea if this is even possible. And in some ways, I had the easy job because I could just invent it. And it was up to John to figure out how to execute it. And that, you know, happened across everything. And I think that's one of the great things about Light and Magic that highlights, you know, both George and Industrial Light and Magic is that attitude of, okay, we're going to do it. We won't know how, but we have enough smart people here that collectively we will figure this out.
Yeah, I just want to piggyback on that a little bit because I had the same feeling about how well Joe Johnston was able to tell the story of the nonlinear approach to visual effects. You know, you asked the question, what's an example of someone who's knocked it out of the park? That happens literally every single day. And I think there's a misconception in the industry or broader than that, that visual effects is a linear process. You're delivered this beautiful artwork and we execute it. And actually, it's extremely iterative. It's groundbreaking. It takes artistry and innovative ideas as well as innovation. And you know, these guys are the leaders but we have incredible artists, producers, people in technology, and everyone has a voice, and that's what makes it so exciting. And I love the fact that we have a program here that highlights that process, and I hope you all enjoy it too.
I agree. I think that John is always saying a good idea is a good idea, no matter where it comes from. And that is so true within ILM, because good ideas are coming up all the time. And I agree with Janet that Joe did such a great job, I think, on this series, and the behind the scenes crew, even though they sometimes lied, it did such a great job at capturing these moments, because sometimes there's a misconception that with visual effects, and we do it to ourselves a little bit, like there's this mystery, we're a little bit of this black box of secrecy of what happens, and it can come over that there's a visual effects button that we just press. But it's literally thousands of incredibly talented artists, R&D technicians, producers, as Janet said, kind of figuring it all out together. It is a wonderful thing to be a part of. And I think the wonderful thing about this company is that we still all get to do something that is impossible every day. And that never stops, thank goodness.
Can I ask a quick question to the ILMers for the audience? What are you looking for in someone who wants to work at ILM?
Oh, I would love to start to answer the question. Of course, everybody chime in. I mean, one of the interesting things about the people here is, John Knoll, as an example, applied a number of times to ILM and didn't get in the first time, which is shocking. I mean, he is Mr. ILM. So we look for people who have potential. We hire for potential. We're not only looking at, a certain expertise or a skill set, although that's important. We're really looking for a spirit of passion, innovation, collaboration, and we have a lot of programs actually around the world that encourage young, aspiring visual effects artists and technology people to get a foot in the door, and we develop and nurture talent from within. All of us started on the ground floor. I was a temp in the purchasing department. Linwin
They're
was a
releasing an
talent
Art of
manager.
Andor book.
So that's one of the
Oh, that's
wonderful
pretty dope.
things about ILM, I think.
They also just announced something for the Trials of the Jedi book, which is High Republic, and they called these people. I sent you a picture of it, called the Illuminous Nine, and I was like, "Who the like?" I want to know who the
What do you say we
Illuminous
give a
Nine
big
are.
round of applause for all
Yeah,
the work
Hmm.
that ILM has
I know,
done over the last
like,
50 years.
I know one of them's Buryaga,
Yeah.
and then another one is Avar and Elzar Man, but
Hey,
this
Sam.
one guy looks like
It's been so great. Don't
Aslan
you think
Rel,
we
who
should
rips
show them
his
a little
eyes
bit
out.
more?
He's the Jedi that fell and used the dark side to keep himself alive.
Gotcha.
You do?
Yeah, let's
We just so
And
happen
then
to have a
Bell, but
trailer,
like
the
I don't
first trailer
see
for
like
Light
I would
Magic
assume
Season 2.
Vernestra would be in the Illuminous Nine, but I don't know. Maybe they consider her too young. Because she's only 16 in this book.
Industrial Light and Magic, it says it all.
Well, I always wrote for the technology I had available to me.
And how do you move it ahead? Computer graphics is the future.
ILM's ready to do the Phantom Menace. This
Okay,
was
guys,
an
I'm
enormous
gonna
undertaking,
head out.
and the
The
scale and
clock's
scope of
not
it was
working.
overwhelming.
No worries.
I know it's gonna work.
Okay.
because It's impossible.
Well, have a good night, Brick.
We still have another hour until the animation panel.
Oh, forgot about that. Anyway, yeah, I'll see you later. Take care. Have fun.
Yep.
But because
Bye.
we were all
Bye.
together, we were going to
Did
make
you see
this
the
thing.
20th anniversary novel, like Revenge of the Sith novel that they're releasing?
How do you
Yeah,
make a
the
story out of
reprint.
that?
It looks so cool, but like I can't justify spending $60 on a book.
I didn't want to go down
It looks
in
pretty,
history as the
though.
guy who wrecked Yoda.
Very pretty.
No puppet. It's a fully
Yeah, I just
digital
want to know
character.
who the Illuminous 9 are now.
Program's just gonna be gone.
It was all hands
I'm not
on
sure.
deck. Everyone worked really hard, but we
Let's
also
see if
all played
ChatGPT
together.
knows.
So much magic was made here.
ILM was created to do the impossible, and we continually do the impossible.
Because I've been seeing rumors that Aslan Rel is gonna like be redeemed by the Jedi.
Maybe. That would make sense for a character.
Will live forever.
Yeah, they have.
And Magic, Season 2 now streaming only on Disney Plus.
When I look it up, it says Phase 1. The Illuminous 9 of Phase 1 are Avar Kriss, Stellan Gios, Elzar Mann, Vernestra, Orla, Porter Engel, Loden. But this isn't right because Porter isn't in. Or no. No, Porter is in Phase 1. But Stellan Gios dies and Orla Jareni dies. So they're not Illuminous anymore. Look at the chat talking about theory.
What are they saying about it?
I can't see it, so I haven't had access to my phone the entire time. So.
Let me look.
Thanks the maker for ILM and the magic they do.
Said it, Gil. We cannot wait to watch season 2 of Light and Magic. Where are my fellow Star Wars publishing fans at?
Yeah.
All right, you can be louder than that. Come on. You know how I love to write a Star Wars book. I love to read a Star Wars book. Where are you at? All right, from the prequel trilogy to the trilogy and beyond, there's a Star Wars book to expand on the lore that you love.
Let's jump into Lucasfilm Publishing. Stories from galaxies far, far away. Panels to find out more about latest book news, including the grand finale of the High Republic for Light and Life.
Did you see what they were saying about theory?
I didn't. I wasn't able to get pulled up.
Hello, Japan. How are we doing? Welcome to the Lucasfilm Publishing Stories from a Galaxy Far, Far Away panel. We are here to talk about books and comics from a galaxy far, far away. And we can't do it without an incredible group of panelists. And for the very first time on a Lucasfilm
I
panel,
want
we
to
have
read this Master of
two
Evil book too.
authors who will be joining me on this stage.
Oh yeah, that does definitely
So
look good.
without
I'm
further delay,
definitely
allow me
grabbing that
to
when it comes out.
introduce our
I saw a lot of
all-star
people like hating on it already because like I
First
don't know.
up-
I just keep seeing people say that Adam Christopher is a pedophile.
have
and
Adam
I'm like,
Christopher!
where? Like, why? Oh look, sent from Adam Christopher.
and Tessa
And I was like, where do you guys
Gratton,
find
I
out this
can't-
information? And they
Mark
were like,
Guggenheim,
I can't
And
take
then they
anything
never
seriously
responded.
with like,
Dr. Lydia King,
like a book that isn't even out yet.
Dr.
Like, you know.
Chris Kimchall, Ethan Sachs, Bill Sostak,
We're like, Ethan
Alyssa
sucks. Am I
Wong.
right? No, I'm just kidding. I don't know
and
what he
last
wrote.
but certainly not least, we have C.B. Sobolski. Excellent. Thank you all so much for joining us. This is awesome. So to start things
Cantina, what
off,
were they saying about theory?
celebrating the 20th anniversary of Revenge of the Sith this year. And publishing is celebrating that special occasion with an annotated edition of the original novel from Random House Worlds. So because of this anniversary, please let me know, each of you esteemed panelists, what one of your favorite memories is from Revenge of the Sith, whether it be when you first saw it or something that kind of still lingers with you today. You want to start?
Yeah, I think I remember seeing the movie. There's one scene that sticks out, and it probably sticks out for everybody, which is that, you know, have you heard the tragedy of Darth Plagueis the Wise? But it's the bit where
What did he just say?
Palpatine. They had
He
this
just said
conversation with Anakin,
Plagueus.
and then
Did he call him
Anakin's going,
Plagius?
It's like, how can I?
I
let
think
you
he called him
do it?
Plagius.
And Palpatine says,
I thought he pronounced the G as a
"Not for the
J.
Jedi." And it's just
It's
the
just-
way
I
that
don't know.
he
It
does
is what it
that.
is,
This
I
is the
guess.
moment. Yeah,
Not
he
gonna focus.
realizes
I'm
that
not gonna
he's got
focus on
Anakin,
it.
And his master plan is kind of.
Nope, I'm
fulfilled.
done. Whole
And
panel's
between the years,
trash.
That's just stuck in my mind.
Yeah, Star Wars
He
is
pronounced
dead
the
again.
G as
Way
a
to
J.
go.
Revenge of the
Way to
Sith
go.
came
You
out
just
when I
ruined Darth
went to
Pangea for
graduate
me.
school, and so I barely even knew what movies were and hadn't done anything fun in a really long time. But my family is a huge Star Wars family, and it's always been something we've done together. And so I really remember that my parents threw a party and we had a whole bunch of people and went to go see the movie together. And it just reminded me that, you know, things can be fun. Not everything is graduate school. So I'll always appreciate that.
I love that. Do you want to go back here with Chris next?
I think similar to Tessa, I finished university the year that Revenge of the Sith came out. So I think I handed in my final essays and then went to the cinema for a midnight showing. And I mean, similar to Adam.
Oh, you went to the
an
cinema,
ongoing,
didn't you?
Love hatred of Palpatine, but I remember
You're watching
almost
on a
getting
Tuesday.
vertigo in the cinema in that opening battle sequence as the Jedi fighters go down and down and down and down and down, and thinking that it was the most astonishing kind of fight scene on screen since Return of the Jedi, which is a film I absolutely adore anyway.
I love that. Next up is Ethan.
So I'm old enough that I saw the original Star Wars as a 4-year-old in New York City in 1977, and I was so
I call
obsessed.
bullshit.
And my father
He
was
looks
obsessed
young.
with me. He read something in Rolling Stone
Liar!
magazine in the summer of 1977.
I see through the lies of Ethan.
That basically
I think that's
Obi-Wan
his name,
threw
right?
Darth
He's
Vader
Ethan.
into a volcano, and I was 4 years old, and that
If not,
image,
that's his name now. Way to go.
We'll just say he's
it's
Ethan.
just throughout the
Yeah,
in
he's
an interview.
Ethan.
It was like the talk of all the schoolyards. Like all the kids were like, knew that story already.
So
and-
I waited all those years to actually see it, and the amazing thing was, it was as epic as my 4-year-old brain would have been able to handle without spontaneously combusting. And I was older than 4 at the time.
I love that. Now, who can top that with a memory?
Not me. I was in.
He just set that bar right
still
away.
3 years
Yeah.
out from starting Lucasfilm, but believe it or not, it was that long ago that I started with the company 17 years ago.
This
But,
one guy in the
I
High
worked really hard in
Republic,
my previous job prior to Lucasfilm.
his name's Torben Buck, but they call him
San Francisco,
Buckets of
but,
Blood.
Lucasfilm. And the scene that really
Wow.
sticks out in my memory, and as I was reflecting on this anniversary, the Padme's ruminations sequence is just
But I've
amazing
never
and
like
gorgeous, and such a
I never
beautiful capture
really referred to
of,
that.
yeah,
Somebody
one of George's
commented like
finest
who they
moments as a
think
director.
the 9 is. As one guy was like, I think
I'm
it's
showing my
Aslan Rel.
age now.
They said
I saw
Aslan Rel,
this movie,
Bell,
as a kid.
Zedifar, Vernestra Rowe.
You too.
Which I know Aslan and Bell
and
is
I was
there. I
gonna
didn't
talk
see
about
Vern.
lightsaber battles,
But then he
but
was like
listening now,
Buckets
I'm
of
like, I think what
Blood,
really stands out
Avar,
is I
Elzar,
was like, you
Elzar,
can
Bariaga,
fly
Indira Stokes, and Reese Silas.
and I think that just
Maybe. That's
imprinted
interesting.
on my young mind
Yeah.
and has informed everything else about like my writing.
But
ability.
now
I mean,
they
it's
have
really
a
just a guessing game at this
I
point.
love that, Alyssa. I feel
Yeah.
like we all like that.
Well,
stuff.
because
Because I
like
guarantee
Yoda,
you, there's going to at least be
syndrome.
1 or 2 that's just going to come out of left
Mark?
field. Like none of it's going to add up.
So
And
Well, I
it's like,
think
oh no,
it's
yeah, it's
weird
them.
for
I think it's the
Revenge of the Sith.
inclusion of Aslan
I
that
grew up,
like
with the
it
original Star
doesn't
Wars
totally
trilogy.
add up.
My
But
first saw
he's
Star
never
Wars,
wanted to
I didn't see
harm
any
the
trailer, but I
Jedi.
had
He
a,
just
Star Wars
went
game,
insane
and
after dealing with the
thinking
Nameless,
that
and
Revenge
he
of
had
the
to go
Sith
on his own
was
path.
the last Star
And
Wars
it's
movie
really
of my
like
life.
his
That's
thing of
been
like
after the guys.
not
I
giving
thought that was
into
gonna
the
be the
fear
last
and
one,
facing it.
so I avoided all
But
trailers.
it's funny because like the path of the Illuminist, like I sent it to you, they all wear masks, and I don't know
much
if these masks
self-control,
are
and I'm
gonna
not
help
renowned
them
for my
against the
self-control,
Nameless either,
but I
or if they
did it,
just
and
want to
it
wear
just, I
masks
think it
to
actually
look
made the
cool.
experience of seeing the movie even
But
more amazing.
let's see.
I admire the
Like maybe this
self-control of
could
not
be
watching the trailers. Lydia?
like maybe this could be Vernestra, but like because it's a purple lightsaber, but it's not.
Transformation of
It's not
Anakin
as a whip, but
which you really
yeah, I
see
just love.
but
I
like
just love Buckets of
know,
Blood
it was so horrific.
because
It is
he's
definitely
fascinating
a
'cause
great
you
nickname.
wonder your whole
yeah.
life after
He's a
watching it.
Chagrian, just
My
like
mind was, I
what's
was
his name
6
from
years old when I
like he's
saw
in
the
the
first
Senate.
Star Wars. And so finally being able to see that transformation as
I'm
kind
not
of
sure.
awful, but like fascinating and awful. I said awful twice, but it's pretty awful. Was the thing that was like the most memorable for me, and I still think about it.
Somebody there said they're here. They've heard that Reith
From a
is there.
story
Reith is
standpoint,
definitely
for me,
the one who helped them find Planet
always
X.
sticks out is the brutalism. Like George didn't pull any punches on this one. Like Star Wars is a kids franchise. No, it's not. It never has been. I think this movie proved it in spades. And the thing that always sticks out as another memory personally is that I was working at Marvel at the time, and a bunch of us went to see it. And when those doors opened, people at Marvel still joke that they've never seen a human being run so fast for a seat when I took off and sprinted up the stairs at the theater. And I did pick the right seat, though, because seated right behind me were the three Beastie Boys when we saw it on opening night. So that will be a memory that I always cherish.
I love that. Talking about memories, there is another anniversary this year, which is The Force Awakens. Does anyone have any? Yes. Can you believe it's been 10 years already? It breaks
That
my
makes me
mind
feel
to think
old.
about that. Does anybody
Did
have
you know that
any The
both
Force Awakens
versions
memories
of A
that
New Hope are in the top 10 movies all time?
I think The
Like
Force
when
Awakens
adjusted
is
for
the movie
inflation?
that I've seen the most times in
Interesting.
movies.
Yeah, Force Awakens
Prior
is
to the
just New
Phantom
Hope Part
Menace
2.
for some reason. I think I saw The
Yeah,
Force
basically.
Awakens
It's such a
17
good it was such a good start though
and then in
for
1999, that's
a
what
new
Phantom Menace
trilogy.
about 16 or 17 times. I don't know why I saw it 17
Ugh,
times.
Like,
but
yeah,
I
it
love
sucks
the
that
movie,
Luke
the
doesn't
sixth
get
trilogy,
to
and
Luke
it's like
doesn't
the
get to see
happy
Han, but
memory
like
I have that Star Wars was back.
I think the cliffhanger really messed with 8 as well. The fact that 8 had to start
I
at the
think
exact same place that 7
because
ended.
anybody out there who is also from the UK,
Yeah,
we got
and
it first. We got to
I
watch
think
The
it's just
Force
I'm
Awakens
so bugged out we
first.
didn't get
And similar to
like
the reaction that everybody did a minute ago when everybody cheered,
the Holy
the place
Trinity
went
back on screen
nuts
together. I
at
think that's still
midnight.
just a
It
big
was the
bitter
most
thing for me.
joyous
Yeah.
film experience that I've ever had because
But
this was
you
never
know,
supposed to happen. We were never
Harrison
supposed to get
Ford
any
was
more
always
Star Wars.
like, I like
And
Han
then
Solo
we were in a
dead.
cinema
Like,
when a long time
Yeah,
ago.
kill
and
me
it was
immediately.
they brought him in kicking and
fantastic.
screaming.
It was the best
Yeah.
night.
They were like, please come back. And he's like, if you kill me,
I have kind of a very personal one, which is
so why won't
Yep.
you let
before
me
I was a content
die?
writer,
I don't know if
was
you've
a
ever
journalist
seen
who
like the
covered movies,
ASDF
and one of the
movies on
last big
YouTube.
movies that I covered for the
Oh,
time at the New
yeah.
York Daily
Yeah.
News was The Force Awakens, and I
Somebody
shot
kill
Carrie
me.
Fisher. And I was interviewing her at a table in the Hotel Carlisle in New York, where there were two chairs, and it was Carrie and Gary Fisher, the dog, and then I was seated on this basically footstool. But that was like the movie that I basically got to tell her how much the first Star Wars meant to me, and so I will always
I
associate.
don't
that
think it's
with her.
Vernestra. There's a new.
Beautiful memory. But yep. Do you have one?
I just love Rose.
Force
So
Awakens,
cool,
I
though.
think for me was, you know how there's like a movie where you're like, oh, this is my Star Wars, and it's like your whole brain just lights up. I think that's what Force Awakens was for me. I want to say it was a couple years out of college, I think, and the whole time I've been like, I always think of different eras of Star Wars as like, oh, this is a Star Wars like my parents love and they shared it with me, and this is a Star Wars I saw as a kid, and it like.
Are you gonna pre-order that novel or get it when it comes out?
I might, because it
makes me
looks like it'd be a
believe
nice
that I could
on the
live
shelf
here,
type thing.
You know, this is a place.
I
where
think I'm gonna
it's
have to
like
finally
another
read it
way to open up the
before
galaxy.
I decide
I
whether or
love
not
that
I'll
they
get it.
put like the line on the side of the book,
Might
like
be a
this is what
beautiful.
it's like to
Anybody
be
else
Anakin
have any
Skywalker
memories before
forever.
Yeah.
Because
So
in the book,
when The
it's a
Force Awakens
line
came
they
out, I had been
keep
working for the company
like
for 7 years at that point,
reiterating,
and it was
except they
the
keep saying
first
this is what
evidence
it's like
of
to be
any.
Anakin
It was the first project I
Skywalker,
worked on
and
that actually
Yeah.
it came
just
to
eventually
fruition and
leads to
came
that.
out. And
See,
the day that the
that's
film was released was
that's
also the day
why
that
I
my
don't
first
like
book was
Matthew
released. So
Stover does
it's a
that
very important, special film
in
for me. Yeah.
Love that.
in
Going off
Shatterpoint
the
the
idea of
entire
Star Wars
time,
being
and it pissed
generational, we
me
are
off.
celebrating another
Where like Mace
anniversary.
It
Windu is like
honestly
in my
it
head,
rings
I
well.
always do
of
it right.
ILM. So we will be celebrating with a retrospective of those first 50 years.
There
And
you go.
this
This is
is
that book
the
I was telling you about.
Industrial
That's
Light
pretty.
and Magic,
Yeah, that's a
50
pretty
years
book.
of innovation
I want to
from
know how much
Abrams,
that is.
Definitely
which
a good coffee
will
coffee
include
table book.
insights about ILM's history and some of their most iconic and groundbreaking work. So be on the lookout for that this November. And if that's not enough,
Okay.
the brilliant folks over at Abrams will also be releasing a retrospective on the
This is
art
the
of
coffee
Pen
table book
Chang.
right here.
This special 2-volume collection details the
Ooh.
truly amazing art of one of the most iconic Star Wars concept artists of all time. So be sure to check this out and also go to Doug's panel today for more about this. Okay, now let's talk about one of my
Yeah, I
favorite
got a friend that's
topics,
going to be
which
on
is
Doug's
the High
at
Republic.
Doug's
I hope
panel.
there's yes. We have a little sizzle reel to kick us off here. Let's see.
With the High Republic, we want to tell a story of the Jedi at their height. We want to tell a story about what scares the Jedi. Now, we come to the grand conclusion that pits the brave and wise Jedi Knights against Nihil marauders and the Nameless. It is a story about good versus evil, about overcoming fear, about light and life.
We couldn't be more thrilled with what the High Republic and this era inside of Star Wars is all about.
As a publishing initiative, the High Republic tried to honor what George Lucas created, but also add to it.
This was so good.
We told these stories in books
in
and
my
comics, magazines and manga, and the High Republic soon
The
expanded
manga was
beyond the
really
printed
good. The
page,
manga is
inspiring
brutal.
and informing VR, games,
I'll have to check out the manga
animation,
sometime.
live action. We're honored to
Honestly, it's
deliver an
sad. The
exciting,
thing that I've seen the
meaningful,
most of
and
in the High
satisfying
Republic
conclusion with Phase
is Young
3.
Jedi.
Thank you to everyone involved, but most of all, thank you to the fans for coming with us on this epic journey. Indeed,
I still
we are
just
all
don't
the
know
Republic.
how Vernestra becomes who she is in the Acolyte.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, that was an epic sizzle reel. So getting into the
I mean,
High
honestly,
Republic,
it
Tessa,
sounds like they're not
Lydia,
going to do that. It sounds
Alyssa,
like they're
the
just
three of
doing
you
the
have
season
been
2.
writing these novels and
I
comics
wish they
and
would have did
serialized fiction
Chimera,
for this era. What has that
series, like a
experience been
prequel.
like for the three of you?
Yeah. They have a couple Acolyte books coming out still. Like they have Wayseeker
It's been just
coming out.
life changing,
That's
honestly.
I
came
think
in
gonna
the
focus on
alternate
Vernestra becoming a Wayseeker and
we
following the
had
ways of the Force.
very large
And then there's
Oh,
like
okay.
another book about Yord and Jecki, which like
creators.
they're dead already, so like
And the
I don't
fans have
think
been
that one totally
amazing and
matters.
so welcoming. I think that's maybe one of the best things about writing for the High Republic. You guys are
And then I don't
awesome.
know what else they have.
But being able to create in this world, in this era, has been just so much fun, honestly. Just, we really had a lot of freedom to write the stories that we wanted that really meant a lot.
Have you ever seen what the Nameless looks like?
Yeah, I got into writing
I
novels
haven't,
so I
no.
could sit
I'll send you
alone
a
at my
picture. They're kind
desk
of ugly.
and not talk to anyone. And that is the opposite of how it is to work on the High Republic, because it's such a big collaboration and it's been so fulfilling and challenging to learn how to collaborate not just with one person or an editor, but with, I think there's 12 writers doing the main novels, plus multiple
I
editors,
just sent
plus
you 2
storyboards,
images.
plus all this stuff.
Okay,
And
I'll pull
it's
them up
just
here.
been
Yeah.
really
They just feed on the Force, and they're from a planet
life
rich in the
changing,
Force.
like you said.
So they're
So
not.
I can't really imagine.
So they don't
ever
really attack
finding
Jedi or
something
anything
like
there
this
because
again.
they have an abundance of it. But when they
Books are
leave the planet,
life-changing. Oh my god.
like everything else is
Yeah,
void
it's
of the
been
Force, so
amazing.
they become
It's
like
been
starved,
so
and
special. I think
they just
it-
feast on
it's
anything they can
really
get a
cool
hold
to work
of.
on a project that feels as alive as it does, and to get to build something brand new in a world that you love, and kind of get to experience it first when you're making it, and then get to experience it as you get to see fans react and read and connect with each other and build community around that.
And this
That
picture I'm
is
sending you, that's
incredible.
Aslan Rel
The High Republic is so
before
special.
he
And
encounters a Shriekeray,
here
which is
is
also
a
known
cover
as
of
the Nameless.
KyberForged Battle of Eriadu.
Okay.
What can you tell us about the Battle of
Not
Eriadu?
Eriadu, it's
Oh my god. So
Eriadu.
first off, Jake Bartok, who illustrated this cover, is here somewhere. I know where you are, Jake, but you're great. Yeah, so we are opening on the last moments of this phase. This is a story
No, hold on, let
about
me
that
send this
begin
image.
with two
Okay,
characters
hold on. Let me see if I
who
can find it.
are best friends who find themselves on opposite sides of a war. A young Jedi for whom compassion is his greatest weapon and also his greatest weakness, and a young Nile girl who has sacrificed everything for her revenge against the Nile. So we have these two best friends on opposite sides of a war who are pitted against each other.
This is
this
this image I'm sending you is Aslan Rel from the manga,
very first
where he
two
encounters the
books of phase
Shriekeray,
3, and
which is probably one of like the most
and
gruesome.
it's been really
It's like
cool
one of the most
building
gruesome
threads
images
of this
you've
story
ever
and their
seen.
journey
Yeah,
together
that's intense.
throughout books, throughout
Yeah.
comics, throughout short fiction.
It
And we are
happens to Yoda too in this new novel. He encounters
explosive
one.
conclusion.
But
So this is a story about how far you're willing to go to get what you want? What does it cost you when all you want is to save somebody? And in the end, how much is compassion worth? And yeah, I mean, I'm really excited for this. I know you can tell this because I'm really stoked. But this is a very special story to me.
Why
so
are
I'm
these
really-
all not
I
JPEGs?
think we have. I think we have an
It won't let me
interior
send it to
video
you
as
because it's
well.
not a JPEG.
It's
Yes, there
fine.
it is. It looks like it may be
Okay.
cut off a little bit,
I
but
think I
it is
got
up
it this
there.
time.
Oh no!
Now this is
I
Aslan
really
Rel
sort of remind
150 years
Jenny
later
Art,
when talking
is
to Yoda.
incredible. I've been a huge fan of her art
Like
for
in one of the
years,
comic
so
books
getting to
after
work
he
with
just
her
killed a
is
bunch of people for no
so
reason.
special.
Oh damn. Yeah, that's
Excellent.
cool.
All right,
That's a cool
next up,
concept.
Yeah, he
Lydia.
took his
Yes,
eyes out.
there we go. Lydia, what can
Damn.
you tell us about what's happening between Joss and Pika in Eridu?
Well, Joss and Pika
Still
is
Eriadu though.
expecting. And it's not a really great thing to be expecting a child in the occlusion zone when, so they have made it to Eriadu, but it is not safe still. And
There
so
we
there's
go.
just a lot of tension
You said it
about
right.
is everything going to be okay? Are they going to be safe? And there are a bunch of other characters who've been along for the ride. El Pingsu, Visma Tarko.
Yeah, so in
Tarzan.
talking to Yoda in that scene that I sent you,
It's
like where he
really
pops
scary
his, like he
time, and
takes
so
off his
things are going to
goggles,
get pretty explosive
he
by the
says,
end.
"You do not see what the
Been really
nameless are,
fun writing
Yoda. Not
for
like I do.
Star Wars
But
Insider
that is good.
magazine.
It is what I
Serialized fiction is really
it is
hard
why
to
I can
do.
act
It's
in ways you and
actually
the
easier
order
for me
or
to write
you and the
like
other
a whole
Jedi
novel
will
than
not permit
to write the short
yourselves.
stories.
I
It's
will
been
save us
challenging, but
all."
so much fun. So
And then
you
he
guys
takes
stick
off
with
his
it and
goggles
enjoy
and then he
the
goes,
plot
"I can
and
see
last
what you
bits, or-
cannot."
Yeah. Yes.
And your story
Wow.
ties into the events of the final novel, Trials of the Jedi. We've already seen the front cover for that book, but let's look at the back of it. So here's both sides of it. Beautiful art by Grant Griffin, as always. And as we can see, these are our Luminous 9 who traveled to Planet X to stop the Nameless. Let's get another look at them. Here are our Luminous 9, featured in concept art by Minji Yoon. We have Aslan Rel, Bel Zettifar, Rith Silas, Torben Buck, Avar Chris, Elzar Man, yes, Buriaga, Ty Yorick, and Tarek. All right, Tessa, Lydia, Alyssa, please give us one word each for what
So they
fans
just gave
should
us the
expect
9.
from the big
There you go.
finale.
Now you know.
Intense.
Epic.
Do these comic books here that you see? So it's the edge of balance. The edge of balance premonition. That's the one that has Yoda
Next up,
viewing
right
the same
here,
scene.
CB Marvel is
Okay.
also in on the action. So can you shed a little light on fear
I
of
find
the
it so
Jedi?
hard to
Sure,
keep up
but
with like
first, if you don't
these
mind, as I
Marvel
believe
comic
this
books.
is being live streamed, I just want to give a big
Mhm.
shout out to Michael
Yeah, I love the
Spillane,
Marvel
who you saw on
covers.
the screen up there. Mike was the architect of the High Republic. He's been a champion for all of us straight through, and we would not be here without Mike. So if you're watching at home, Mike, thanks for everything.
Okay, so Tarek is the bald
And
one.
then so the High Republic, just like the novels are wrapping up, the comic series are wrapping up too. This is where we have to walk that tight rope because what's a spoiler and what's not. We don't want to say too much, but
Buckets of blood.
Cav Scott's been with us, for most of the journey through High Republic and the tales that we're telling here. Especially
The girl
with
that they were talking about, like
Engine,
getting
which was
revenge on the
really,
Nihil in
revealed in
that
this
second
issue 2.
comic, that's Lorna D.
Again, I don't want to
She
spoil
used to
anything,
be
so I
one
can't
of the
get too much
Tempest
into it. But
leaders
just like
of the
using
Nihil.
the words epic and surprising and intense.
So she has a whole
Star
story
Wars High
arc, but
Republic
she's
for
pretty
Marvel is
much
going to wrap
been
up in the exact
absent
same way.
in Phase
Very
3.
good tease. I like that. All right. So the beacon is the final piece of the Phase 3 puzzle, releasing on July 30th. All right. Now we are going to stick with this era
That's
as
Lorna.
we click over here
Oh wait, damn
with
it.
the titles based
Get
on
outta
the
here.
Acolyte, which will be
Turn it off.
releasing very soon. Kelnaka can be found
Like,
in the
look
pages
at
of
that,
Marvel's
Kelnaka,
High Republic
like,
comic,
we didn't
and
get anything
Vernestra
about
can
it.
be found in the pages of Wayseeker
I hate that
from
he
Brand
died
New
off
House
screen.
Worlds. And we should note that all of these stories are a step back to before the events of the Acolyte, which for the young adult book is a necessary thing given what happens to Jecki and Yord. Too soon? I
Yord
figured I'd go
has
for
probably the most
broke.
violent
Tessa,
death
what
in
can you
all of
tell us
Star
about
Wars.
Crystal Crown?
Probably, yes. That's
I
that's
hope
probably
it's not
pretty
too
apt.
soon
Snapped
to make
his
jokes
neck.
like that because
I love them.
there are a
Yeah.
lot of them in the book as part of my own therapy.
I love it.
The Crystal Crown follows Padawan Jackie and her
On
least
so
favorite fellow
Justina
Padawan
Ireland's
Yord
only on Blue
as
Sky,
they are on an
and I
adventure
have
while
actually
their
messaged her a little
masters
bit
are
about
distracted by
Vernestra, but there's
politics,
things that
and they
she
get roped into a
she's not she
planet-wide
wasn't
coming of
cool.
age ceremony with
she doesn't answer whether or
combat
not
and a survival course.
Wayseeker
And during the big
like
final event, things
solves
start to go
my
I'm not
very
allowed
issue with
wrong, of
to.
course,
Vernestra.
because it's a
Yeah.
Star Wars novel. And they have to learn how to work together and save themselves and their new friends, even if maybe one of their new friends is behind it all.
Ooh, that was a great tease and more than I was expecting. I'm so excited. So
Wait, I
staying
just
with
missed
the
that.
Acolyte, let's take a look at the visual guide.
I didn't
Can
hear
I ask
either
one
because I was
question?
literally
Yes.
like
Going back a slide.
fixing my watch.
Any Kelnaka fans out there?
Yeah.
All right, I thought so. Just wanted to
She's-
point out too that in the
that one of their
High
friends
Republic,
might be
the
behind
finale, the
something.
Beacon, the one shot that is coming in
Yeah.
July, as you pointed out. Not only will Kelnaka be making an appearance, but it's the first time too where characters you have not seen in the Marvel comics and maybe other comics and other medium will also be making cameos in it. It's called the finale for a reason, and fans of the High Republic who've been with us from the beginning will not be disappointed. So.
Oh, I love that.
So
You
maybe
heard it here
Chimera?
first. All right, so let me click back over. Yes, the Acolyte visual guide. Here are some new spreads. There we go. From the Acolyte visual guide, written by Lucasfilm's own Pablo Hidalgo. And also, yes, look at those. Aren't they epic? All right, and also just revealed is the cover of the Acolyte, of Art of the Acolyte, written by Lucasfilm's brilliant Kristen Baver. Yes. Who all has seen her over on the Celebration live stage today? She's killing it. I know. All right, and here are some stunning interior pages focused on the stranger.
And that cover was by the production designer from The Acolyte, Kevin Jenkins. So it's
Oh,
yeah,
very
I mean,
nice.
he was a cover illustrator
That book's
before he
gonna
was
have
a production
pictures of
designer.
Plagueis in it.
Oh, very nice. I love that.
That's pretty dope.
So make sure you check this book
I'm
out.
assuming it
Speaking
is.
of art books and Phil, you are the Jedi Master of the art of art ofs. So what's the process like for you diving behind the scenes and finding the right art to use?
I could use up all the time left in this panel going into the process. I mean, it is a multifaceted process. And yeah, I mean, it's such an amazing privilege to get the access that I do get, diving into the database for each one of these shows or films and just pouring through literally tens of thousands of pieces of art. And I try to look at every single one when I'm, to try and pick the very best stuff for the book. And whittling those tens of thousands of pieces down to several hundred is a journey unto itself, but an amazing one.
I have a follow-up question for that, which is how many concept arts would you say there is for like one singular character in a project?
It depends. Sometimes it depends on whether the artist kind of nails the look of the character right out of the gate. It could be, I mean, for Kylo Ren alone, it was hundreds and hundreds and hundreds until they finally landed on what they landed on, which is a brilliant concept by the costume department. So yeah.
Very nice. Now, can you let folks know what else you've been working on here recently?
I am very happy to reveal that for the past year and a half, I've secretly been working on The Art of Andor, and it covers both seasons.
That's pretty dope.
With an introduction by Tony
I want
Gilroy
that.
himself. And I
That's pretty
spoke
cool.
with executive producer and star Diego Luna as well for the book. So yeah, I'm very, very happy to finally reveal this secret project that I've been working on for so long.
So excited about this one. All right, let's move further down the line and talk about some other things that we have coming up. Yes, this is your
Nice.
time. Adam, it was just revealed that you will be writing a Darth Vader novel titled Master of Evil. Tell us what this one's all about and maybe tease the
Only a
timeline.
master of evil, Darth.
Yeah, let me just look at the cover.
It looks so
That is
good.
Yeah, every day I look at that cover and I can't believe that that's what it looks like. It's amazing, amazing, amazing. Yeah, so the thing about Darth Vader is that he's such a fascinating character. He's not only one of the main tentpole characters of Star Wars. But like that period between Revenge of the Sith and A New Hope, that's when he develops as this kind of new person. You know, Anakin Skywalker is basically dead. Vader rises. This book is, yeah, I can tell people things, can't I? Yeah, this book is like it's set very close to the end of Revenge of the Sith. There's a very interesting period in his timeline where nobody really knows who Vader is. You know, the Republic falls, the Empire rises, Palpatine is the Emperor, and this guy shows up, looking not quite as bad as that, but like and all the new Imperial officers are like, who is this guy? He's like the Emperor's enforcer. No one knows what his rank is, no one knows what his position is, but he's clearly got authority. To speak of the timeline a bit, like this period is covered very well in Charles Soule's Marvel Vader comic, which is incredible.
Nice.
And
I
one
love
of the
that
interesting
comic.
things about his comic is that it picks up from the end of Revenge of the Sith, like it's continuous. The scene continues, Vader is created, and it just goes on. And there's a lot of storytelling across like 50-something issues where it's continuous storytelling, except there are gaps in the comics. And in fact, there's a particular gap in the comic that I don't even think Charles knows about or Marvel knows about. And I'm not going to reveal what it is, but like this is like when I discovered it, I could not believe my luck, because literally in the comic it sets the book up and it's like we do this thing. And then the comic continues like nothing's happened, but like Master of Evil. So yeah, so it's Vader going on a journey.
Do you know what he's talking about or no?
He made a lot of promises to him.
No, I
to
don't.
Anakin about what being a part of the dark side and being a Sith means, and what abilities that will give him, and what power the dark side has. And you know, Vader's like, what were you going to tell me? I think I should probably stop talking there.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, I do have a follow-up question for you, which is you've written villains before, but how did you approach writing?
Yo, Keller and Beck's getting a
Always found
Keller and Beck's getting a comic book.
Interesting.
Oh,
When
that's
I was
dope.
growing up and I had the Star Wars toys, I always
Yeah,
played
fans
with
love
Rebels,
Keller Beck.
'cause they're
Like,
the best, like costumes and uniforms and toys and starships. The Rebels were kind of
Dude, I'm not
like
gonna
his
lie.
cards always sell good too.
I'm starting a new
kind of
new
bland,
job soon.
Although having said that, my last book
And it's
Luke
gonna be
Skywalker.
work from home.
So I've done Luke Skywalker and I'm doing.
And I'm
Darth
gonna have
Vader.
to sit. I'm gonna have to.
I just find it kind of
Like,
fascinating.
I'm gonna have to sit in a chair for a while, and my back's starting to hurt from this chair. I might have to get a new chair for the job.
Antagonistic.
Yeah, man. If
qualities of
you're
someone
sitting
like
that
Vader.
long in a
And Vader
day,
is so
spend the
important,
money.
and he's also in a way very so
Yep.
mysterious.
They just.
And
I didn't get my computer
mystery
yet.
in the
Comes
book
tomorrow, but they just
about
sent
him.
me 2 Dell monitors that I have to.
It sounds
Ooh,
bad if I say
nice.
I have an affinity for the dark
I have
side.
to get one of those like
two of us
arms
do.
so
That's
it's
okay.
not
Yeah.
mounted like to
My
my
side was
desk.
cookies. Remember that?
Yeah.
That's pretty dope.
But like, yeah, and
I'm gonna
writing
get.
Vader.
I'm gonna get the
I mean, this is the
monitor
stuff
arms.
that you've been waiting for. It's been 10 years since.
I still got my crappy
there's really been a
laptop.
last Vader novel, which was Lords of the Sith.
I have
you
a
know,
desktop here,
reverse
but
back into
everything I do, like right now, I'm on my Mac,
Yeah, this book's out.
and then I'm using my iPhone as my camera.
It's a
Like it's just plugged into my Mac right now. It's been like that the entire time.
Rollicking dark.
I don't
So,
know
I gotta read into
if
what
it's
you were saying a
dying
little
or
bit,
not.
but if this comes out in November, that means that
I got
the
a good
fans
camera.
here
Like, I got the
have 6 months
DJI.
to read every single Marvel comic from
But-
Charles Soule and Darth Vader before they get to this.
The computer
Yes.
sucks.
I have spreadsheets upon spreadsheets upon spreadsheets.
I have my brother gave me.
of Vader's timeline, every scene and every panel.
My brother
in
gave
some
me
of the
this
comics
GoPro,
to
but
make
it's
sure
like
that
a
this
Hero
worked. So
3
a lot of
or a
people are
Hero
like, but
4. I
Darth
don't know
Vader's
what
been
it is.
covered in the comics. Like, we've heard this before. It's like, you have not heard this before. And I can't wait to tell Charles what I've done.
Gosh, I cannot wait to read it. And you gave me a perfect segue there in talking about the Empire. Chris, you
Nice.
wrote an in-world novel titled The
I'm
Rise
working
and
on
Fall
this
of the
one now.
Galactic
Now that I
Empire,
finished
which is
Mask of
pretty
Fear,
intense. I recently just
I found out
reread
that
this.
Mon
It's a
Mothma
lot.
doesn't have a
What
stomach.
was that process like for you?
Like it's
No,
a
really?
robotic stomach.
I
Yeah,
think intense is probably
she
a really good word
blows
for
up
it.
somebody in
It was
the Mask of
interesting the
Fear,
extent to which everybody
and some
got
stuff
into
crumbles
it.
on top of her and
I mean,
crushes
there's
her.
a slight
So
element
they had to
of
like replace her
me saying,
stomach.
you know, I've got this great idea for a
Huh.
book about the Galactic
I didn't know that
Empire. It's a
either.
little bit like being the guy who on the plane who stands up and goes, "Don't worry, I can land this thing." and Lucasfilm would have been in there right through, gone, can you really? But the more that we talked about
think it's this
how
damn
this
fucking
might
camera.
work, and then started kind of looking at
There
what
you
we
go.
know about the Empire, which actually is in its own weird way not that much. So
I thought
much
this would
of
have
the
told me
Empire
what
is
it was.
lied
Oh
to
wait,
us
it's a Hero
Oh,
through
really?
5.
films or through the comics or
The
through
Hero
okay,
5.
that's cool.
shows like Rebels
Yeah.
and the like. So to start unpicking the bits that we know to go, well, if this is the end result, what must have been the process to get to this
I
point?
just
What
bought an
must
SD
be
card. I gotta
the
put
kind
it
of
in.
underlying social or cultural or economic foundations of the empire to make this
I don't
awful
even know
thing
where I
that we
put it
now
though.
see?
I got it at Walmart earlier.
So, I mean, that was a ton of fun. It got pretty dark at points. Occasionally I'd send stuff into Lucasfilm. I'd be like, they're never going to go for it. There's no way that this is going to make
Also,
it.
like
Oh, no,
they
actually,
always lead you to believe that Mon Mothma and
I'm going
Bail
to read one
Organa
of the
are
lines,
friends.
to try and find
They are not
what the
friends.
dropping point is.
Like in the
Oh,
Mask of Fear,
really?
they are.
I think the fact that everybody
Yeah,
kind of
because like
bought
in
into
the
the
Mask
concept
in the
when we
Mask
were
of
writing
Fear,
it, and then
Bail
kind
wants
of
to
bought into
exonerate
the
the
concept when we
Jedi. Like
released
he
it.
has proof that the
Feel
Empire
a
is
little too realistic.
faked. Like based off of
Did,
the
as a
insider information he
historian,
knows too from Yoda and
writing
Obi
a
Wan,
book about the
like the
Galactic
Emperor is
Empire,
a
did
secret Sith
anything in
Lord. He
there
knows that the Empire
feel
is fake.
realistic?
What happened with the Jedi,
I
so
mean,
he's trying to
maybe a
exonerate them.
few bits.
And like Mon Mothma's like her big thing in the
What I
book is
what I think actually
like yeah, the
felt
Empire
most
can exist or
realistic, and the thing that we
whatever,
really
but
wanted to
only
channel
in
is
name
that
only.
a lot of people kind of
Like
start to
she's
go,
gonna
"Oh, are
do
you
this.
drawing on this event? Are you drawing on
She's
that
gonna
event?"
perform this
What
task
we wanted to
as
draw
the
on was the
separatist or
feeling of
rejoining the
looking back on
Republic
these things,
to make
and
this
what it
sure that the
feels like to
Senate
feel this
actually
kind
has
of
all the power
despair and
and
this
that the
horror
Emperor
and
is just a
not really know
figurehead.
what it is you're supposed to do about
So
it.
Oh,
she
wow.
asked for
And
Bail's
transmit
help,
that
and he's like,
feeling
"What
of kind
about
of
the
real
Jedi?"
world
And she's like,
concern
"Who cares about the
that
Jedi?"
existed as I was writing the book,
And then
kind
it's
of in
all
the back of
about
my
like
mind, just really trying to kind of channel it
Padme's
into
died
Beaumont and then
or
kind of
whatever, and like it's
transmit it out to the
like they've
people. So
only
I
ever
think
gotten along
that's
because
the most
Padme
realistic thing
can
in the
make
book,
them
the
get
kind of the
along.
feeling of
But
looking
now
at
that
this
Padme's no
warfare, and I
longer
don't know
there,
how to
these
process
two
it.
people actually have to learn how to
Historian
deal
to
with each
historian.
other
I think you
because
captured that feeling
She
very
was the
well.
glue.
Might she be working
yeah,
on anything else?
yeah, Mon
Are you
Mothma
researching right now?
like
Well,
she's sad about what happened to the
haven't
Jedi, but she
finished, so I just wanted to
realistically
like take
does
time.
not
Me
care
and
about the
Beaumont
Jedi
Kin
at all.
But
decided
she's
we
like,
need to take a
we
long
they're
break,
gone, so let's figure
and
out something else.
Beaumont Kin
Yeah,
needs
well,
probably
even
As far as
yeah,
everybody knows,
but
they're
he's not the
gone.
only
yeah,
So
person in
yeah.
the Star Wars universe
But
that we've
even
involved
like in
and
the
you know, he
sense,
introduced
like
me
in
to
this book,
a lot
which
of
is going to
interesting
be a
people,
trilogy,
and one of whom
like
I've
it
been
just
speaking to quite
it's
a lot.
not
In fact,
important to
I got
her.
a message
Like
from them on my phone
like
earlier.
yeah, they're gone,
It says Red
but
2
like
standing
she
by.
also knows that the
Whatever that
Jedi
means,
were
we'll find
corrupted
out in
as
due course,
well.
I imagine.
So she's
Excellent.
kind of
That is a
like
fantastic
that's where
take.
she's
I
like
think there's probably a
telling
few
them
people in
like,
the audience that are really
who
excited
cares?
by that piece
Like
too.
why? Like
Um,
there's
yes,
other people
exactly.
that are
Next
going to
up,
suffer now, and there's all these things that
Ethan, let's
happen.
talk
And
comics.
also they tell you that like
You
right
have
after
a
Revenge of
brand
the Sith,
new Poe Dameron series.
Bail
Stands in
Poe
about
and
what,
Dameron
2
Mon
series.
weeks?
Mothma,
2 weeks, yes.
Tell us all about Codebreaker.
yeah, Bail and Mon
And
Mothma
there's
were both
Mike Spillane's not here
incarcerated
to
for
stop
speaking
me,
out
so I
against
really
the
can tell
Emperor.
all about
And like we're
no,
really like
it's a
tortured,
really
where
it's a
like
fun romp.
Mon
It's
Mothma has
all ages book,
PTSD throughout like the
which
novel,
means
and
I'm
actually has
much
to
less
take
likely to kill off
anxiety
characters than
pills
say
like
bounty
throughout
hunters.
her life
Uh,
because she
as I said
suffers
just
from like
before The Force
these
Awakens,
intense
Poe
like
Dameron
flashbacks from
probably will
being
survive.
interrogated by the Empire.
But anyway, it's
wow.
basically a tale of BB-8 and their human
Which
sidekick
like we're getting more
having to
information
go on a
about Mon
secret
Mothma
mission
now than like we
to
ever had
take care
before.
of a
Because like
first order
if
Oh,
you had asked
definitely.
me, if you had
and
asked me a
without
few
revealing too
years
much about
ago,
it, it is not at all what they
like
thought they were getting into.
before Rogue
Cue the
One, like
screaming,
who
blaster
the
fire,
leaders of the
all of that.
rebellion would be, I'd be like, oh,
I
it's
think we
Luke,
have
Leia,
something
and
in
Han. And
common
then
with
people
both
were like,
of
no,
these,
it's
right?
actually
Yes,
Mon
here we
Mothma.
go.
Cameron. It's like,
some
who the fuck is a
interior
Mon
art.
Mothma?
How did you go about writing Joe Cameron?
Well, first of all, I just want to shout out. It's just an amazing art team, and I'm going to botch the names, and you'll see why in a second. So Mark Yarza is the penciler. Jose Marzen Jr. is the inker, and I was worried for days as to I would get. They were just too similar, and I was going to botch it, but I made it. And anyway, Nicola Rigi is the colorist. Just an amazing art team. Yeah, so I love those kind of characters. I love the scoundrels and the kind of characters that you really wonder how they survive from panel 1 to panel 6 on any given page. He's literally flying by the seat of his pants through life. So I always gravitate to that.
I love it. All right, next up we have, yes. Let's take a look at the covers for the rest of the series.
Diego Galindo, just amazing
Those
art.
are
And I
cool
just
covers.
the one that's well, I don't know,
very good.
furthest to the right. Yes, sorry. That
I'm
was
not
something that
positive
they
either,
asked
but
me,
I
like, "Oh,
think
what would you like to do for that
Dexter,
cover?" And I suggested that.
like
It was so much better than my little
like Dex has a
fingers text that I
backstory,
sent in. And I
Yeah,
just
like
I
of
just
stuff that he's
really
done.
love that one.
I think he's in the High
Very
Republic.
cool. And then you also have a very
Really?
special comic
Yeah.
out
Or
at the
he's in
show right
something coming
now.
out.
What is Star Wars Beyond Victory?
Yeah. So first of all, if you all get the chance this weekend to go to the MetaQuest ILM booth, you can actually get your own free copy. And I don't know if I'm officially supposed to say this
Yeah,
yet.
he's in the High Republic
have a,
Adventures.
who is an
He
artist on the book.
is
Are you here,
also
Steve? Somewhere in
in
this
the
audience?
book Escape from Valo, and
No,
he's in
okay,
some
well,
High Republic
he's somewhere in this
Adventures,
building.
like Phase
But
3
at
things.
least one of the artists, if
So
not
he
that's pretty dope.
two, will
Yeah,
be
he has like
with
an
me doing
actual
a signing
backstory
on
now.
Sunday afternoon. We're just pinning
That's
down the
pretty
time.
awesome.
So please stay tuned to social
I think
media
he
for
was
that.
a
But Beyond Victory
what was
is
he?
an
I know he was like a
amazing
bodyguard or something like that.
mixed immersion, mixed reality immersion game that, or not game, I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
he used to be a
experience. Totally
hyperspace
botching that. It's
prospector,
unlike anything I've ever
and he
experienced
worked with
or experienced
Maz.
in
Like he used to
Tennessee
be part
Wild.
of Maz
I'm
Kanata's
struggling to
team.
describe it.
So wait,
The
were we
character
talking
that's on
about
the
the work
cover
in
is
the
Apollo Bolus.
the
They're
deli that
a
knew
pod
Obi-Wan?
racer.
Yeah,
You
yeah, yeah.
follow
Dexter
with them
Jetster.
as I did.
Yeah, there's a whole
Just
book
it's a
series. I
lot of
mean, it's
pod
not
racing,
canon
a lot of
anymore,
criminal
but it
intrigue,
came out before
and
Episode
a
1
dollop of
did,
heart.
and it was
It's
like
it's
when
a
Obi-Wan
fun
was
story, and I cannot wait till you
Padawan to
experience
Qui-Gon,
that
and it
experience.
like details Obi-Wan
I'm excited for that experience too.
was getting to be too
All
old,
right, next up, staying on
and
comics at CB.
he
Can you
eventually
give us
got to
an
be too old
update
and
on the
got sent
flagship
out to
Star
work on a
Wars
mining
title?
facility
Sure.
because
So
he was too
last
old
year
to
at
be
the
a
end of
Jedi
the year,
now.
we launched
And
the Battle of Jakku by Alex
that's where he
Segura,
meets Dexter. Is out
which
there.
sets up this new Star Wars series. And now Marvel's been publishing Star Wars comics for the last 10 years. It's our 10-year anniversary of coming back to publishing with Lucasfilm, and we're very proud of everything that we've done. And so originally we started with the time period between A New Hope and Empire. Then we switched to between the time period between Empire and Jedi. Now we're moving farther into the future. You see the familiar cast of characters here who are all still around. Luke, Leia, Han, R2, 3PO are going to be there, but it also incorporates a lot of the Marvel characters that you've seen come up in the comics. And it's really going to be a blast. Phil Noto, who I don't know if everyone here is huge Phil Noto fans. Just amazing, so associated with the Star Wars brand and the look and feel of the setting up the Marvel Comics universe for Lucasfilm. He's going to be drawing it, and there's just so much fun that we're waiting to happen. It launches this May, actually, as just like you would a movie comes out every May. This new series, the flagship series from Marvel Star Wars, is coming out this May as well.
And what is going on with the Legacy of Vader?
Legacy of Vader. Back to our friend Charles Soule. We had to figure out how we were going to tell Vader stories in this time period as well. And there was no better way to do that than to do it, with his
the
grandson,
Ghost
with
of
Kylo,
Tatooine.
looking back at the legacy of Vader. So this is a book that kind of walks that fine line between the present, the Star Wars present.
It
And
was
Star
rumored
Wars
that
him and
as
Kylo.
Kylo goes on a
Yeah.
journey to find out just who Darth Vader was and what made Darth Vader tick. What were the
It was
decisions
rumored that
he
Darth
made,
Vader would kill
put him on the
Watto
path that he is,
in the
and
second
should
issue.
Kylo follow that?
Yeah.
But he
Charles is doing an
he
amazing
doesn't
job.
kill him.
Every issue I read it in the script. I read it in
It's
the
just
pencils,
like
I read it in the
hinted
final
that like
version. Just
that
find
could
new
have
things in
happened.
it. The depth of Charles'
Yeah.
writing and exploring these two characters through generations, through decades is just fabulous writing. And the art is just. But Luke Ross has been working on the Star Wars books for ages, and he's just really kicking it into high gear on this series. So definitely recommend checking this out.
And I'm very excited that we have a reveal here for issue 8 cover.
Yes.
Very excited about this. Who is that cover on
can't-
issue 8?
Can't say too much, but just in the manga panel previously, Kenny Ruiz talked about he was able to create a new Knight of Ren. And I think here again, lips are sealed. # no spoilers. But that's a first look at another new knight that we'll be seeing come out. That'll be right towards the middle of the summer, I believe. So please check it out. You're gonna love it.
Yes, and I think we have a art reveal here
Yes.
for
Oh,
that
we're
character.
giving away that much.
I
huh?
know.
Wow, what a
Hey, we can
surprise.
all pin it on
right.
Michael.
Yeah, no. So and then here's the design again for again the name there, Tanaran from Luke Ross. So we'll be debuting in that issue.
Very excited about this one.
They should
Last
have
but
had
certainly not
Charles Soule.
least, Mark, we come
Yeah,
to
I
you
agree.
and Jedi Knights. Tell us about this book.
Well, this book I'm having so much fun working on.
That's interesting.
Totemo Tanoshidas. So the book basically takes place before the events of Phantom Menace, and essentially we've never really seen the Jedi Knights be the Jedi Knights before. We're usually see them as like generals in the Clone War, or we're seeing them, sort of, get killed. This is the Jedi at the height of their powers, and what's really fun about the book is each
No, they aren't.
issue is self-contained, which is something you don't really see in comic
What's
books
that?
anymore.
I said no, they aren't. I did a video on
read
that
about
saying
two
like
issues.
the
I
High
realized why
Republic
it's
is
really
actually
hard.
the Jedi at the height of their
But
powers.
each issue basically feels like its own mini Star Wars movie, and I'm throwing as many Jedi at you as possible.
I mean,
We have
honestly, it's
some
definitely not the height of their
images
power.
of
The
some
Old
of
Republic's the
those
height of their
Jedi here.
power,
What is
but
it like to write a Jedi team up book?
this was the
It's
kind
so
of
much fun.
beginning of the end of them.
In large part because I'm
Yeah,
trying to
it's
combine, like
known as
we
the
call
fall
them
of
the
the
Jedi
Jedi.
All Stars. Yoda and Mace Windu and Qui-Gon Jinn, and like the
I went to
Jedi
Qui-Gon
and
Jinn one.
love. But also I want to
I know there's a
introduce you to
joke.
some lesser known Jedi, as well as anytime I work in Star Wars, I love playing with the toys, but I like adding new toys to the toy box.
I'm writing a fan
So
story
we've,
right now that has
introduced a
a
few new
younger
Jedi
Qui-Gon in it.
that we'll get to know deeper and deeper as we get into the series.
We also have some art here for issues 1, 2, and 3 with some variants, which kind of leads me to my next question, which is which Jedi did you have the most fun writing?
Ooh. I love writing Qui-Gon. There's something about Liam Neeson's, performance in Phantom Menace that I've so internalized that voice, and writing him, because he's, I write him with a little sense of humor. He's like kind of like at this point seen it
It's
all,
always a
done
big
it all, and he's got like a
Yep.
wryness about him, which I find a lot of fun.
I love that. That's the one I'm personally very excited for because I love Qui-Gon. But are there any guest stars that we should be on the lookout for in the issues?
Oh my God, so many guest stars. So this spread is from the first issue. It's basically Obi-Wan seeing the future, and a lot of, because I wrote so far ahead of the amazing art team of Madabek Musabekov and
get the
Luis
Qui-Gon out real
Guerrero,
quick.
I was able to say, this is happening. We're going to meet this person. We're going to see that person. So like in terms of guest stars, Kelleran Beck is in basically it's probably my favorite issue thus far. It's all told through the eyes of a youngling as she's recruited into the Jedi Order, and Kelleran has some pretty has a very big role to play.
Only 13
in her
more
joining
minutes until the
Order.
animation panel.
Jango Fett is coming
Awesome.
back in issue 4. Also, issue 4 is like a little nod to my Han Solo and Chewbacca series.
I'll be right back.
The blue-skinned
No
alien
problem, dude.
mastermind, Colonel Mastermind, and Buck Vancto, the basically Marshal of the Benelux Marshal Service, comes back. We've got, who else? Yaddle. With issue 5. There's a Tales of the Jedi animated episode that issue 5 ties directly into, and I can probably say without spoiling that Count Dooku plays a very big part of it. And if you guys have watched the Tales of the Jedi episode, you know that Yaddle and Count Dooku have a very specific destiny together, and this issue sort of teased that up.
You just made Matt Martin a very happy person.
I'm here to help, Matt.
The one thing about this series, if I could just add real quick, internally, jokingly, we call it Jedi Team Up.
Yes.
And when you think of Jedi team ups, you normally think of the Master and the Padawan, because that's what we've seen in the movies, like Mark was saying, and in the Clone Wars and whatnot. We really haven't seen the Jedi relationships when they get together, and that's what's been fascinating for me when the scripts come in and when the issues come out, is to seeing how you handle these characters, where it's two mature Jedi having to go on these missions, or dealing with things between them that they're not always comfortable with. And you do such a great job of establishing those relationships in great ways.
Thank you. It's so much fun. I'm having such a blast writing this book.
I cannot wait. And I've been calling this a Jedi team up here. We have so many incredible books coming out soon. I want to know from each of you, which one are you the most excited about? Is it one that we've talked about here today? Something you maybe can't say you have coming out? You know, anything you're excited about? Anybody?
I'll buy Adam's book right now.
First pre-order, yep.
I think the Revenge of the Sith. Sorry, the Revenge of the Sith annotated edition.
Me too.
It's something like is it 150 new annotations by Matthew Stover in like a slipcase acetate front thing? It's going to be amazing. But like, you know, Revenge of the Sith being probably my favorite Star Wars movie, that being the greatest Star Wars novel ever written. Again, 20th anniversary. That's going to be epic.
I can't wait for that one.
I'm really looking forward to Trials of the Jedi. Charles is such a brilliant writer, and this is like a climax that obviously has been years and years in the making. I really can't wait.
I am also really looking forward to Trials of the Jedi being out. I have already read it, so that's not lucky.
Oh, I'm jealous. Okay, backstage, I'm gonna pick your brain.
But it's, even though I didn't write it, it's the culmination of the High Republic, of Project Luminous, and I feel kind of like I wrote parts of it. And I can't wait to hold
Almost
it in my
there.
hand and have it and have the whole collection and, you know, be able to look back and like, this is something that we did and really worked hard on.
So Star Wars is a universe with so many amazing characters, be they human characters or alien characters, but in some ways, the ships are also characters, if we want to say that. And one of my favorite characters is the Millennium Falcon. And
there's this guy on Twitter named the Original Trilogy Talk. He just did a video about the Millennium Falcon.
Sorry, I'm a secret tease.
One, he sounds like the guy from like How It's Made. You ever watch like those videos?
In the comics.
Yeah,
I definitely
So like
bought
very
copies of the,
like
Andor,
a
the Art
very
of Andor
appealing
book,
voice, keeps
at
you
least for the
interested,
panelists.
and he
No.
talks about the Millennium Falcon and how
No,
like
in all
it's
seriousness,
not just a ship;
I
it's
love
actually a
those
character, and
books,
it's like
and
super
Andor
important.
has just been such a
He
special,
watches all Star
Andor
Wars,
and
but
Rogue One,
in
I
terms
consider them sort
of what he
part of
covers,
a
his like
whole,
he
just
only does the original
part of
trilogy.
the puzzle that is the Star
And
Wars story.
I'll send
So
you a
yeah,
link to his
looking forward to
video,
that.
but
And the book
he
begins
did
with the
it
release of
like
Rogue One and goes
I
to
don't
the
know. It was
present day, so it
amazing
covers that
on
entire span
how
of time.
intricate
check it
the
out.
Anything
yeah.
else that you guys are
I'll
excited
send you a
about?
link to it because like
Yes.
it's so
I mean, I want to read
meaningful
all
what
of
the
your
Millennium
stuff. Oh
Falcon
my
actually
god.
means
No, I was just
for like all of Star
I was
Wars.
like, I'm gonna fight you for the first pre-order of Adam's book.
Interesting.
I might be working on something that I can't talk about, and it might touch on something, maybe some things that, or perhaps some ones that I've maybe written before. But I'm very excited for it. And if I say anything else, Mike Siglain is gonna drop from the ceiling and like suplex me.
I love that. Any last minute thoughts? Yes.
I am a huge Acolyte fan, so I cannot. Right? Cannot wait for
Are they
Tessa's
gonna
book.
say
I'm
it?
so
Oh, never
excited
mind.
for it. But I've also heard a couple of little behind the scenes things about Master of Evil, so I cannot wait to read that.
I love how we're
So,
all
and
so
that cover
excited
is
for it.
just, oh my gosh, amazing.
Ugh.
Can't wait.
Love it. Well, that kind of brings us to the end of the panel. This was fantastic.
Cold is
You
kicking
guys
my
are all
butt.
fantastic, and you all are so fantastic for showing up and showing your support for these books and these comics and these incredible authors. So let's put your hands together one more time for this incredible group of authors. Thank you all so much, and may the force be with you.
I just sent you the link for it on Instagram for that video.
Over Over 25 years ago, our next guests worked together to help bring to life the first fully digital major character in a feature film, and we can't thank them enough for it. Let's welcome Rob Coleman and Ahmed Best to the stage.
I'm just hoping for something big. I'm not going to get the news that I want, but you know.
Yeah.
In a perfect world, they'll be like, guess what, guys? We're making a Star Killer animated series. It won't happen. I can dream.
I'm assuming this is just them talking again. I don't know if this is the animation panel.
They might not be showing it.
Yeah, the animation panel doesn't start for another 5 minutes. And obviously the live stream is at least like 10 minutes behind. Oh my god, he's
Your
speaking
Japanese
Japanese now.
is phenomenal.
ありがとうございます。はい、日本語少し。
そうなんですか?
These freaking talented
See, I
people.
come in prepared. I get prepped.
I love him. Love him. 10 out of 10.
Welcome back to Star
He
Wars
is awesome, dude.
Celebration. How's it been for you guys?
Really good. It's been really fun. It's been like, this is our first day here, and I'm still kind of jet lagged. So I'm either really here or I'm dreaming of the best dream I could possibly imagine.
It is quite dreamy. Is it your first time in Japan?
No. The last time I was here was after Revenge of the Sith. We shot in Australia, and then I just came up here and had like 2 weeks by myself in Japan. It's been a while.
Oh, wow. And Rob, is it your first time?
What
no,
planet
last time
was
20
Australia?
years ago, promoting Revenge of the Sith.
What's that?
Lucasfilm sent me for all three.
What
prequels
planet
that I
did
was
they
the
use
supervisor
Australia
on,
for?
So, yeah, love it here. Love to be back.
I'm not sure.
Thank you.
Well, we love having you. Thank you so much. So
Let me turn the
15
volume back down
years
this,
of
'cause I can't
industrial
hear
light
you
and
through it that
magic.
well.
You both have a different history with ILM. But what is it like looking back at your work during such a massive, massive anniversary?
It's absolutely huge. You know, thank you. Canadians in the
Oh,
house
just
love
go
it.
forward.
And I never thought I would get to work for the company, but through my meandering path and having the right skills,
Can you
at
still
the
hear
right
it all right?
time, I ended up
Yeah,
with
I can
ILM
still
in
hear it.
'93, animator number 9.
Okay.
They had just done Jurassic Park. And
Yeah, I was kind of
thought,
losing you in the mix.
wow,
So
I'm at this place where all these people had inspired
Yeah, I felt
me,
that at
and then
times, but it hasn't been
here I
terrible.
am all those years later, and I'm the
well,
creative
there was a
director
point where
for
just all of
ILM
us
in
were just
Sydney,
watching it,
and,
so it was
yeah,
like whatever.
pretty amazing.
Yeah.
An incredible, decorated career, truly. Ahmed, what's it like for you looking back at your time?
Yeah, the time that I got to spend with ILM was really incredibly special. They welcomed me.
I'd love
in,
to.
like, one
He's
of the
definitely on my
family.
list of
But I
like
think
people I'd
the
like to
thing
get their
that was so
auto.
magical about
He's
what I
just
was
somebody I'd like
doing
to talk to.
with ILM is the fact
Oh,
that
absolutely,
it had
that
never
too.
been done before, and we were breaking this new ground together. And so all of the mistakes,
I'd have to say,
all of the
probably
stress,
right now,
all of the
my like
ideation
dream,
and
like Star Wars
iteration,
person to talk
we
to,
really
probably
all
be Sam
just came
Witwer.
together and
If
rose
anyone.
to the occasion, and we were able to
I think
deliver
mine is
something
probably
and
Ewan.
make George Lucas really, really proud.
You'd be
So
fun.
looking back on that time,
Or,
it was a really, really special
yeah.
time where I don't
Sam
really
is in
think
the top
we
5.
knew the
I'd rather
gravity of
speak to the guy who voiced Obi-Wan in the Clone Wars as well.
and you know,
That'd be pretty cool
watching
too.
the
There's a
watching
lot of
the
people I wish I could meet.
the documentary.
I mean,
was
actually,
like,
number
wow, I
1
was
on my
really
list is
young.
obviously
Like, I looked
George.
I looked so young.
Oh
We
yeah, well I
all
think that's
were
a number
all
one for
so
everybody. That's just kind of the
young,
accepted number one.
and trying not to get
Yeah.
fired. So we weren't like
Uh,
it was.
I'd
like
say
we were
probably
so
Nick
in it,
Gilliard is
but
probably
now
pretty high on
looking
my
back on
list.
it, it's like an amazing bit of history.
Which I'm hoping, I
Touching back
believe
a little
he
bit
might
on
be at
the
ICC
technology
con,
aspect
which
of it. We were supposed
I'll
to go
get to
to
check
George
him off my
later, but
list
since
of
you
people.
talked about it a little
Yeah,
bit, let's just jump right into it.
because
Your
I've already
performance of
I mean,
Jar Jar
I've
was
talked to
really
Roger
the
several times, so
first
he's off my
ever
list of
character to be fully
ones that I
digitized,
need to
especially
be
a
able to
major
meet. But
character.
I'll actually get to meet
And
him at
nowadays we
ICC
kind of gotten
con.
used to
Super
seeing
psyched about that.
actors with mocap
Definitely giving
technology,
him
and
the
we're
most
like quite
money
used
as
to
far as
seeing it happen.
autographs
But
go.
what was it like for you
Yeah.
back in the day when it was truly
Because like you want to
groundbreaking
get the
new
book
technology?
signed by him, because that's just kind of a sentimental like that's the book I use to like do all my questions with. So I got my highlighting
Anytime
marks
you're
and
at
everything
the
in there.
emergence of something,
and then I got 3
technological,
Topps cards.
you don't really
They're
realize it
lightsaber
until you
cards.
see
So
it.
there's
And
an
I
Anakin
remember, I
lightsaber
think it
card,
was
Obi-Wan, and
one
a
of the
Vader.
first
The
like
best thing is they're
tests
all
that we
numbered,
did for
but the
mocap.
Vader one is numbered
Um,
66.
and
So
I
that's
put on this like
super
very
cool.
That's awesome.
revealing catsuit that now
And
everybody
then I
is
kind of
okay
want to get a
with, but at
plaque
the time,
sign,
nobody
like
was okay with
to
it,
eventually
especially me.
display with a Graflex.
And
I'd like
when
to
So
everything
speak.
was
yeah,
shot,
I
and
mean,
you see all the
in terms
points
of
on the
creators,
screen,
like
I remember going, "Oh man,
famous
those
creators
points,
that
they're
I'd like to
moving
talk
like
to,
me. It looks like me."
I
Even
think
though there
number
was
1 on my
no
list is
character
Stupendous.
over it, it still was able
I
to
think
yeah, he's
he's
pretty
just.
capture
cool.
personality
I just.
and nuance.
I haven't watched a
And
lot of
that's
since
kind of when I knew we were in another world.
since I started the channel. I don't really watch like other than like stuff that you do or like stuff that people that I'm actively talking to are doing.
So hard
I
to
don't really
perform
like
with and
watch
act
them
with. So that
anymore
was
because
Well, I
like
appreciate that.
incredible for you.
I've gotten to the
was it
point where
like
I don't
for you and your
need their
animation team
knowledge because
translating
I
Ahmed's
have to have that
portrayal and
knowledge now.
performance of Jar
So I
Jar
don't really
into turning it
watch
into a fully
like
digitized character?
Theory or Star Wars
Well,
Explained
what
or
people may not
Stupendous as much as I
know or
used to.
remember is that
But
Jar Jar
like
was
I think
initially
I
going to be Ahmed,
my list would
except
probably
for the neck off,
be
where we were going to put a digital head, neck and
Stupendous,
head.
and
And
then
the reason
after
is
that would
George
probably
had cast
be
Ahmed because of his physicality, the way he
I don't
moved
know
his
his name,
body,
but
his
I'll just say
voice.
Molly's husband from Star
But when
Wars
we at
Explained.
ILM tried to attach the digital head
I don't know what
to
his
Oh,
name
okay, I
is.
know,
And
yeah,
and you have to
yeah,
remember
and then I and
1797
then
and the
after that I'd
technology
probably
we had
like
at the time.
I'd still like to
He's
talk to
moving around
Theory,
in
and then
free
I
space
obviously
from
like I have
performance
that
position.
video that I was
We did
telling you
have
about
little
that I'm
dots
working
on his
on. That's
neck, little
pretty much
LEDs on
going
his
to take me most of
costume.
the year.
Proved incredibly difficult for us to track
yeah.
Because
down
Like Theory's pretty
because
I'm
cool.
like
you
He's
and
he's
I
pretty down
couldn't
to
even
earth
pick up
dude.
one pixel
I'm
slide,
like
and it never
One
looked
I was a
fully
big
attached,
fan of.
or there'd be moments
Like
it was fine
you
and then it
know
would break.
it's somebody that I like
So
regularly talk to now. It kind of
one of
blows
the
my
things I
mind was
did
Star Wars
was
Sith.
ask one of
Watch
my
his videos
animators
all
to
the time, and
animate
then I got
a
to doing
full
this stuff, and
version, a
now I
digital
talk to the guy all
version,
the time.
because
It's
we
pretty
knew we were
cool.
going to have it
And
for
yeah,
stunts, matching what Ahmed
Bricks has
had
met
done, and also
Theory.
had the same motion track neck.
He is a
And
super
you get
cool
to see a
dude,
little
pretty
bit
down to earth.
about this in the Light and Magic season 2.
And
what we found out was it took less time to
I'd
animate
say
the
probably
full
anybody
body.
else.
And so we pitched that to George,
Like
and he wasn't
Star
especially
Walker
happy
is
about
pretty
that
high on the
because he
list.
said,
Like
"No, but
one of
Rob,
the
I
coolest
love your
lightsaber
animators,
spinners
but
I've
there's
seen.
no way they can match him." And that's when one of our brilliant people at
Harley
ILM came
King,
up to me
probably
and
another
basically
really
whispered
cool
in my ear and
creator
said,
to
"There's this
like be
thing
able to
called motion
meet.
capture. We
Yeah.
could put Ahmed in the suit.
Not
We can
exactly
capture his
a
body
creator because he
performance
was famous
exactly
before this,
millimeter
but
perfect. Then attach that motion onto our
and
digital
yes, Star Wars Sith
character,
is actually
and then the
Brix's cousin.
animators
So.
can modify
Oh, really?
movement if they need to, but
Yeah.
then spend most of their time on the facial performance.
I have
So
a
that's the evolution of what
I have a
happened. We didn't
cousin
go into it
in the
thinking
Star
we were
Wars
going to be
universe,
using
but
motion
I'll
capture,
message you about that
but it
privately.
came out of a
Oh,
necessity and a
nice.
demand from George to say, "I don't want to lose his
Yeah, like
performance." And I'm
another
like,
one
"I got
though
it.
that'd be
No
kind of cool to
problem.
meet.
Okay, how do we do this?"
That is so
I'm
fascinating. I
blanking.
especially love hearing
ADD.
about how there's so much trial and error, especially with groundbreaking technology
But
like that, and you just don't know
yeah,
how
like
it's going
there's
to
a
turn
bunch
out,
of
so
good
you just have
creators.
to
Oh,
try. You have to figure out all these other things.
Collector's
and the fact that it
Outpost
was the
actually.
exact emerging time
I'll have
for
to find it.
mocap
I
is
think it
just
fell,
fantastic.
but
Jar Jar
I got a little
is
thing from
the
him.
birth of mocap and like a perfectly
He's
digitized
got some awesome
character.
videos,
Love that so much.
especially if
You
you
guys
like
just
the
had
micro
your
universes
Light
or
and Magic
anything.
panel. What were some of your favorite
Medina
stories
Lorian
that you
is
shared
another
on
really
it? It
cool
was so
dude.
cool
He's got
seeing
some cool
everybody back
videos.
together, the gang's back
I
together.
just sent you the
So
message
the
about
band
it.
back together.
yeah, you did.
I think it was cool just
That's crazy, dude.
Seeing everybody,
Yeah.
like Rob said, I haven't seen Rob in 20 years.
No.
I come from a
Pretty
very
awesome,
like
Seen each
I
other
come
in
from like a
person,
very
nobody-
fractured family,
And when
so
we
it's
do these
something that
movies, we
I've
spend
been
so
trying to
much
piece
time
together for a while. And
go through all of the
my
trials and tribulations,
grandfather
we just go about
would
our
play
lives.
stickball with that
And
person's
I,
father
something you
before
said in
they
the panel
moved.
that I really
And
was
it was always
impactful to me
like
is like you
it was
remember
always
these
like a
things. They're
topic of
in, it's
conversation,
filed
and it
away
was like it's
somewhere
something
in
I've
your
always
brain.
tried to piece
Every once
together,
in a
but I
while,
don't
a
put it
memory
out
would pop
there
up, and you would think about
because
it.
it
You
would
would,
cause some
you know,
issues.
either tell the story or just kind of
And I
chuckle
don't
and be like,
I
"Oh,
don't
those were
need
the
to chase
days," right?
clout. I just
But to be
I don't know.
able to
There's a
Oh
lot
see
no!
of things
If you were
in my
chasing
family.
clout, you would
right
actually say the
in
person's
the
name.
documentary
You didn't
was
say it,
just
so that just yeah.
incredibly
That's cool
heartwarming,
though.
and it just brought back
Yeah, it
all of
was
those
super
The only thing
wild
I
when
can
I
say
found
about
out.
my family heritage is
of the day. It's just
technically I'm related to the
bet
first
it
president
is
of the
so
United
vivid
States.
to have those
Yeah,
memories
there we
unlocked in
go.
like a
Not
visual way, because it's one thing
not
to talk
George
and hang out and
Washington.
remember things together, But
Really?
President during the Articles of Confederation.
That's
Stupid deep
That literally is what
dive
I've been
historical
saying.
thing.
It feels like a time machine or a time capsule. And I was talking to John Knoll about this.
My
We were followed around
my
with cameras
sister
for a year and a
has
half. And it
well,
became
I'm one
we
of
didn't
8,
see them anymore.
but my
And John
one
described
sister
it
has a
that point. He
different
said, there were meetings
my
that
one
are
sister
in
has
the
a different
documentary.
father,
We forgot there was a
and
camera crew there.
her side of the
That's how it was. And
family
there are a
is
couple of
related to
sections
John
in the
Lennon.
doco when you see me and
Like her
George, I'm
dad's side
pitching
of the
work to him.
family.
That's
He's
pretty
teasing
awesome
me,
right
and
there.
I'm
Yeah,
teasing
like
him
her
back at one
dad
point. And there's a
is
camera
like
right here,
was like
but
close
I'm
cousins
not
with
paying
John Lennon,
attention
and
to it. I'm so
they had
grateful
like stories
that
and
that
stuff
footage
about
exists, and
him
now
before obviously
Joe's put it
he
together
was
and made this
assassinated.
amazing. He's captured the moment
That's
really well,
yeah.
and the human
I
story of
mean,
what it's like to be
now you just
behind
got
the
to hope that
scenes,
that artistic ability
bringing these films
travels
to
through
life
genetics.
to the screen.
As a
Uh,
fan, it really
I
was
was good at
awe-inspiring to
instruments when I was
this
younger,
footage,
but it's
and
just
I am
not
so
something
happy to hear that
I
you
do
guys love
now.
it just as much.
I
Do you guys have
still got my
anything you wanna
guitar.
say to the
Like
fans
I
out here that have
don't
all
play as much as I
collected
used
just for
to.
you?
I learned music production and everything. So once I started making all these like Star Wars songs, everything clicked back on again. Like I remember like, oh, crossfading, equalizing, like add some
first thing I'd
reverb
like to say
here.
is thank you. I mean, we
See, I always wanted to do like guitar and stuff like that, but like this when I was in elementary school, they had an orchestra, and I thought the violin was cool, so I learned how to play that.
It's a pretty sick instrument too. I will
people who make
agree.
Star
For like,
Wars
there's
movies
some like
really
fire
listen to
classical
you. We really
instruments
do.
that just
And it might
add
feel
so much
like we don't
ambience
hear
to
you or you're
music.
screaming
Like,
into a void sometimes,
I
played
love
that.
piano. I love
we make these
violin.
things
I played the
for
violin and
Lots
the
of horn
viola,
sections too.
we want you all to
and
be
then I
sitting in
played
the
the
dark
clarinet
in a
and the
room,
saxophone.
and these movies come on, and you feel the hope, you feel the
Not
togetherness,
bad.
you
Got
feel the
jazzy
community.
sax. Can you like just
And
like
a lot
rip
of
on it?
times, especially now,
No, I haven't
nowadays,
done it in a
there are
very
so
long
many
time, so
things
probably not. Like it's like
that
one
are
of those
put on
things that I really
screens
like.
to
I don't
celebrate
think if you even handed me a clarinet, I'd know how to
have
play it. But like,
this
I
special
feel like if you
I
gave
mean,
me a
on,
day,
these special movies. We have
that's
these
probably how I am. I
characters,
like. I have
we
not
have
played
these
this guitar in like
people
2 years.
that bring us
Yeah.
I think
all
if you just hand it to me,
together.
like, hold
If you
on.
look around this
How do you
room,
play? Damn it!
this is what the world looks like.
eh. Dude, my brother
But
picked up the
Here for one
bass
reason,
and the
we're all
guitar and
here
stuff like
because
that
we
really
feel
quickly,
so good
and I always felt
about
like that was
being
the
a
one good thing
part
about playing
of
the
this
violin
galaxy far, far
was
away.
that like I didn't have to move my fingers very fast,
dexterity.
and I've struggled with that in like I struggle with that in trying to learn how to play the guitar, and like I don't know, I got weak hands.
You want to know
So
what the
like I
secret
just
is?
Oh my God!
calluses.
Thank you so much for
Yeah,
being here with
callus
us
is
today.
absolutely the
We
secret to
can't
playing
wait to
guitar.
watch
Once
Light
you
and
get those
Magic Season
calluses,
2.
you
Don't
can
go
slide
away
all over
because
the place.
Star
You
Wars
won't affect
Celebration
it at
Live
all.
is still going
But
on.
when you don't play for a long time and you just have those fresh fingers out there and you start moving around those like sharpened metal like strings, like you're just like ah.
Yep. I formed a callus on my thumb from bowling. I bowled a. Here's a fun fact: I've bowled a perfect game.
Oh really?
Yeah, I have one, and it's on like PBA record. Like if you ever look up my stats, like I have on record a 300 game under my
An
belt.
official
After the bowl-
300 game, no less.
Yep. Oh shit! The cannon's back. Oh, it's working. Bricks plays clarinet. Yeah.
Yes, she does.
I always wanted to learn how to play like the trumpet and like the trombone, but I didn't like the whole like putting your lips together. Like I didn't like the feeling of the violin, so I was like, never mind. I don't like it.
Yeah, I did not do any instruments when I was younger. I didn't start playing like guitar until I was in high school, and then got into a band, played a band into college, and then realized I'm not going to win a Grammy, so I stopped playing, and I play just for fun here and there, but then as you get older, adult responsibilities hit you. You just play less and less and less and less, and now she collects dust.
That's
But
fine.
it's a nice guitar. I think I'm gonna like keep her nice and clean and give her to my kid one day.
I had Here's another fun fact. I used to live when I lived in Pennsylvania. I lived I lived closer to Philly. So I had this guitar that this guy had wanted. And I didn't know this at the time, but he owned a ticket site. Like he had his own ticketing site. It was called Ticket Warehouse. And I remember buying like these NASCAR tickets, and that's how I found out that he had it. And he like I was like, "Hey, where do you want to meet at?" Like this is when like you bought tickets online and then met up with the person to grab them. And I was like, "Where do you want to meet up?" And he was like, "Well, I'm in Levittown." And I was like, "Oh," I was like, "Dude, I live in Levittown." So we met up. But anyway, he saw this guitar that I had and really wanted it. And he was like, "What is it going to take for me to get this guitar?" And the Phillies were pretty good at the time. This is 2010. And I was like, "I want to see Roy Halladay pitch in the playoffs."
Oh, that's sick.
And he was like, "Deal." So he gave my mom and I first base, like behind the dugout ticket for this guitar. And I watched Roy Halladay throw the second ever no hitter in the playoffs.
Wait.
Yeah,
Who was
I
it
was at,
against?
wasn't that against Cincinnati? It was against Cincinnati.
Yeah, it was. I'm getting off here.
Yeah.
Today, we are joined by everyone's favorite Poobian.
It just hit me all of a sudden. It was like Roy Halladay, no hitter in the playoffs. Wait a second.
Yeah. And he like contributed to everything there because he was some of the offense as well for the reason that the Phillies scored.
But this
But it
is
was one,
my guitar.
oh, I gotta zoom in.
Our sweet friend Nubs is a little shy.
That's nice.
Here, I'll bring it up on the.
I thought this might happen.
That Nubs looks creepy.
Taking some steps, though. I know baby steps
Nubs
will
looks very
happen.
creepy. But yeah,
Yeah.
that's my guitar. It's super dusty.
Man, it happens.
That's scary out here. Everyone's really
It
friendly,
hasn't
right?
seen any love in a while.
Yeah.
Everyone loves you. Oh, there you
Teach
go.
the kiddo how to play it.
Let's cheer on Nubs. Make it feel a little more comfortable.
Yeah, I
Ready?
probably will.
Nubs, Nubs.
Just do what I do. Just teach her how to play power chords and then don't learn anything else because that's all you really need.
Teach you how to play a 4-chord song.
You come here for the
Yep,
dance
just play punk rock. You'll be happy.
That's a yes.
Man, Nubs is such a good dancer.
Nubs got some moves.
Nubs got all the moves. Oh, I feel like I'm in the music video. You know the one. All right, Nubs. I know this is an interview, and so I know you're going to give me a great answer. But is this your first celebration?
I don't like that. Have you seen what Nubs grows up into?
Welcome.
No, I haven't.
First celebration.
So in this new season, I think it's Nubs' dad that makes an appearance. And like Nubs is like this cute little Jedi creature. I don't know what his species is. But boy, does they not age well, in my
Just a
opinion.
kid at heart, I think. Right?
I went there. It was amazing. I had so much fun.
See if I
They
can
have
find it.
Legos. They have drawing and coloring activities, crafts.
Yes. And Nubs, most importantly.
Most importantly, Nubs.
Yes. All right. Hey, Nubs. You know, a little Welligren told me that you had some exciting news to share. So I know you're feeling shy. So you just want to whisper in my ear? No, you're my favorite coworker. Ooh, all right. I'm going to tell
That
you
looks
first,
good.
Raina.
That
I'm going
looks
to tell you
good.
first. Ooh. Nubs has just told me that
Announced
you
that they're
brought us
gonna do a show on
all the way
Omega.
to new. So
Oh,
let's
did
take
they
a look.
at the animation
No.
panel?
No, I'm saying I said Nubs should announce that.
Oh, I was like, oh man, everybody wanted that. Well, let's
Then I
make that
wanted
kid
like
happy.
she's on like she was on her way to Yavin at the like the last we saw of her. So like I'd hope that we could like see more of her down the road. Images. Look what Nubs grows into. I just sent it to you. Oh, look, season 3 coming this fall. Congratulations.
Good lord.
That is simply
That's scary, bro.
wow. We're so
That is
excited
terrifying.
to announce the adventures of Kai, Liz, Nubs, and Nash will continue in season 3 of Young Jedi Adventures coming this fall to Disney Plus.
I gotta like. I'm gonna get my niece is 7. I'm gonna get her to watch anything.
Nubs Nation in the house.
Rise up.
Cause
Season
like
3
I watched Bluey with her. Bluey's great.
Master Zia, Wes Finnick, and their newly found friend Cyrus.
Frenemies, but you know.
Well,
and we're gonna see some new faces, new friends in new droid companions, Beepers, Dozer, and Gigi, each with their own unique and hilarious personalities. It is so cute, Raina. You're gonna love it.
Cute! I can't wait.
Is
And
that a giant inflatable Grogu?
the renowned
It
essential
is a
droid
giant
builder,
inflatable Grogu in the background there.
Boy, does he look mischievous. I like
up to
smile.
That smirk. He is up to some shenanigans. I don't trust him. I don't trust him or his little droid. All right. Well, we can't wait to see what you and your friends get up to in this season of Young Jedi Adventures, Nubs. Thank you so much for
I wonder.
joining us.
I hope the person in the costume is getting paid a lot of money. But also, that's a really good costume.
That is, yeah. It's awkward as hell, but it's still a pretty good costume.
Nubs.
I mean, but honestly, this is going to play really well in Japan. Like they love this shit.
Yeah, they love characters like that.
Yeah, and characters in costume, like they're all about this. Like this is big for them. They're like, yes.
Please.
Some Uwar girl is gonna try to like be a furry Nubs later.
Because they literally have like people in costume that are like mascots of towns in Japan.
Yep.
So like, there's going to be a Japanese town that's just going to adopt like
If you love
Nubs
Star
before he
Wars
leaves
so
Japan.
much you can taste it, you need to check out the delicious eats here with our friends at Montcrave. I have my
Oh,
friends.
what do we got? I love
I
cooking.
think
That
it's
was my
waffles.
What do we have?
that was my pandemic hobby, was learning
Oh
how
yeah,
to
it's the
cook.
waffles.
Yeah, we've got some delicious sweets here. Let's start right here. We've got crunchy shrimp chips. Delicious,
Nope.
folks.
I don't
What's
like shrimp.
special about these?
Yeah, I don't like seafood.
So they got really cool trading cards here, and it's a surprise. Choose from one.
Oh,
of the
gotta get
9
it.
right here. I think
We
it's
need
gonna get
cards.
9 bags because
Oh, nice.
Must collect
right?
cards.
Love it. What else do you have?
Must
What
have
else?
them all.
What's down over here?
I want that thing right there, like that has like the emblem, like this thing.
Ooh.
They should do that as a cutting. Like, imagine that as a cutting board.
Amazing. Ami, what's
Anybody
so great
in the
about
stream, if you're in Japan, get down there now. Get those.
Only here you can get.
There are cards down there, people.
Only here. It's exclusive to
Precious
Celebrate.
cards.
And right here, you can see there are these green matcha tea cookies. Ugh. Caffeine
And
cookies.
snacks.
I'm so here for this. And finally, right over here, what is this cute and adorable Grogu box? What is this?
It's obviously mochi.
グローグがテレビで
I don't know.
の中で実際に食べてるようなクッキーを再現しました。
Yeah, this blue macaron cookie. And Ami, it looks so, I love the artwork on
Oh,
it.
that
It's
sounds
so
great.
Cute. And it's just like him eating.
Did you see the original
Right?
Star Wars like snack right next to it?
Yeah, and we got a picture of it right up here. Nick, get in there. Get on in. Look. Get
Look,
in there.
you see it right, like right to the
Oh,
right of
right
it.
there. Delicious.
Oh, yeah,
Like,
yeah,
this
yeah.
different kind of
Oh, that's
cookie
dope.
with the original
I don't know
Star
about
Wars
you, but
stuff
you've
on it.
got to come over here to our friends at Montcrave for some delicious.
Yeah, do you remember
Star Wars
back in the day,
celebration.
like from the ice cream
I'm
truck,
on
you would
craving
get like the
some more.
WWF like wrestler ice cream bars?
I miss those so much. They brought them back for such a short period of time, and then they disappeared again.
Well, yeah, they brought them back as like an ice cream sandwich, and they weren't as good.
They weren't the same, no.
Do you think the government, if they wanted to, could make an X-wing that flies?
For 20 years, Lucasfilm Animation has
No.
been hard
Or-
at work bringing us such
Like,
favorites
do
as
you
the
think
Clone
the
Wars,
X-wing
Rebels,
could
and
actually
I have no
fly?
faith in
honestly,
us.
way two
It-
men
it's a
named
species right now.
They introduced Star Wars fans
Do
to
you
their
think
favorite
Jeffrey
storylines,
Bezos and all of
relationships,
his
and
penis
characters,
rockets could
including
build
the
an
murderous
X-wing?
war criminal that is
No.
Chopper.
I don't
Let's
believe
join
he could
Dave
build a working
Filoni
rocket.
and Athena Portillo as they celebrate those 20
Didn't
years
he-
of stories right now
Didn't he
in the
just send
Lucasfilm
Katy
Animation's
Perry to
20th anniversary panel.
space?
Yeah. I'm gonna miss those women.
Yeah.
My first
No, you
semester
are letting
at
me get up in
USC,
one of the
I had
some
one
billionaire
production
trying to
class,
prove a
which was
points
animation, and I made an
monument.
animated
Well, they
movie.
already,
It's
yeah, they
not
already did it and
realized
came
that,
back.
Hey, I love this.
Yeah, this time.
Yeah.
2005, George Lucas
I know, dude. What
established
is it? It's gonna be
animation.
another like
My
Ocean
job
Gate
was
scandal
to
all
create a
over
TV
again.
series called Clone Wars.
Yep.
George would say all the time, "Dare to be great" really wraps into do or do not. There is no try. George was asking us to do things that were years
Announce an animated series.
We were going to use CG to make this series.
Announce an animated series on Mace
tell a
Windu that
story
he actually
using
doesn't
this
die. He
this
survives.
technology. He would describe scenes.
You ever see like Samuel L. Jackson posts about it? Sometimes he's like, Mace Windu didn't die.
And eventually you work hard, you'll start
He
to see
is
the
so
results.
down to be back as Mace. Like he's just waiting on that phone call.
George was a master.
They're, I'll tell you one thing though,
build-up
they're running
of-
out of time. Not because
build-up
of like
of
he's gonna
ownership
die, but
from
because he's just
fans
getting old.
and families to say,
yeah,
we want to be a part
But
of
he's
this. We want to
aging
engage
good,
with this.
you know?
And
Yeah.
we
Like-
work to continue that legacy.
Dude, I loved his appearance as Uncle Sam during the Super Bowl. It's your uncle, Sam.
Beyond thrilling to dive back in. The animation division has just kind of grown in ways that I couldn't imagine back then. 20 years later, which is a little bit hard to believe.
Here we go.
We have all worked together so long, this team of people that became friends and grew up together making all these things that we've done.
I get to work with an incredible group of really gifted and talented artists. Clone Wars was like working with this giant orchestra. So on Star Wars Rebels, there was a family within Lucasfilm Animation that already existed.
As long as we're together, we've got a chance.
The biggest compliment
Sabine's
that we
probably one of
hear
my
is
favorite
when people
characters.
say, "Oh, it's the same group that
Sabine
put
rocks. I
Clone
like
Wars
Sabine
together
too.
or Rebels
And I think
together." And
the
another
actress that
part
played
of
her
the
in
Star Wars family.
Ahsoka did
We
a
work
pretty
with
good job,
overseas
like bringing her live
studios. All our
action.
animated series couldn't
Yeah.
have been done without
Like I think she
their
still kind of caught
collaboration.
that like Sabine vibe.
The characters and the stories that we tell in
Oh, it's
animation.
Thrawn. I
we
love Thrawn
find
and Cad Bane.
Oh, me too.
I don't know how, like, I still like Cad Bane in Book of Boba Fett,
Whether it's
but I
books,
didn't like totally enjoy his the way he
further
looked in live
technology,
action.
Further with storytelling that we've never done before. A good adventure never ends.
I think
There's
Cad
always
Bane's
new
my favorite
challenge.
bounty hunter.
We need to continue to pass on the knowledge to the next generation and continue to tell great, beautiful stories. That would be the greatest payoff of all. Then the Force will be with you always, as we like to say.
Please welcome to the stage.
Also, they gonna do
actor
it?
And sound designer from Skywalker Sound, David W. Collins.
What do you mean, David Filoni?
Thank you very much.
Remember when that guy said Darth Plagius?
20 years ago, I was
Plagius.
working in a different division of Lucasfilm
Darth
called
Plagius.
LucasArts.
Darth plagiarism.
My colleagues and I heard a rumor that George Lucas was secretly putting together a new division at Skywalker Ranch at the Big Rock campus up there. This was welcome news. We didn't know about the future of Star Wars. Revenge of the Sith was about to hit theaters. And then later on, about 2 years later, I was invited to a meeting to meet a young man in a hat named Dave Filoni.
A young man in a hat.
This was, of course, in preparation for our first ever Lucasfilm
Now he's
animation
old.
Star Wars celebration.
And today he lost his hat to Pedro Pascal.
And what he
Pedro
showed
Pascal
me
is
that
walking
day
around Japan somewhere with a hat
were
on.
pieces of concept
Yeah.
art,
I am the one who knocks.
even models and maquettes of
My hat.
characters,
Totally
some
my
that
hat.
were familiar to me, some that were new, like Ahsoka Tano.
Do you know that next year Pedro Pascal has 2 movies coming out in the month of May?
He's a
And
working
later
man.
that year,
He's gonna be in Avengers Doomsday and The Mandalorian and
the
Grogu.
audience for the first time.
Oh,
I
he's gonna
was
be
lucky enough to stand on
oh yeah,
stage
because he's
with
Mr.
Dave
Fantastic.
Filoni and
Of course,
Lucasfilm
yeah.
Animation, and I knew, we all
I still
knew
can't
in that
believe like
room
they gave
that
us the
day
fan service of
Star
using John
Wars would
Krasinski,
change
but like
forever.
I wanted more John
What a
Krasinski.
gift Lucasfilm Animation is.
Yeah, he
Scram
seemed like he was going to
Strangler.
be a.
Himself and the team at
It's
Lucasfilm
kind of that
Animation.
trade-off, though. Like,
A
would
gift
you
that has
rather have
given
John
us
Krasinski or
so
would you have Pedro
much
Pascal?
over the last 20 years.
John
That's a
Krasinski.
tough one.
Shows like the Clone
I'd still
Wars,
say
but
Pedro
also
Pascal.
shows
I'd watch
like
that man do
Star
anything.
Wars Rebels.
Like, if they decide tomorrow, hey,
The
Pedro
Tales
Pascal,
series, Tales of
he's
the
going to play
Jedi,
Anakin
Tales of the
Skywalker.
Empire.
Screw it, let's do it.
Yep.
Star Wars, the best.
Pedro Pascal is Darth Vader.
And so
I mean, he
so
already
much
does good
more.
voices inside helmets.
Today,
Yeah.
we're all here to celebrate that legacy. The work that they've done over the last
Pedro
20
Pascal, Darth
how they have
Malgus.
given us some of the most expansive
Just
Star Wars
body-
storytelling
Yeah.
to ever hit the screen. We're going to talk about those shows.
Pedro Pascal is Darth
importantly,
Plagueis.
We're going to see what Lucasfilm Animation has for us and has in store for the future.
Darth Plagueis. I still can't believe we said it.
Darth Plagueis.
Without further ado, please join me in welcoming to the stage the Vice President of Animation Production, Athena Portillo, and Chief Creative Officer at Lucasfilm, Dave Filoni. Come on out, guys.
More like Dave Baloney. God, he doesn't even know it. He doesn't know he just got roasted on the internet.
He felt it. He felt a tremor in the force.
Someone called me baloney.
Hello. How you guys doing? Thanks for coming out. Really appreciate it.
So, Dave, Athena, welcome to Japan. We're here in Japan. How does it feel to be doing Star Wars Celebration in Japan, especially since Japanese cinema and culture is so important to Lucasfilm Animation and to you personally?
I feel like I'm right at home right now in my element.
It's funny. Look at Athena. Look at his outfit. She looks like a Sith Lord, right?
Sith Lord. I love it.
I'll tell you something. When I met Athena, she wasn't working on Clone Wars. She was working on a different project at Lucasfilm, but her license plate said Jedi 96. And I'm like, why aren't you working on my show? And so we got you. And now I have my own Sith Lord to produce a series. And you have to understand, it has to be known. I am out there and I present a lot for Star Wars. I get to talk to you guys all the time. But none of these shows
Also,
happen
it looks like
without
he got his hat back.
Let me be clear. None of it happens without her. So just know that. Super important.
How many of that specific hat do you think he has?
Let's not use the whole panel for this.
You're our Jedi
They want to
master.
hear about
66.
other stuff. All right.
Yeah.
It's about you right now. All right, David.
So
Sorry.
from the very beginning, you guys have been working together for a long time then. Yeah.
Almost 20 years.
Wow.
Yeah, 20 years this July.
Wow.
20 years.
So I want to go back to the beginning. I know you've told this story many times.
I'll be
about
20.
what it was like to interview with George
How old
Lucas.
will I be?
But
28
one of the
this
questions that
July.
I had was, did you have
Ugh.
preconceived notions of what it would be like to work with George Lucas versus
I'll be
the
40
reality? I
in
mean, what were some
July.
things that surprised you about working with
Oh, really?
George?
You're born in July?
That he hired me.
Yep.
I thought that was
Let's
pretty
go,
surprising.
July
I had
babies.
no thought that I would get the job. I just didn't think of myself that way. But I went into it to meet him.
Okay,
and thought
40
that'd
is
be
the
a
new
great
20.
story when I stood in line
That's
for Revenge.
that's
of the
good.
Sith.
Let's go ahead and believe that.
And
Yeah.
as fans,
My
like,
back doesn't feel 20.
I met George Lucas, and it's
No
like
part
that.
of me feels 20.
But
Yeah.
I met him, and just immediately we got along, and he was talking about stuff, and
But then
Yeah,
again, no
look
part
at-
of me felt 20
his
at 20
perspective
either.
on things,
That's
what
what I was
drives
about to
him,
say. Like, I just don't.
generous he
Time
was
just
with
kind of
time,
flies. Like,
knowledge.
I'm like looking
I
at my niece and
unfortunately
nephew.
played.
Teach.
I
George is a
unfortunately
great
played football,
teacher,
and that
I think
horrendously
people,
ages your
credit
body.
him enough with that.
Yeah.
So
Me and
I have the
our whole
knees of an
division, and we
80-year-old,
really
and
loved coming to work
like I said,
and being
probably
with our group of
CTE
people.
because
It was very
you
special.
put a helmet
He
on, you
surprised
get
a
enough
lot of people that have been in
shots to
Lucasfilm
the
a long
head. You probably
time
did something to your
interacting
brain.
with us that much. But animation was
I never.
fun
I don't
because
know.
like
I didn't
all
enjoy
these
like
stories week after week
playing
after week
football or
after
anything
week,
like that. I just
fast
liked
and
bowling.
turning them around and getting better every week. And so
I
I
remember
bet
I made my school's bowling team
because
without
incredible increases, and that's what George wanted to
Without ever having my
was
own ball or
like
my
it
own
was
shoes,
almost
I used the house equipment,
there was a
made the
slow
team,
realization
and then I
of
finally
how
got my own
much
equipment
this was involved.
afterwards.
And I remember a few years ago we did a
Yeah,
panel
we
with you and
never had a
George
bowling team. We had a golf
internally
team
at
though.
Lucasfilm Animation, and this story
I have
came
some
up
golf clubs
that
because obviously I live in Florida.
we both told
I
me,
don't
and
know how to
maybe
use
you
them.
can weigh in on this, which is an
Also,
episode
I said I have a pin for my 300 game, but I actually have a jacket. I have
If
a
you haven't seen
300
it
game
recently, go
jacket.
back and just marvel at how much is on the screen, how much action, how much choreography with the ships, how much is going on in every
I'm
single
going to have to
shot.
smash
And you
some
told this
cold
story
medicine
about
before
how
tomorrow's
George
show.
basically
Jesus.
said,
Just take some
essentially
Z-Quil
start
tonight.
over. You know, this could be better.
Ugh.
Let's make it better. Can you just set the
Tonight.
stage
We're in
for
the
us?
a lot of
morning.
work.
Yeah, sometimes
We
I
did shoot
yeah.
a previs of
The next day doesn't start until you go to bed.
foundation of
That's
and then,
how like people in my family view it
not
sometimes.
much anymore because technology has gotten better. We're talking 2005, 2006 technology. So primitive models to tell the story. And George would come in and then watch it with us and give us comments. And as he was watching the first act, he's like, "Stop!" And he's like, "What?
They're
What is this
racing in
again?"
Saudi
And I said,
Arabia
"Well,
this
it's this story."
weekend. Let's see what the
What
schedule is
did
like.
I
Oh, that's pretty cool.
wanted to be. I'm like, well, you had initially talked about this,
Or is it not this
but
week? Is it
sometimes you
next week?
develop a script that just changes. And he was like, well,
I know we're
I
here.
wanted this to be more of a war picture. And I was
18th
like,
through the
okay, well,
20th.
let's do that.
When's
And George
first practice?
then he had on hand a whole bunch of live action footage that he had cut from various films that he liked, things like Battle of the Bulge and different war movies, Battle over Britain. And we went about, it took about 2 days of George
See,
and I
Ricks, look
sitting
how
in
awesome
editorial
you
with Jason
are.
Tucker, our editor.
Dude, college
And
gymnastics? That's
he
dope.
sat there and we just cut this new episode together using all these different live action pieces and some pieces of what we'd shot in previs. And so by the end, if you could hold it in your brain, you understood that the Messerschmitts were the droid starfighters.
Yeah, I didn't do
Spitfires were
any
the
sports in college.
ships,
I couldn't even
Obi-Wan and Anakin.
in my senior year I
But the funny
couldn't
part was
bowl on my high school team because I had bowled for money in a sanctioned league the summer before.
reasons why that episode is intensity.
So I
But there was no
wasn't
dialogue.
technically I broke the
So I
rules
watched it
of
with George. I said, "Well, this is
playing
great. What do we
for
do
high
about
school
the
team.
dialogue?" Because you'll figure it out.
Well, I got
And
paid,
that was
so
a moment of learning. And so I literally sat in that episode in my office and I'd play the QuickTime video of
I
it.
didn't get paid a lot.
And
Like,
I
I
would
only
then
made
write the
I think I probably spent
pieces
like 300 on the league and then I got
Mm.
like 700 back. So I made like
and
400
just
bucks.
came up with all the dialogue and situations. And it stood out as a way
They were
that
like, "Now you're considered a professional." And I was like,
imagination and ability to
"No, I'm
put
not.
things together. But when you
I
watch the
suck
new
compared
Hope,
to these professionals."
we cut with is the same footage that he cut the aerial battle over the Death Star with, and that's why the fighters move a certain way and why everything looks a certain way. So yeah, that was George teaching, and it's a good episode. He was
great
right.
episode.
He was right to change it.
And that's a great story. And there's two things about that that really stand out every time I hear it. One is that, like you mentioned, George did the same thing with the Clone Wars that he had done in 1976 with ILM on the original Star Wars, which is amazing, even the same footage. But the other thing that occurs to me, Athena, is what does that do to production when you're thinking about budget and schedule? And is that one of the advantages of working with George Lucas? He has a vision, and
Why'd this guy
no
start
matter
yelling?
what, you're going to pursue that vision. What was the
What?
scramble like in terms of the schedule?
I don't,
when
it
all
got
that-
like really loud for a second. I was like, "Why is this guy just starting like yelling at them?"
Arc, and we had to rewrite 3 of the 4. They all had already been completed in story lock. I'm sorry, whip animation, and so we had to go back, rewrite the episodes, had to pause production, what felt like for a couple of months while we waited for those scripts to be completed, and then re-viz everything. So, but we made it happen because it was the vision that needed to be executed. And what we've always learned, and Filoni continues to tell us, is it's just going to be better. And we always function in that capacity, even to this day, that everything is a CBB, a could be better. And if you have that opportunity to make it better, you do it, whatever it takes. I don't believe in saying no to anything. I believe in let's see what we can do.
That's an amazing George Lucas legacy right there. It's incredible teaching. That's incredible. Yeah, very similar lesson with ILM. One of the things about Clone Wars and Lucasfilm Animation that I touched upon a little bit when I started talking here today is that I remember watching the Clone Wars, fully accepting the very famous bookends, Attack of the Clones and Revenge of the Sith. You know, that was part of the fun of the prequels, is that we knew where it was going to go. The fun was in the unraveling of it and the details. But what amazes me about the Clone Wars,
When you were
is that
younger,
the longer it
were
went
there
on,
any
the more
stories
it
about the
expanded.
Clone Wars before the prequels came out?
And
Like,
it
did
made
anybody
Star Wars feel
like?
seemingly
Did you guys
boundless
have like a
in
thought
storytelling
of what
opportunities. I
you were
think
getting
about
into
the
before like
Mortis arc.
it was shown,
I think
or
about
was that just what the
So
prequels
Saw
was
Gerrera
for?
and Onderon. I think about Kong
there
Krell. I think
were
about Yoda's Vision Quest. I think about the
you got to
Underworld
see just
and
kind of things
Ventress.
that never came to
What were those
be.
conversations
There
like?
was
Did
a
you ever
whole
have
line of
conversations in
toys
story meetings like,
that was going
wow,
to
we
come
really
out
can we really do that? Were
in
there
the late
stories or pitches
late
that
80s, I
surprised you
believe,
along the way while
that
making
never
Clone
ended up
Wars?
coming out. That was focused completely on the Clone Wars, and
Yes, there were, David.
they just never happened.
But we were gonna do them. I mean, everything was unique, and that was
And
like what
George
George
killed it, I guess.
thought.
He was like,
Like,
"Wait, no,
Yeah.
I'm working on it."
Well, he had full
tell any
merchandising
story of
rights,
Star Wars.
so
It's
anything
why
like that, he
20
could
years
instantly just say
on,
no.
I find every day as exciting as the first one because I never know what we're gonna do or where we're gonna go or what kind of planet. I mean, actually, I have a big timeline and a plan, but you know, I never really know. Like it comes out, and that's really fun. And I'll point out too, like we were very fortunate that we got to finish the Clone Wars. That was a big deal. I think, you know, not just for you fans, but for us internally, we had a lot of unfinished stuff that we wanted to do. And when we did Rebels, we
Yeah, I
actually
really love that
improved a
last
lot
season
of
of
what we
Clone
were
Wars.
doing. We
Oh,
knocked
it
that
was so
out
good,
at
and I love
everything,
Rebels.
entire workflow. That was very
And
challenging.
I really I
That show
thought
actually
like the
came
whole
out
time I'm watching
really
Clone
good.
Wars that
I'm
the way
very
this
proud
thing
of
was
Rebels.
going to end was
And
the last episode of Clone
somebody
Wars,
that was
Palpatine was
important
going to
in
get
that
kidnapped or
process,
something
our
like
good
that.
friend, my
Like,
collaborator, yours
did
truly,
not
Carrie
expect
Beck,
them to
who couldn't
literally
be
like
here today.
parallel
She
like
has been
Revenge of the
with
Sith in the final
us in
few
animation the
episodes.
whole time. She
Like,
moved
that was
over
so
with
good.
me
Like
when
getting to
I
see
worked with Jon
everything
Favreau on
happening from
Mandalorian.
another
She
angle is like
produces
so awesome.
Ahsoka with me.
Yeah, and
She's
then
there
they
right
changed the
now in
color of
the
it
UK,
too.
getting things ready.
Like the
As
Clone
part of
Wars logo was in red, like
but
something was
she
about to
was
go
vital,
down.
and it was her idea.
Yep.
She came up to me one day while we were finishing up Rebels and knew we needed something else to go on to, and said, "Would you be interested in finishing the Clone Wars?" And I was like, "Sure, CB, I'd love to do that, but we're not, you know, that I don't see that happening." And she's like, "Well, what would it take?" I'm like, "I need everything I had before. I need to produce it the same way because the fans won't accept it if it's not as good, and then it should be better than it was, and they deserve that if we're going to finish it." And she said, "Okay." And I'm like, "Okay." And she disappeared, and she conspired and did some kind of Palpatine maneuver and came back with the money to do it. And so we got to finish Clone Wars because
Give it up for Carrie Beck.
This is the money you're looking for.
And that was, by the way, some of the most incredible Clone Wars in season 7. I mean, that show, the ending gives me chills. I mean, how about season 7 of the Clone Wars, everybody? Just incredible. Now, we have a bit of a tradition at Star Wars Celebration. Some of you may remember a few years back, you, before you had finished the Clone Wars, had this amazing ability to somehow share pieces of Clone Wars along the way that you're like, well, we didn't quite finish that one, but we were working on this, or we were working on that. Before the Bad Batch, we had a panel showing the animatic of the Bad Batch. Were any of you there for that? So my question is, you got anything like that that maybe we could?
Well,
Ooh.
it's very dangerous, David. It's very dangerous. All these things I don't think we're ever going to get to do. And then I think, oh, it'll be special and we'll share it with everyone. And then somehow later we do it. And
Show us
yeah,
anyway.
so maybe we shouldn't share it.
Yeah, it's.
But we could share. All right. There's a clip we have, and Athena got them out. She found them in a dusty old computer, and I said, "Wow, let's look at these."
I'm a
And we
dusty
thought they
old
were
computer.
acceptable enough to show you. And
Haha.
so this is part of an episode, and because I know you guys know this stuff better than I do at this point, it's from the Boba Fett arc that we didn't do, where he was taught by Cad Bane, which was going to be a storyline. And he was learning how to be a really ruthless bounty hunter from Cad Bane. The idea being that Cad was like the bad father, right? Django was the good father who really loved his son, and he didn't have that anymore. He had Cad.
This sounds amazing.
And so there was just really
Yeah, I wish they would have
cool
done it.
action scene
Yeah.
that we've never shown you. We watch it sometimes eternally, but we never share it with you guys.
Bastards.
We actually recorded the voice actors associated with it because
Did we
the
really?
intention was to finish it.
That's a shame. That's a shame because we're not going to. But we'll show you. No, we're not. Don't do that. They'll hold you to it. So, but we'll show
Don't
you
do-
this clip, and I hope you enjoy it. It's really rough. You know, it's old now by any standard, but we thought you'd enjoy it, so let's show it to you.
Okay, for anyone who hasn't seen one of these before, this is an animatic.
It's an animatic, so it's
Yeah.
not rendered. It's proxy. It's basically the virtual storytelling tool that George Lucas invented. So we're not drawing storyboards anymore. They're not static. It moves. It's got pace. We could put music to it. It cuts. And the main thing was we could edit it like a live action picture. So every shot is head to tails. It's not like a moment. It's the whole moment as you would cover it. And by the way, it's because George made us do Clone Wars that way, and he taught us that I was able to go direct live action later. So anyway, let's watch the clip.
Show us
Here
the
we
clip.
go.
I feel like Boba would be too young to have any skill in the Clone Wars, though. I mean, just based off of what they gave us, is like he kind of sucked.
So they gave him like that's dope though that like he started wearing his armor.
Yeah. This is so cool. Even if it's like crude in like its design. Oh, look how good Anakin looks, even in this animatic.
Skywalker, did you capture the assassins?
No. How are you feeling?
I'll survive. Any idea who the attackers were?
Not really. It was a bounty hunter, but not one I'm familiar with.
I'll notify the council.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
I think it
So
looked
that's
pretty
what
damn
George
awesome.
would come
I've
in
never
and
seen that
watch.
before.
He
That's
would come in
awesome.
and watch that, and then we'd discuss it, would make changes if needed. We had a lot of latitude because all of those shots existed in the computer. So we could bring up into the Avid any single shot, and George could say, well, let's reframe it, let's retime it, and we could work that way as well. So we had a lot of latitude, and we still do stuff that way today. But that is foundational. The animation, the camera work is all based on that type of footage, and we use that all the way up through Bad Batch, that style.
What's really interesting about that too is just a follow-up question. What about the sort of choreography in terms of action sequences? That's all done within that same tool. There's not a meeting about it first. It's just all done in that same visualization, like it was shot, like live action.
We do a big whiteboard meeting where I've got several big boards, and I just sit there and I draw We draw city streets, blueprints, maps. We say this is going to happen here. We want this to happen. It's in the script, and we kind of strategize it like a big tactical play. But then it's really the creativity of the individual artists, and some are really good at action, some better at dialogue, and then Athena can look at that, and I mean, you tell them what when you analyze all that.
Yeah, it's what we call our story launch process. So we'll read the script together as the whole team and the episodic director associated with the episode and their team. So it's like a 4-hour meeting.
You ever hear the story about how like Obi-Wan got his planet like in canon, like the planet that he was born on?
Production we're thinking about in terms of, is it possible to
Stoojon?
use this by way of
Yeah.
character count, by way of asset
Yeah.
count? What type
I
of
think,
effects
I think that
we
one's
can
always interesting. Like where John Stewart's like, where does he come from? And he was like, I don't know. And he's like, why don't we just call it Stoojon?
Like I had these seats going because you would ask me, where were we at this point? How many man days? Are we over? Are we under? What can we play with? What do we need to cut out? And that happens with every episode throughout the season.
Well, it's amazing to me to think about, this machine that's going making Clone Wars, and then Star Wars Rebels happens, and it's a whole different style, a whole different set of characters, a whole different era. And speaking of expanding the lore, it starts with this cast of characters on Lothal, some space battles, but then you end up going into this world between worlds with Fulcrum and the Bendu and Thrawn. And I mean, the scope of it becomes almost bigger because it started so small. Is that something that you mapped out from the beginning? Is that a discovery process? Can you talk to us a little bit about Rebels and what it was like kind of breaking those season by season?
I love Thrawn.
A little bit of both. I mean, I
Thrawn's
would
such
say
a
in
good
the beginning,
character.
the biggest thing we didn't know, and I think people forget this now, Rebels is the first project that Lucasfilm did with Disney that was like of its kind. We were out before The Force Awakens, and so we didn't really know what that relationship was going to be like. What I found, and I think you agree, is that they gave us a large amount of latitude. But there were differences. The style became different, and we wanted to try something. We didn't want to compete with ourselves doing Clone Wars. And so we started out with Rebels. It was more of like a Miyazaki-esque Macquarie style mix. And as we got more confident with that, the stories became more confident. I remember this was the pivotal thing, was an executive that we were working with at Disney said, well, could you put Darth Vader in this show? And I was like, I could, but it will change the show. And they're like, what do you mean? And I'm like, Darth Vader's evil, and he cannot be kind of evil. He has to be really evil because Anakin at this point rejects his former self, and he is just evil. And he will want to kill everything and anyone that he disagrees with or doesn't know. So if you're good with that, we can do that. And he said, I'm good with that. I'm like, okay. And you notice the tonal shift when Vader comes into the show. The whole show changes. The Inquisitor started to change it first, and then Vader really changed it because when you use the iconic characters, you have to stay true to their nature and true to what George's overarching plan was. And it's very important because you can really quickly, without realizing it, change something that impacts much greater things later on. So that was a big shift for us in Rebels, was bringing Vader in, and because Vader was in, I could bring Ahsoka in, and having Ahsoka was a connection to Clone Wars for Clone Wars fans, but also the show's never about her. It's always the show's point of view on the rebels and Ezra, and she's helping facilitate. She's more in the Obi-Wan role in that show. So, but World Between Worlds and that stuff is just weird stuff I like personally, and I just like. I said, well, I've got this show and I want to explore it, and they're always game for it. And I say it kind of looks like this, and I like those odd ends of the galaxy that kind of creep into what's in the cave in Dagobah, and it asks you to believe in something that might be challenging. And for me, that deepens the myth. And George kind of did that with Mortis, and then I brought that together and expanded on it. And I'm still working with these themes today. If you watch Ahsoka, like she's still very much out in that world, and that's why I think she's a fun character because she can explore this kind of fringe element that, and in animation we can experiment with that. Where I think it's even riskier in live action to do something bizarre like that world. But World Between Worlds is just an idea I had for a long time to materialize a existence for the Force, it was also a chance to honor everybody working in Star Wars. So I have dialogue from JJ's films in there. I have dialogues from Garrett's film in there, from Ryan's film, and they were all working so hard. And I thought, let's include everybody in this. Let's reflect everybody and bring the entire Star Wars community together in one space that's echoing forward and back. Because I think Star Wars works best when it's total community. I don't get into this debate of what's better than what. I don't care. I like it all. I like all the people in it, and I like all the fans. That's just how I feel. Yeah.
That is such a wonderful thing about Star Wars Rebels, is that it bridges so many different gaps and brings so many things together. You mentioned bringing Ahsoka into the show, bringing Vader into the show. Another incredible moment is, and I remember in Celebration when this was revealed, when you brought in Rex, Wolf, Gregor, the clones. And this leads me to my next line of questioning about clones, because from the beginning, this idea, like the Rookies episode from season 1, this idea of the clones having this duality of being, we're all the same DNA, we're all related, we're all brothers, but we have this rugged individualism, and that being explored all the way from the Clone Wars into the Bad Batch. Can you talk about some of the conversations you had about clones with George, and the team? Because I just think it's one of the most incredible aspects of everything that Lucasfilm Animation has gifted to Star Wars.
I can talk about all that, David. Yeah. I mean, I will say one fun Rebels factoid, and I don't think people know this, is AP5.
Athena Portillo 5.
Yeah.
I love it.
That's, if you like the droid AP5, it's Athena. I have to include you all the time because you're the best. I feel bad I sit here and ramble, and you're so knowledgeable. You know so much about the Force and all these things. I mean, you are pivotal in the Bad Batch. So what do you think of all that?
Oh yeah, let's talk about this. We talked about this backstage. Talk about the sort of the pitch of the Bad Batch and the decision for the Bad Batch to be the follow-up to Star Wars Rebels and Resistance.
I love the idea of what you were just saying in terms of sharing the DNA, but the fact that all the clones had unique personalities by way of Clone Force 99 was the most exciting part of that idea of the pitch. And the fact that it came from the episodes in season 7 of Clone Wars and wanting to expand off of that, that was pitch enough. It was great.
As far as the clones go, what George
That's where I got Clone Force 97 from. Well,
under the
97.
I figured.
97 is my birth year. But
nice.
Under the Empire, the stormtroopers are all different, but they become the same. And that shows you why evil people just crush you and take away your individuality and make you just a number. So now you're TK, 126 instead of being Rex, instead of being Cody. That's what the Jedi were providing, space to be yourself. Yeah, George and I were always shocked at how much people related to them. That really took us by surprise. But through all walks of life, people found some kind of common energy in the clones. And, no more so than when George said, we're going to make this Bad Batch group, and they're going to be very different. And we didn't know what people would think of that. And one of the reasons why we did the Bad Batch, too, was that George, that was one of the ideas that he had when we were still working together, was let's do a Bad Batch spinoff and continue with the clones that way. And so, I loved working with George, and I always try to honor that, what he wanted. It's important to me.
Give it up for George Lucas.
You got emotional there.
Oh, God.
And by the way, I'm pretty sure we have some folks from Lucasfilm Animation in the audience today. There's some folks from Lucasfilm. If you work at Lucasfilm Animation, stand up because you deserve a round of applause. Anyone from Lucasfilm Animation out there? There they are. And everyone at Lucasfilm Animation watching via the live stream back home, thank you for all of your incredible work. That's so cool. Speaking of which, I do want to take a moment to address the live stream. We are streaming this panel right now, so people are watching all over the world via the live stream. Thank you for tuning in, and I want to say to all of you on the live stream, enjoy everything that Star Wars Celebration has to offer. And let's hear one more time. We don't go anywhere, all you guys. We still have a lot more to come, but let's give one more round of applause for the last 20 years of Lucasfilm animation. And thanks for tuning in on the live stream.
Ugh. Is that all of it?
No, they cut us out.
Oh, okay. That's all for that one.
But they were still talking though.
Maybe that's as much as they were allowed to
Our
film.
next guest is a 30-year veteran as Lucasfilm and Industrial Light and Magic. Please welcome to the stage, Janet Lewin.
I was hoping like somebody on Twitter would have something like they'd announce something. Like a new
I don't
animation
think first
project.
night they're gonna announce too much on the first night.
This is so fun.
So incredible here. Welcome back to Star Wars Celebration.
Thank you.
How has it been for you?
Amazing. Are you kidding me? Look at all of this Star Wars love, all the fans. This is why we're here. It's amazing.
It really is incredible. I look out at the crowd and I kind of forget that we're in Japan because it's such an incredibly international crowd.
I know. It's so diverse, both in terms of nationality, but also age. You know, I love seeing the little kids getting, you know, their love of Star Wars and just everyone.
It really does
Yeah.
transcend time.
It does.
I love that. You've been successfully leading ILM's business
I
operations.
can't believe we've
for
been
7
doing this
years
for almost
now.
7
And
hours.
now you've stepped into
I know.
this very
I know.
exciting new role. What does that mean for you and the future of ILM?
Yeah, well, I've been at ILM for 30 years, and we're also celebrating our 50-year anniversary this year.
And thanks to all the people
So,
been hanging in the chat with us
it's an
tonight.
incredible time
Yeah, it's been super fun.
to step in and lead ILM into the next chapter. I absolutely love what I do, and I see so many exciting opportunities in our company. We have, you know, obviously we're a part of Lucasfilm and Star Wars is in our lifeblood, but we do so many diverse, different projects for, you know, our filmmakers.
Dang, everybody who was at the
Exotic,
panel
immersive
there
entertainment,
gets an exclusive
so it's
poster
just
for
an
the
exciting
20 years of
time to think
animation.
about how we can
And they have
partner with
Bendu
Oh, that's
storytellers
sick.
and,
as like one of
and
the
help
main
them
poster
realize their
people.
That is an awesome poster.
Absolutely.
Oh, you see it?
Everything that you bring to life from the
No, I said I
story
bet that's an
is
awesome
just
poster.
So it
Oh,
really
okay.
is magic.
Yeah.
It's
See if I
exactly
can get
what
it
it
for
is.
you.
I love that.
Let's see if I can
So
find
half a century, 50 years of ILM. That is the golden anniversary. What is it like looking back
Okay,
at its
coming-
history? I know we talked a
coming
little
in
bit about
hot.
possibly looking
I
at
just
the
sent it
future,
to you,
but
what the
what
poster
is
looks
the
like.
history of it for you?
Yeah, well, having been there for more than half of ILM's history, I really have gotten a bird's eye view of what it's like to be at ILM.
Oh, yeah, that's a
and,
sick
you know,
poster.
we're all about
Yeah, that's a 10 out of 10 poster.
collaboration, innovation, servicing our storytelling partners. And I think it's having had the opportunity to see ILM grow from, you know, just a couple of hundred people in San Rafael and, you know, sort of secret lots to now a global enterprise of 3,500 employees across 5 studios. It's been just amazing to see that transformation.
Truly, when you said 35, I got chills. That is, the growth is so. Light and Magic season 2 is out now. Actually,
I know.
It's out right
Just
now.
got released. Yeah.
What are the
Oh, I gotta watch
differences we
that.
can expect in season 2 that we didn't get to see in season 1?
Well, it's honoring a different time period. So it really picks up where season 1 left off. And we sort of affectionately refer to the 1990s as ILM's sort of teenage years. You know, it was a very transformative time for visual effects. Lots of competition was starting to, build. And also at the same time, new technologies were making visual effects more available to filmmakers. So we really saw the 1990s as our first growth opportunity, not just doing Star Wars, of course, but working for lots of different filmmakers. And Light and Magic 2 really gives you a peek behind the curtain, not only of the process and the methodologies that changed with the digital revolution, but also the people. And I think at the heart of it, it talks about, the amazing risks people took to realize these new visions and to change their ways of working. That's really inspiring, not only for filmmakers, but for anyone.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
During such a great change in the industry, what do you think allowed ILM to thrive when the competition is very fierce and it is kind of scary new territory when the technology, like you said, is suddenly available to everybody else? What do you think made ILM stand out from the rest?
I think, our artists
Oh,
are
Kyber.
resilient.
Hey, what's up?
And they are
Star Wars,
storytellers.
Darth
I like to say
Maul,
we're all
Shadow
storytellers.
Lord,
And they were
animated
able
TV
to
show.
adapt to the changing
Joe.
times. So it's one of my favorite stories
Well,
about that time period.
We got an
is
TV
that
series.
people who were working in the model shop
Kenobi!
in the computer when
Not
it
the
became
Star,
clear that was
not the
going to
Star
be
Killer series I wanted, but it's
methodology.
close.
And likewise, people who were doing hand-painted matte paintings learned how to use computer graphic tools. So we still retained a lot of the original artists, but they just learned a new medium.
I'm just glad
And
that
I
they
think,
announced something.
that is sort of in our DNA.
Mhm.
We attract and retain and nurture talent who has that spirit of innovation, resilience, adaptation, and innovation.
It takes so much tenacity to go from analog to digital, especially when you're so used to an art form like you said, hand painting, and then you have to move into the digital era. But the fact that ILM was able to foster those talents and just continue to grow and evolve all together is truly, truly so powerful, and it's just so incredible to hear about.
Yeah.
The Light and Magic panel was really, really beautiful, honestly. I was so thrilled to watch everybody get back together. And I asked Ahmed and Rob the same question. But in your panel, what were one of your favorite stories that you guys shared?
Well, I mean, I love the story of Ahmed and Rob's partnership, friendship, collaboration. And I didn't know, I mean, I did know having had the opportunity to watch the season, but that Ahmed was so influential to Rob in designing the Yoda fight. I think that's just emblematic of
Yeah, did you see?
the type of
I don't know if
people
this was
that
real or
George
not, but
handpicked
because I didn't really
to
look it
be
up, I
in
just
his,
saw the
leading
headlines.
the charge creatively
But
in this project, which was
apparently,
collaborative,
scientists have found a Tatooine-like
ingenuity,
planet, which is a planet that
and
orbits two
It has
suns.
two suns.
taking
Yeah, I
risks
saw that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That
And I was like,
panel was so
there are
moving,
Jedi.
and
They're
exactly
just
as you said, Ahmed
in a galaxy
talking
far,
about
far
and
away.
recalling what it was like
Exactly.
to
And it already
conceptualize
happened.
the
It
Yoda
was a long
battle
time
just
ago.
in his mind,
Yeah.
watching a lot of anime, for example,
Yeah.
and then seeing it actually come to life on the screen and knowing that it's about to happen while Yoda kind of like trembles forward. It was so incredible to hear it from Ahmed's perspective as well, because we as fans, we didn't know, obviously, but we kind of suspected it as it was inching forward, and it was just such a wonderful panel. Thank you so much.
Oh, absolutely.
Janet, is there anything you want to say to our fans out here in Japan?
Oh, thank you guys for being here. It's amazing to see you. We have so many fun projects in store for you. I hope that you're going to binge watch Light and Magic 2 tonight because it was just released. And of course, Andor Season 2 is out. And have fun. And thank you for all the
Andor Season 2
support
is
and
not out.
encouragement and inspiration.
Janet, thank you so much for
About to be.
everything.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, I never got
Day
to release
one
episode
of
11. Like we were
Celebration
doing the
Live is
review
still
podcast
rolling
stuff.
along. Don't miss it.
Anthony's audio got messed up, so we were supposed to do 11 and 12 like on Tuesday, but I went to go see the Minecraft movie with my niece and nephew. And then we were supposed to record today, but then Charles couldn't do it. So now they want to like do something on Saturday, and I was like, if we do something, I'm just like, instead of having to waste time editing and stuff like that, and try to rush it out before Andor season 2 comes out, I was like, maybe we'll just do a live stream and just talk about episodes 11 and 12.
Mm-hmm.
This is a new animated series. Maul Shadow Lord has been announced. A first trailer was shown, and it depicts Maul as he navigates life between the events of the Clone Wars and Rebels. The plot seems to focus on Maul training a new Padawan after having a vision that she can help him seek revenge. The trailer shows Maul fight Merrick, who says, "So it's true, you live."
I'm here at MetaQuest.
Oh,
back with my
dude.
friend Alyssa, producer
But, like,
extraordinaire with
that was
Lucasfilm
one thing
and
that sucked
ILM.
about the
Alyssa,
Ahsoka
how
show
you feeling
was that
today?
Merrick was just a
I'm having
cloud
mixed
in a suit.
emotions right now. Yeah,
Pretty
I
much.
so much to take in. I don't know if I should be
They just
happy or excited
ran
or
right
a
by
little
the
sad.
character.
I don't know. I'm feeling it all.
I'm so sorry. I think you should be feeling joy.
I should feel joy. Well, I know because I can sense.
I
a
think
whole
I'm gonna call it a night.
here with
I
a
gotta get some
brand new
sleep here.
game coming from
I don't
MetaQuest.
think
No
they're
worries,
gonna end
dude.
Star
up
Wars
too
Beyond
much
Victory,
more.
a mixed reality playset. Tell us
No worries.
all
Thanks for
about
stopping
this.
by.
So this is the very first
I will
time
you
see
want to hop
you
on
later.
tomorrow night?
to anyone.
hit me up.
And we are showing it here.
Yeah, well, later
Anyone
tonight,
who comes and visits
actually.
us at the MetaQuest.
All right, dude.
Already
Yeah, I guess
tomorrow.
so. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, we're in the day
Amazing.
now.
So
All right.
brand
Okay.
new. Of
I'll
course,
talk
there
to you
are
later.
other great MetaQuest
Yep,
games
see
in
ya.
the Star Wars galaxy. But what sets this apart? What do you mean by a mixed reality playset?
So some of our previous games, they were VR only. You're immersed, you're in the world, and
Right.
you are living your best Star Wars life. This one, we have a little bit of VR and we have a little bit of mixed reality, which means sometimes you're in a world where you're fully in the cutscene, you look around, everything is the world. Sometimes there's a game board in front of you. You can see everything else around you, and you are playing on the game board. You can walk around it if you want. You can take a look at things from different
Yeah.
angles, and you can really dig into the story that
So
way.
it's part your world, part the virtual world. Is that what I'm understanding?
Exactly.
Wow. Why did MetaQuest want to go in this direction for this next level of gaming?
The MetaQuest 3 and 3S headsets are great at it, and we were really excited to get to play around with it. Honestly, it's a great way to both experience a game and not feel cut off from your friends and your family and your pets.
You know that's a great point. So you're still part of the real world, but you're getting a little bit of that Star Wars with it too.
Exactly. And this mixed reality playset has 3 modes. First of all, there's a playset mode. A mixed reality playset, you're going to play with Star Wars toys in a way that you have never played with them before.
We can be kids. Yes. What else?
Love that. An adventure mode, you can play a story. The story of Vola Bolas,
Vola Bolas right here.
an inspiring pod racer. They get mixed up with Sebulba. It goes about like you would expect it to go.
Ooh, intrigue.
Yes, exactly. And then there is an arcade mode where you can pod race in mixed reality.
I've always wanted a pod race. Alyssa, I love all of the game modes. I cannot wait for all of you to get out here to play.
Can't wait to see y'all. Get over here.
Yeah, get on over here. You know where that is? Right here at the MetaQuest booth on the show floor. It's going to blow your mind. Woo!
Oh, this dude. Yeah, guys, we are at shade under 7 hours of this fantastic live stream. Oh, God.
Star Wars and Japan have a long history together that dates back all the way to the beginning of the saga. Here to talk more about it are Roland Keltz, Mitsuyasu Sakai, Taika Sakuri, and Shuzu Shiota. Welcome! Fresh off a panel on culture and Japan and Star Wars and all that great stuff. Welcome to Star Wars Celebration.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us. Great to see you guys.
How has it been so far for you?
Awesome.
Yeah.
This is insane.
In a word.
I've never
awesome.
seen this much concentration of non-Japanese people in Japan.
Yeah.
I'm starting to lose where I am. This is crazy. My
Star Wars
gosh.
Celebration's a whole other galaxy.
Yeah, it's a different world altogether now.
It looks like we are in San Diego Comic Con or something like
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. How's it going down there?
Yeah, super exciting. Thank
Yes.
you all for having us.
And isn't
Great,
it
great. It's the fans here are passionate but also knowledgeable, which is
Yeah.
wonderful. Really a great thing.
It's a great
Thanks, you
center of the
guys.
Venn diagram
Thank you.
to be in. I love that. Yeah. And it's so exciting to have Star Wars Celebration back in Japan. I'm so
Yeah.
excited to be here.
Yes.
All right. Let's see, Yasu.
Yep.
How did the films of Kurosawa influence your writing on the duel in Star Wars Visions Volume 1?
Yeah.
He wrote it. He wrote Duel.
He wrote it.
To tell the truth, I ripped off the story of the Yojimbo and put in the Seven Samurai situations. So it's direct homage of the Kurosawa movies
And
in 15 minutes.
And have you been over to the pavilion to see that they made the umbrella, the lightsaber
Yeah.
umbrella in
Yeah.
real life? It actually exists now. It's crazy. Is it crazy to see something that you wrote into a script become a reality? And see fans also cosplaying as those characters?
I have no idea.
It must be surreal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really.
And it's a little overwhelming, I'm sure.
It's sure about, it's the first time saw so many lightsabers.
Yes. Lightsabers up. Look at that. It's a sea of lightsabers. All right. Taiki,
Yay.
can you tell me how Star Wars has helped inspire the creators of some popular Japanese anime?
Sure. So, as you may know, like episode 4 was first released in 1977, the year I was born, actually. And 2 years later, a very popular Japanese anime, iconic Gundam series came out.
Got some Gundam fans?
And as you know, he has a beam saber that looks very almost like identical to lightsabers. So he has a very strong influence for sure. So, but both are series are great, right? You guys?
Very cool.
Thanks.
All right. And Shuzo?
Yeah.
Your work with Polygon Pictures
Right.
Goes way back. I know you've contributed to Star Wars Visions Volume 3.
Right.
And you refuse to tell me anything about it yet. We are only on day 1 of Star Wars Celebration. Yeah,
right.
secret.
They
You
told
keep
me
your
not to.
secrets. Keep your secrets. That's all
Right.
right. But what can you tell me about what Polygon Pictures has contributed to the Star Wars galaxy so far, beyond Visions Volume 3, which I'm sure you'll tell me about by the end of the weekend?
Right. So I run a company called Polygon Pictures. It's based in Tokyo. We are a CG animation company. And so our relation with Star Wars franchise runs back to The Force Unleashed 2 cinematic trailer. Thank you. And then we were able to contribute a few episodes to season 4, 5 of Clone Wars. And
Clone Wars fans in the house.
and also we were invited to do really early art explorations for Star Wars Resistance, and we've contributed multiple episodes in seasons 1 and 2. And so, not only the episodes, but the relationship that we forged with Dave Filoni and his staff. I think they embraced us as partners. We've learned so much from them. And you said, we finally are going to do a little short for Star Wars Visions with season 3, which we'll be announcing Sunday, I think, right? Yeah.
I think so. Promises.
It's gonna be gonna be super good. It's really good.
Yeah.
So I'm really happy.
Oh, I can't wait to see it.
Yeah.
All right, amazing. And Roland, you're not out of
Yeah.
this one yet.
I'm here.
All right. How would you describe the unique place that Star Wars has in Japanese pop culture today?
Well, I'm used to appearing at anime cons in the United States. Some of you may go to anime cons once in a while. So I wrote this book called Japan America, which was supposed to be about Japanese pop culture exclusively. But the first few pages of the book are about Star Wars. And as some of you may know, Star Wars actually opened the floodgates to a whole slew of anime series in the United States. Specifically, at the beginning, Gatchaman, or what was called Battle of the Planets in the United States and around the world. And because Star Wars was a kind of space opera that took place in outer space but featured these oddball characters all working together to one goal, the Japanese pop culture model worked perfectly. So you had Battle of the Planets, you had Star Blazers, eventually you would get Akira, and eventually you would get Ghost in the Shell. So there's a whole continuum that Star Wars set off. So it's all here in the book. It's all here in the book, I promise.
Amazing. I
Thanks
love
a
it.
lot. Plug here.
I love it. I love it when it brings a prop too. Bring a book over to the Star Wars Celebration live stage.
You got it.
Love
You
to
got
see it. All right.
Thanks.
To wrap us up here, there is one icon of both for Star Wars fans as well as fans of Japanese cinema. There's one icon that we haven't talked about.
Everybody
yet.
in here still
Well, the
chilling
four of
and
you have been up
watching.
here, and that is Akira
Thank
Kurosawa,
you.
of course.
Guys
So
are awesome.
why should Star Wars fans watch the films of
I
Akira
think we're getting
Kurosawa
close to
if
winding
they
down. Like,
haven't
I think
yet?
we're
And do
we're
you have
almost
a favorite
there.
Kurosawa film that you would recommend? As if there are any
It's
beginners
been a
in the audience
marathon
here
today,
or
guys.
watching
I
at home.
appreciate everybody that's been popping in
Well,
and
I mean,
watching
it's,
and everything.
It's not a secret that George Lucas is very much influenced by Kurosawa Akira's work. Hidden Fortress was something that really influenced him, in the New Hope. Me personally, Seven Samurai is awesome.
Yeah. For me, Jedi's philosophy is just like the samurais and Asian martial arts culture's philosophies. So I think we have so many common kind of things, moral and justice kind of things. And so when I wrote the drill, I not only just ripped off the Kurosawa story, but also put into that Japanese samurai kind of philosophy into it. And I hope everybody feels that
Yeah.
way.
Yeah. Favorite starter film that you'd recommend?
Me? I'm old man, so I love the episode 4.
That's a Star Wars film.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what? We can recommend Star Wars here at Star Wars Celebration.
Okay.
I think that works. All right.
Oh yeah, my favorite film. Maybe Hidden Fortress.
Yeah.
This has a heavy influence on the Star Wars storytelling, so it might be worthwhile watching if you haven't watched it yet.
Sure. A movie about a princess and two bickering best friends.
Right.
It sounds like something
sounds
this crowd
familiar.
might like.
Yeah.
Might be into it.
Yeah, I also think, it's almost a terrible thing when a filmmaker or a writer becomes a classic, because then everybody thinks it's going to be boring. Kurosawa is not boring. He's really funny. He's crazy. He's wacky. I mean, Mifune is a nutcase. And if you watch Seven Samurai or Hidden Fortress, or even the earlier films, some of you might know Drunken Angel, Stray Dogs, they're amazing films. And they are full of the unexpected, and they're really entertaining. So don't watch Kurosawa as homework. Watch him for fun. He's really a lot of fun. Promise.
Yeah, and I anticipate those who haven't watched yet will watch Kurosawa films, and they might see Star Wars actually from a different point of
That's
view
right.
afterwards.
Absolutely.
So it'll enrich that experience. But wonderful, gentlemen, thank you so much for
certain
coming
point
to
of
the Star
view.
Wars Celebration live stage.
Thank
Thank
you
you
for
for your
having us.
insights. And I hope you enjoy the rest of your time at Star Wars Celebration.
Thank you.
Speaking of
Thank you.
enjoying, we have even more Star Wars Celebration live for you to enjoy, so don't miss it.
I'm here at the Fig Pin booth with Danielle and Robert, and y'all brought so many exclusives to Celebration. We've got a whole table full. Tell us a little bit about them.
Yeah, so alongside our classic Fig Pins exclusives. We have a variety of products that we want to share with the world, as well as with everyone that's attending Star Wars Celebration. So, Robert, do you want to go through our lineup?
We'll start with the Ahsoka box set. This is our classic fig pin with 3 different Ahsoka poses from the Clone Wars. And
cool.
This,
and that's limited to, that's going to be 500, right?
yes, we did 500 on this particular set. So,
But there are only 250 here at the show, yeah?
only 250 here at the show.
Okay.
And then we also have our XL pin of Jabba the Hutt. This also comes with a Fig Pin logo pin as well. And again, this as well is an LE 500 for the show.
Turn that around. I want to see how many pins it takes to put an XL pin on my shirt.
Yes.
Because that's a big boy.
It's like a suit of armor.
Yeah. I love that.
But a lot of people put them on their backpacks or they'll put them on their pin board, and they'll create their pin collection around the XL.
Yeah, absolutely. It makes a good centerpiece.
Yeah, it really does. It tells a nice story.
Yeah. And then Danielle, tell me about what we've got going on here.
So alongside our Classic and our XL, we have a variety of mystery products that we have for the show. One product that we have is our mystery minis. They are about 2 inches wide, and they are featuring a variety of droids from across the Star Wars universe. And then new to Fig Pin as of the last 2 years, we have our Fig Pin Quest line. It is a mystery box that contains one of our 3-inch pins, but with a twist. So each quest has its own storyline that tries to follow a unique version for each of the quests. So for the show, we have our trilogy posters that match the posters from each of the Star Wars films and have a classic lineup that you can chase after, as well as rarities across all the 3 different variants.
No, I'm a sucker for a blind box. I really am. I love these. And you've got here throughout Vader's quest, you've got Vader's life starting as the adorable boy. And then we go all the way through. And this is one of the rarest ones, right?
Yes, from Pod Racer all the way to the Darth Vader himself. We have a variety of pins in this quest line, and the gold Darth Vader is only limited edition 50. So only 50 collectors would be able to find this specific pin.
That really activates something in me where I want to like open as many of these as possible. I really do.
Well, you're in luck today, so I think we want to see what you pull today.
Okay, here comes gold, baby. Gold, baby. Gold, baby. There's my base. Hold this. You're now the host.
All right, so he is now opening a silver bag in hopes for the gold Vader.
I can do it.
Really getting in there. And
oh!
It is Anakin Skywalker.
Ooh, that's moody Anakin right there. I love it.
Pretty dope.
Oh my gosh. Thank you so much, Danielle, Robert. If people want to get these, a lot of this stuff is limited to the show, but then will also be released limited elsewhere as well, right?
Yes, you'll be able to find it after the show. Release date to be determined, but it'll be available in the US.
Awesome. So if you're here at the show, definitely come by the Fig Pin booth. And if you're not, stay right here because we got more Star Wars Celebration coming up.
I'm here with Timothy Bungeroth from Jazzwares, who has some really awesome products to show off. I got to hang out with Tim a little bit earlier today, and his booth is absolutely incredible. Tell us a little bit about it.
Oh, thank you. So I'm from Jazzwares. I'm copywriter and head of collector engagement. Jazzwares booth is right over there if you want to check it out. If you don't know us, we launched Star Wars Micro Galaxy Squadron in 2022. It's a line of vehicles. It's a roughly 1/72nd scale. Wave 1 was in 2022. Wave 9 we just revealed at our booth this morning, spanning all the saga, authentically scaled, incredible details, and we have a very special limited edition early access here today, which I'd like to show off. R2, do you want to take this one? No, you're being shy.
R2's shy right now.
R2's shy.
There's a lot going on.
He's got stage fright. The blinding lights. It's all.
Oh.
No, he said, Tim, take it. No, I'll take it. So what we have today to show off is, like I said, an early access, limited edition Star Wars Visions X-Wing Starfighter with Kare and our duo from the episode The Twins from the first season of Star Wars Visions. So, yeah, it's really cool. It's got retractable landing gear, locking S foils into attack position. Yes, R2. No, don't lock them now. Don't lock the S foils now. Later on our way back. But we've got our duo and Kare in the cockpit. It's got beautiful cell shaded deco, which is really fantastic, and it comes in this premium window box packaging, as you can see here, that you could display at home on your shelf if you're a inbox collector, or you can keep it out of the box and keep it. You're an inbox collector.
He's an inbox collector.
He's an inbox collector. I understand. Yeah, it's the best of the best. So. Well, yeah, we have this. This is at the Hot Toys booth over there. If you want to pick it up, it will be available online for our fans that weren't able to make it to Japan. So follow our socials, and you'll get more information on that. But for everyone here, this is the place to get it, and you can get it right there.
I am a huge Trigger fan. So when I saw the Twins episode, I absolutely lost
I
my
really
mind.
want this set.
This is such an incredible figure. I am so excited.
I think
about
it's
this.
3,000, but yeah, I love
really important
Micro
moment,
Galaxy
because when
sets.
Kare pulls out his lightsaber and then rips through the Star Destroyer, it's because they put the hyperdrive in with our duo. So it's a great piece of fandom.
Fantastic. Now, okay, so I heard that the Darth Vader Premolux costume is sold out online.
Yes.
However, I heard that you may have some great, excellent, amazing news for some lucky person in the crowd.
I do. No, and it's not available for droids. But so I don't.
Oh, he's upset.
Well, you knew the original. Anyway, so what if you've been over to our booth, you'll have seen our Darth Vader Premolux costume. It is the best of the best. It is the ultimate suit for the ultimate cosplayer.
Those are really cool costumes.
Also, if
They're
you're not a
expensive,
cosplayer, the best
but
thing about it
cool.
is that it doubles as an amazing display piece in your home. It is. You can get it life size. It's absolutely fantastic. If you haven't seen it, go check it out at our booth. But the really exciting part here is
so
that
cold.
one
These
lucky
stupid
fan
basements.
here in this audience is going to get to take one home today. Yeah. Isn't that exciting? R2, do you want to select who's going to? Maybe too much pressure. Okay, so I'm going to just close my eyes and do a.
It's happening now. Oh my goodness.
Oh, all the way you right there. Yeah. You got it. Yeah, we have 2 sizes available, so we'll get you to come over to the Jazzwares booth and you can check it out. It comes in a deluxe collector suitcase, so you can roll it around and walk out of here in style.
Congratulations. Very jealous. Thank you so much for sharing these items with us today, Tim. For those here at Celebration, be sure to stop by the Jazzwares booth to check out all these items and more. Stay tuned for more Star Wars Celebration Live coming up.
Yeah, I've seen a few unboxings of those Vader costumes. They are sick, but definitely pricey.
Where is Skywalker?
Race you to the top.
I'll give you a head start.
And everybody in here, we will be doing this again, I guess tonight now, since it's like 4 a.m. in East Coast time. But yeah, probably go live. I'll send something out, probably do 8:45 again unless they're doing anything sooner, but they were an hour early tonight. So, but yeah, we'll be doing another. We're going to have a lot more people on
Ghost family for the first time.
tonight
Our next
because
guest is known as an amazing pilot.
less people having to work
Spectre
tomorrow.
2. Longtime bestie to Chopper and mama of the Ghost crew. Give it
Everyone's
up for Vanessa
favorite
Marshall.
Marshall.
Oh my goodness, here we are.
I love you more.
We're in Japan, baby.
Dude, I have one sentence. Ready?
Yeah.
Watashi no namae wa Hera desu.
Yeah. Solid.
But the only problem is Hera in Japanese is a spatula.
Oh,
So that is why many people look at me like, your name is Spatula?
that's right.
So
It's an old family name.
Yeah.
That's I come from a long line of spatulas.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey. I mean, it's just day one, but I mean, there's a lot going on, right?
Okay, I'm not bragging, but I am crying. I got the Hasbro Ronin black figure.
Yes. It's a
I
good
mean,
one.
Guys, I got it. Okay.
Oh, I love it. Do you know what I told them over at Hasbro when I saw it? As I said, I'm all for the return of the wire cape on figures.
Oh,
there were a lot of
yes.
there were a lot of action figures in like the 80s, especially that had like the wire capes.
Yes.
And I'm like, thank you for bringing them back. That's
I'm
such a
so
good
glad.
detail.
Yeah.
I also love the little R2 with the bamboo staff.
Oh, I know. And the Cherry Blossom Stormtrooper.
It's so good.
It's everything you need.
But I'm going to tell you this.
What's that?
Vanessa Marshall, you are a connoisseur, I would say, of the mullet.
Yes, I am. And Kanan has an award-winning mullet.
Yes.
In its spoiler alert. Spoiler alert, Kanan makes a mega sacrifice, but he does so with a champion mullet.
Yes.
So let's thank him for his bravery.
Thank you. Anybody who gets a mullet at all should be thanked for their sacrifice. But I don't know if you saw over there is a Cal Kestis with mullet.
No.
Yeah.
Where?
Which I think at Hasbro they have it. It's a Cal Kestis with mullet and handlebar mustache.
Oh.
Which is the canonical Cal Kestis.
Wow.
It's
Let's
like-
go. Well,
That's-
actually, a dear friend of mine, Joey Andrade, his whole family is here, comic book writer. I don't know where you are, if you're here. Maybe
Shout
not.
outs.
Well, I was at my table and he went and acquired the Ronin. So I need to physically go over there myself as well. So I don't know if that's cheating, but I do possess the item.
You possess the item, and,
And I
you're
will go see the mullet.
you're probably going to possess the mullet. I know,
No.
knowing you will probably do it.
Well, I mean, we can only hope,
We can.
right? We have hope.
This
Hope that things will get better, and they will. There it is.
There it is.
Hey.
This is, I mean, we're celebrating some good anniversaries. We've of course got the 20th anniversary of Revenge of the Sith, but
Yes.
10 years since you started playing Hera.
That's right. It's crazy. It's so crazy.
That flew by.
I know. It's incredible. Well,
I mean, it's just like when they said it's the 10th anniversary of like
and we decided we
The
all-
Force
we were all
Awakens.
sitting
Like,
around
God,
you
that was
the
10 years
little
ago.
rascals, the rebels.
Yeah.
And we decided, why don't we do a rewatch podcast? And so I ended up going to iHeartRadio and saying to them, you know, the Star Wars fans are not to be underestimated. I was like, Star Wars family wants to hang 24 hours a day. Am
That's
I
right.
right? Yeah, we do.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we were able to make this happen, and I'm so grateful. It's on iHeartRadio and wherever you get your podcast. But it's Taylor Gray, Ezra,
Love it.
Tia Surkar, Sabine,
Oh.
Vanessa Marshall, Spatula, aka Hera,
Yes.
and John Brody is the moderator, and he's Freddie Prinze Jr.'s best friend.
Oh.
Yeah, and he very much. Well, first of all, there are arguments about lightsabers versus jetpacks.
Sure.
You know, things like that happen.
Sure.
And
The classic argument. It tears every family apart at Thanksgiving.
no, it's true. Like
Always.
Tia and Ezra, well,
Yeah.
Taylor go at it, and you know, John and I
Never
just
bring up
act like our kids
Star
are
Wars
fighting
props
again.
in polite conversation. Everybody says that.
But anyway, it's just lovely to rewatch the episodes, and it means so much even after 10 years with all the other content
Yes.
that we've had to just enjoy, and or everything is just Rogue One, everything that has happened along the way.
Yeah,
To
and
do a rewatch, I highly recommend it. It's very fulfilling.
something that's been very interesting over these last few years is watching the Rebels characters cross over from animation into live action.
Yes.
Which of course Chopper was first.
Okay, of course.
Chopper was first.
Yes. Always, make no mistake.
Yeah.
Chopper is always first.
Although that was
right?
that we did hear a call for General Syndulla there.
I know.
Which was
well,
nice.
It's funny. Yeah, I did not expect that at all. But David Collins mentioned it, and I thought he was being facetious. I was like, yeah, right. And then it actually happened. That was crazy.
Yeah, but even crazier is now we are watching a live action Hera. We are watching a live action Sabine and
I'll
Ezra.
tell you, as a fan, I was dying to know about Jason. I have so many questions.
Yes.
Is he force sensitive? Is he going to sprout Laku at any minute? I mean, these are the things I care about.
Yes.
You know, Dave did clear up that this child was created between. There was a scene that was at dusk, and then there was one at dawn.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I think it's Clancy's character that interrupts us.
Yeah.
It was in that commercial break
Yes.
that a baby was made. That was I was
Wow.
sorry, y'all.
That's and you know that's the most romantic way for it to happen is during a commercial break. Do you know what I mean?
Well, it was news to me. I'll never forget being we were at the finale, the screening,
Yeah.
and it was news to me. I see this little kid, and I'm like, wait a minute.
Anybody
I have
still
had a
chilling in
child
here?
and not known?
Props to you guys. I appreciate y'all. 'Cause I'm struggling.
Oh,
I'm
Yeah, it
so
feels like
tired.
something you'd remember.
Yeah, a little
I
bit.
think we're almost there.
Oh, hi.
But it's
Is Holly here? Where's Holly? Is she next to you?
we're looking for Holly.
Oh, Holly. Holly? What? Everyone's pointing to like. Anyway, wherever you are.
Wherever you
Holly,
are.
Thank you. I love you.
But watching these characters grow, obviously seeing in Ahsoka,
Yes.
seeing you know Hera and Sabine and all these things. What has it been like for you to watch the character grow through Rebels and then continue growing through Star Wars?
So many questions I had were answered, and there are many more to come. And I'm
Mhm.
so excited. And I thought everyone did such a brilliant job.
Yes.
And Mary Elizabeth Winstead has just been such a kind soul. You never know when.
Yeah.
I don't know. On-camera acting is quite different from voiceover. We're voiceover actors. We're like a bunch of clowns in a clown car, and we're like, "Hey, what are you doing today? I don't know. What are you doing?" And you know,
What are you doing today? I don't know, a French accent. Like
whatever it calls for. I don't know, but we're a little more cash, maybe.
Yeah.
And I think the stakes are slightly lower in the sense that we don't have hair and makeup and a gaffer and all these things that can complicate a shoot. So with all those things, you never know if they don't want to talk to you.
Right.
Do you know what I mean? But she forfeited some of her time to take pictures with me at New York Comic Con. And she did not have to do that. I've never met her in my life. And that just, to me, that speaks of the love of Star Wars family. And even Saw Gerrera, Andrew Kishino,
Yes.
voices Saw in the Clone Wars. Forrest Whitaker came up to me at a celebration and he said, "How is Andrew doing?"
Oh,
And exactly. Now, he
that's
didn't have to
wonderful.
watch all of the Clone Wars, but he did. And he's like, "You tell Andrew I give him my very best." And I called Andrew crying. I was like, "Oh my gosh, they actually watched the Clone Wars."
No, it's amazing because I've seen that with all the actors that I speak to because these characters have been going for 50 years, a lot of
Yeah.
them, and so from the original Star Wars, and so it's been wonderful to talk to actors and people who've been involved and understand that like the character is huge. The character is bigger than anyone.
Yes.
And the
Yes.
story is bigger than anyone can ever be.
Yes.
And it's lovely to see everybody getting along and just loving being part of that.
It reminds me of the theater, because in the theater, many women can play Masha or any Shakespearean character. There are many Hamlets. Everyone can have a go at it. The characters are iconic and they tell a necessary sacred story. And I feel perhaps Star Wars is similar to that, and that the community in the theater, it resonates here as well. And then, of
Yeah.
course, extends out to all the fans.
Yeah.
And we love you. Love you.
It really does. You have all these.
Love you.
You have all these cosplayers that take on the character and are being the character for many weeks and weekends of their year, and that's
I
who
know.
they are.
Believe
And
me, I've got a whole text chain. If there are any Heras here, oh my gosh, there you are. All right, dude, I'll find you. Filipino Garrison in the house. Let's go.
Vanessa's like, I'll find you. Parentheses friendly.
No, that wasn't a threat. We have a surprise. We're planning a surprise for tomorrow. So, no, if there are any other Heras here, if you've come to me on Instagram, we have a whole text chain of all the Heras who are like, the mom jeans are really a struggle. And they work out mom jean problems. And they're so loving and kind. There's a perfect lipstick for season 4 Hera. So these are the things that you need to know. So find me on Instagram and I'll put you on the text chain with all the other Heras all over the world.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
The Hera network is real.
It's true. Well, the mom jeans are a struggle. So there's that.
I love this. You know, you are you're not just Hera, you inhabit so many other parts of the Star Wars galaxy. The first time I walked through Batuu, I was
I
listening.
want to go to
for
Galaxy's
people.
Edge one day.
Because if you've all ever gone to Galaxy's Edge and you've visited Batuu, if you sit in the
No,
middle
I'm in
of the
cold
marketplace
Ohio.
Yes.
and you
No.
just listen to what's going on, you will hear a lot of familiar voices.
Definitely. Well, I believe I'm Hondo's assistant. And I said to them, I was like, by the way, I played a character for 4 seasons who has a bit of a history with this guy. And I'm not sure if Star Wars fans, like, we know who are like Steve Bloom as a stormtrooper. You're like, there's Steve Bloom.
Yep.
I know Steve Bloom is right there. You know, we all know each other. And I said, you may not want me to speak in the same voice because the audition I did, she was more like down in here and had nothing to do with Hera.
Yeah.
You know, and they were like, no, we actually hate that. We like your real voice. So I was like, it's gonna be a tough sell. And I called Carrie Beck.
Yeah.
And I said, Carrie, you got to fire me. I was like, Star Wars fans are not going to accept this. There's no way Hera's going to be like, yeah, well, welcome to the Millennium Falcon and whatever else.
Yeah.
You know? And Carrie's like, no. I said, well, at least pitch it down so that people won't be distracted. Like, why is Hera on the Falcon telling you, siéntese, por favor?
I think that you are doing yourself a disservice as an actor, though.
What?
I think you are, because I think...
What, you didn't think, like, why is Hera talking to me and telling me
No,
to fasten my
because you
seatbelt?
are playing a different character.
Okay, well, it's slightly nuanced, but okay,
Yeah,
yes.
and I think,
Well, thank you, sir.
I think contextually, and you're playing a different character, and I did not hear. I mean, I heard you because I was listening for you, but I didn't hear Hera.
Well, the true test, Dave Filoni went on the ride.
Yeah.
And I said, so? And he goes, what? He didn't even notice. I was like, oh, thank
See
goodness.
what I mean?
Yeah.
See what I mean? You're pretty good at this.
But here's the thing. This is what I'll say about those of us in the Star Wars universe. We care more about the fans' experience. I was willing to forfeit my job so that your experience at Disneyland wasn't confusing. You know what I mean? But that's how we are. That like, no, I think you better not let me do this. Or that does not happen in many areas of the business. But we all do that to try to make the experience as best as possible, whether we are a part of it or not.
That's one thing that's a real through line with everybody on every creative level of Star Wars.
Yeah.
It's just like we all want to make sure that we're doing right by the other people, because there are so many people working hard at every level to make it work for fans. Because
absolutely,
because everybody who works at or for Star Wars is a fan to begin with.
100%.
Yeah.
And
So
I'm your biggest fan. So.
I'm your biggest fan. Are
I
you
love
kidding
you.
me? I love you so much. I love you so much. Vanessa Marshall, is
beautiful.
there anything that you would like to say to these people, these wonderful fans, before we have to go?
May the force be with you.
Boom.
Yeah. Thank you so much for coming by. Vanessa Marshall, everybody. Viewers at home, do not go away. We've got a lot more coming up.
We do?
Jesus. Cold is kicking my ass. I guess they don't a 2, they just kind of tell you when. I want to go.
Our next guest has been with Lucasfilm since 1999 when she first joined Industrial Light and Magic, and she has been the absolute GOAT ever since. Make some noise for Lucasfilm's very own Welsh dragon, Lynwen Brennan.
The Welsh Dragon.
Goodness. Welcome.
Wow, look at this.
Yeah. There's nothing that really can prepare you for a Star Wars Celebration live stage, am I right?
So true.
Yeah. And you are fresh off the Light and Magic panel earlier today.
That was fun.
Super excited for Light and Magic Season 2 coming out today, now,
Yes.
available very soon, maybe right
Exactly.
this very minute. But welcome back to Star Wars Celebration.
Thank you. Such a pleasure to be here.
Linwin, tell me what it is about this amazing event that makes you and Lucasfilm and ILM want to put it on year after year after year to celebrate Star Wars with the fans.
There is nothing quite like it. So much of what we do is behind the scenes, and everything we do is for the fans. So being able to be here and celebrate what we love with what you love together, it just there's nothing quite like it. It's the favorite thing.
Getting a lot of love over here.
Me too.
And this is your first Star Wars Celebration Japan.
It is. I was just about to give birth last time.
Definitely
we were in
gonna need to grab an
Japan,
energy drink for
I
to
really
our
had
show.
to weigh up my priorities, but couldn't come.
Understandable. That's a pretty good reason. All right. And ILM is turning 50 this year. It's so hard to believe that this innovator in the industry has been around for 5 decades, and with many more years to go. Many more years to come. Many more
The
interesting
first
things.
50.
Yes, the first 50 for ILM. What are some of your fondest memories from your time with ILM?
Wow. I kind of have to pinch myself every day because it felt I
That
grew
would
up
be
in a
dope.
tiny town in Wales, as far away from the film industry as you could possibly be, really. And when I first saw, I was a fan of Star Wars, of course, but what made me fall in love with visual effects was Jurassic Park. And I remember seeing that Brontosaurus walk across the screen and thinking, I've got to work at ILM one day. So I started on a 6-month gig. It took me a long time to get there. I took a 6-month gig on episode 1, and I'm still there.
I love it.
It's something just gets in your blood. It's the most special place filled with the most incredible people who just are such a team. You know, we're doing impossible things every day, and it's never ever boring. It's such a pleasure to work there. I can't believe that I get to work with those people.
Oh, well said. Well said. Your story reminds me a bit of Dave Filoni's as well. He was just up here earlier this morning
Yeah.
talking about he came in for a 2-year gig.
My buddy.
2 years, and here we are now. 6 months for you, and
know.
yeah.
I know. Yeah.
What excites you about the future of visual effects? There's so many interesting things that have happened in the first 50 years, but ILM and especially led by you day with every single project.
I think that we are actually at the cusp of another evolution in visual effects. Like I've lived through a few of them, been there a while. The transition from practical to digital, and then just the growth in the amount of visual effects. And there's literally nothing we can't do.
It's
now.
just me. I'll
But
just
as
kind of
the
take up a little
tools
part of your guys'
are,
screen.
are
Very pretty to
improving
look
all
at,
the
but I'm
time,
sure you guys would rather have Star
and
Wars to
it
watch.
just gives more possibility for the incredible artists to use their imagination. And visual effects is much more involved from every part of the pipeline now, right from pre-production right to the end. And it used to be that we were really a post-production craft, but now we're so integral in the filmmaking, and that's been that is a real treat for us to really involved in coming up with the ideas as well as executing them.
Yeah. Oh, I love that. And I mean, stagecraft recently, such a game changer in what you can do, how many worlds you can go to with a TV series like the Mandalorian.
Yeah.
But I want to talk for a minute about Light and Magic, one of my favorite documentary series.
Yes.
So Light and Magic shares some of the effects magic that's been created over the years, but why do you feel like it was important to really shine that light on this legacy and also, I think most importantly, on the people who have made it happen over those first 50 years?
You're exactly right. I think that, I mean, Larry did such a great job on season 1. But there is stories left to be told because, again, there was more evolution in the art that ILM was at the forefront of, and especially starting with episode 1. That's when I started. That's when we really expanded, and there were so many firsts on that film. What Joe has done, because Joe came from ILM and he knows all these people and he knows what it takes, he has done an amazing job at really showcasing the people. I just said on the panel actually that sometimes visual effects is its own worst enemy because we make, we're so secret and it seems like it's such a black box what we do and so magic, and it is magic, but it isn't like a magical button that you press. It's incredibly talented artists and R&D engineers and producers who don't know how to do what we need to do when we get into it, but they figure it out together, and that is the magic. That is magical, them working together and shining a light on those people, and not only their talent, but at times their insecurities and their worries and the pressure that they're under. I think they've done a great job in this series at showing that it isn't something that's easy to do.
Absolutely. And it makes all of those stories so relatable because you hear from these giants in the industry, these absolute titans, talking about, I think it's John Knoll talking about George Lucas coming in and saying, okay, here's what we're going to do. And he had no idea how to accomplish that.
No.
And he's very upfront about that. But yeah, and I love those stories. They're so human. They're so fascinating, but it really is the heart of ILM and all of the magic that you create with it.
It really is. And the behind the scenes crew that we had at the time did a remarkable job because they captured all of those moments. They captured moments, like they captured John Knoll's face looking like, how on earth are we going to do this? Because there was 2,000 shots, all of them things that we'd never done before. So, but the kind of trepidation, but also the confidence that George had that we'd figure it out. And of course, we did. and it's still it's stressful and it's nerve-wracking, and you don't want to let the fans down, and you don't want to let your colleagues down. So I think that the series really shows that.
Yeah, absolutely. And speaking of the fans, I know everybody here is a Star Wars fan, right? Got a couple Star Wars fans in the house? Yeah. We have.
Me too.
All of us, truly. We've seen such a depth and breadth of new Star Wars content. We're so spoiled now. We used to have to wait 3 years. There used to be dark times between the film series, and now it feels like there's always something new right around the bend. There's always something to look forward to. We just announced Star Wars Starfighter this morning. Now I'm looking forward to that in 2027. But can you speak to how it is for you to see the brand continue to grow, to see all of those there's all those innovations and elevations, but with Star Wars in particular, to see that storytelling continue to expand in all forms?
Well, it's a huge galaxy to start with. And I think one of the things that is wonderful about working with this franchise is there's so many different stories to tell, so many genres to tell. The audience is so vast to come into Star Wars from many different entry points, whether that be from the products, from Lego, from animation to live action, or from gaming. And so one of the things I love about my job so much is I get to interact with all of all of those platforms, and our teams, and working with storytellers that have ideas that are authentic to them, but are also very authentic to Star Wars.
Yeah.
So Visions is an amazing example of that, and working
love
with
Visions.
incredible filmmakers that can tell these very different stories, but they all have a DNA and a thread that feels very Star Wars. That's incredibly fun. Our games team is the best in the world. I know I'm biased.
Truly, though.
And we work with incredible partners, and our games are always have such a heart in story as well. So that's incredible to see. I know you just have the publishing panel, and seeding stories in publishing that we then get to explore in other platforms. It's never-ending possibilities of creativity, and that's always fun for us to see what we put out there, what resonates, what we can build upon.
Absolutely. And there's such care that goes into every detail, every pixel, and also the way that those stories weave together in such a beautiful tapestry. So love to see it. Is there anything else that you'd like to say to the fans gathered here today?
I just want to say thank you, because you are what inspires us. It doesn't matter what the platform is and what the story is. We're doing it with you in mind, and we're doing it because we are fans too. And but just being able to come here and literally celebrate at Celebration with you all is a real treat for us. So thank you all for coming.
My goodness. And thank you for coming, Linwin. Thank you for being here with us and for sharing some stories from Lucasfilm and ILM and your time there. We still have a lot more Star Wars Celebration Live coming your way, so don't miss it.
Thanks all.
Again, appreciate all you guys chilling in the stream here. This is awesome.
After mourning this character back in 1999, he made a triumphant return in animated form years later. Formidable warrior, scheming mastermind, and is one of the best at yelling, Kenobi!
Nice.
Give it up for Sam Witwer!
I inside of you. Now, I am called Maul.
I love Sam Witwer. I just wish we were getting a Star Killer series or something, but I love Maul too. And this is going to be pretty dope. Getting him back in the role of Maul, and a whole series about down. Like that's still dope. God, it's cold down here.
Before I say that,
Yeah.
you know, always to their own. I must invite my Sith compatriot, Athena Portillo, producer of Maul Shadow Lord.
You two look pretty chill and cheerful. Athena comes out, and you know she's running a show about a Sith.
Oh yeah.
You know.
She's not playing around.
You're not playing around.
No.
This is very serious business.
It is. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
She produces like a Sith. She
Oh,
does.
thank you.
Oh yeah.
Turning you against your compatriots,
Yes.
whispering things in your ear.
Mistrust.
Yeah.
You know, yeah, exactly.
So sure.
You don't know.
Yes.
He's trying to hold you back.
Do me decade.
Yeah. Well, welcome back to Celebration. It's always lovely to have you here.
Thank you.
It's just about the end of day one, but I feel like y'all have had a pretty full day.
Yeah, it's been okay.
Yeah, it's been
Anything
just
happening?
fine. Anything big for you?
Nah.
No? Nothing you want to talk about?
No.
I don't know. Is there anything
You
you
just
guys
showing
want
up,
to know
just
about
chilling,
from
you
Sam and
know.
Athena?
But I would have to violate my NDA.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's where the Sith comes out.
Yeah?
I'm hearing what's an NDA? I'm hearing do it.
I mean, listen. You know what I say? I say, do it. Do it. Do it.
Is it okay? Can we talk? Can we talk about it?
Talk a little bit.
Let's talk a little bit about it.
Okay.
Why not?
I am more afraid of her than I am of you.
You should be. She's my boss.
I
man.
know. I'm like, you be cool, Sam Witwer, because if she gets mad at either of us, it's over.
Yeah, exactly.
So no, tell us a little bit about what you've been working on, because this is extremely exciting. Maul is coming back.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Well, what do you even say? I mean, they brought me in a year ago on this. So this has been something that I've been wanting to talk about, but haven't been able to talk about for a year.
Yeah.
Which is terrible.
Which is horrible.
Why
for
would you do that to me? Why did you do it to me?
Sam is
I'm
terrible.
Sith.
Oh. Oh.
Sam's terrible at secrets. That's the
Pretty
issue.
much.
Holding on to that for a year, you were like a kid sitting on your hands.
Yeah. He texts me. He's like, "Hey man, how's everything going? I've never even seen a Star Wars. What are you talking about?" Yeah.
What have you been up to? What have you heard?
What do you heard? What do you mean? It's a lie. I'm fired.
No, but okay. We do have some details that we can talk about, right, Athena? You can tell us a little bit.
Sure.
Well, I'd like Sam to tell us where he was exactly when he found out that he was going to be a part of this show.
Well, wait. When you think I found out, or when I actually found out?
Both.
Because
You
I have-
see? Do you see the treachery between the two of them?
Yes.
Do you see the clandestine antics?
Do you see? Many Bothans died to bring me this information.
I grew up with Manny Bothans.
Manny Bothans is a great guy. Spy. Great spy.
Beautiful
Turns
audio.
out that guy, James Bond. That guy.
Yeah.
You know. Well, no. Dave summoned me to Lucasfilm in Burbank.
Yeah, he can do that now.
He can do. He has the powers of summoning. So I was just, I was in bed and I woke up and I've been summoned. No. So I went over and sat me down, and Dave, he just kind of like without any fanfare, he goes, "Okay, so we're doing a mall show, and here's the thing about the mall show. You got to remember." And you're like, "What's the first part you just said?"
Yeah.
What?
I was like, and am I? It's like we're doing a mall show. It's like, am I part of it?
He's like,
Do I
no,
get
no,
to
no.
be in it?
Peter Serafinowicz.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, cool, nice. Yeah. He just started telling me about it, and what was really cool for me was that like there were moments when we were working on Mall for the other shows.
Yes.
And I would come up with an idea, and Dave would this happened twice where I'd come up with an idea. What if this happened with Mall? And he says, yeah, that kind of detail, it's not really Mall's show, so you can't really do that.
Oh.
And he said that twice. I had another idea. And he's like, yeah, with that kind of detail, that's not really Mall's show, so you can't really do that. So we're doing those types of things because this is Mall's show. I just had no
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. And it never occurred to me that that's what he was thinking. When he said it's not Mall's show, I just took it as, well, yeah, this show, this is about Ahsoka right now, and this is about that, so we're not going to do this. But I guess he was thinking long term or hinting or tormenting me or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But now we do know there is a show. Do we know the name of the show?
Oh, do you guys not know the name of the show?
Oh, okay, good.
Mall.
Yeah.
Go ahead, say the name.
Oh, Maul Shadow Lord.
That's right. Athena was like, how much air horn do we get to do during the mall thing? And I was like, I mean, listen, as much as you want.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
That's right.
Maul Shadow Lord, and this is Maul's show. Now we can tell these details about, because I mean, I think one of the things that y'all did in animation that was so wonderful is you added so much depth to this character who in the films we really only see for a handful of minutes. And you really used that character to even go into depths of whole new civilizations and things like that. I mean, Maul has built so much. It's got to be cool to be able to tell stories about him now.
Yes.
What are you going to be telling us?
A lot, but unfortunately I can't tell too much. But what I can say is Sam Witwer's involvement in the show has been pristine, so I'm very excited about him being able to review the scripts and provide input and all of that as well. So Dave Filoni and Sam created the character for animation, and so it's very important to hear his thoughts as well for the character depth. So very excited about that.
She's been so good to me because we've known each other for a long time, and we've worked together on Clone Wars and Rebels and all that. But she's the mastermind on this. She's the one who, when you have a producer who refuses, like, if something happens and she goes, oh, that's great, that's not good enough. And you go, well, what do we do? She's like, you try it again. We try it again? Yeah, try it again. Try to do it like this and do that. Like, she has been working with Dave for so long that she's like, if Dave is Darth Sidious, she's like Darth Maul coming to, to make sure his influence is felt. And then Dave himself arrives, and then he does his thing. And but it's so wonderful to have a producer who will she just refuses to see you fail. She continuously inspires every department to push further than we've ever pushed before.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, no, it's true.
Let me tell you, it's very rare that I ever work with or hear about a company or hear about a creative team that people are working with where everybody unanimously loves somebody and values their input, but everybody I've spoken to loves Athena and values Athena's input so much.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, of course. It's true. And I think it's wonderful. I mean, the thing that's great about you, Sam, is, I mean, you all know that Sam is a brilliant performer and stuff, but a lot of you also know that Sam is a Star Wars encyclopedia.
Oh, yes.
He can't help it. He
Very-
can't help it. You care deeply about this.
Well, holocron, not encyclopedia. Holocron
Sure,
is the term.
yeah.
It's holocron. Because they don't have encyclopedia.
No, they don't have
No,
them
it's
there.
called holocron.
Yeah.
Because if you go to the Jedi library, yeah.
And so I would imagine that your job is sort of wrangling some of that.
I actually love it.
Yeah.
I feel like I have an opportunity to have my own personal podcast with Mr. Whitwer. So
She's
I
so
actually have
patient
learned-
with me.
I have learned a lot from Mr. Whitwer as well.
Calls at 10 p.m. at night.
Yeah.
You know, I was thinking about Ben Quadraneros, Athena, and I just don't think what happened
As
to him
we
was
all
fair.
do.
Yes!
As we all do.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it
Where's
gets-
the Ben Quadraneros series? Lucasfilm Animation.
Well, we just hit our 20 years. There's 20 more, so you never know.
That's right.
Quadraneros Power Racer.
That's right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Quadraneros, a Star Wars story.
That's right.
Think about that.
That's right.
That's got a good ring to it.
Really good. I like it. We shouldn't talk about it. NDA. Coming soon from Lucasfilm Animation.
No, so this is, I mean, I genuinely want to say, for those of you know a lot about Sam and about Sam's fandom, but like Athena's fandom runs just as deep. Like Athena, there's like a photo of you 8 years old.
Oh, yeah.
Dressed as Princess Leia.
Mhm.
You know, like you were in it from the beginning. You and I, whenever there's a celebration, we like text each other about kind of like fandom things that are happening in the city. Like, oh, I found a nerdy restaurant that's themed after this.
Yes.
You are just as much of a
Nerd?
yeah.
You could say it,
Yeah,
nerd.
but
it's okay.
Yeah, but also you're a bit of a holocron yourself. And I don't think
Oh, yes.
Lovely.
she's like, no.
Not as much as Sam and you. But
Oh, come on. No. What's great about Athena is there will be some moment in a show called Maul Shadow Lord that we're discussing.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll go, well, it's like that episode in Clone Wars when this and that happened. And she knows because she was there. She worked on it. She was, you know, we have kind of a dream team on this. You know, we got Maddie.
Yes. Matt McNivitz.
Who's
He's
writing
our head writer.
Yeah, he's our head writer. He's writing incredible stories, and I love what he's crafting because we learn some different things about this character. He's got some different traits that you wouldn't necessarily think he has that make perfect sense from what he's been through.
Yeah.
It takes place, what is it, about a year after the Clone Wars? Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you know, he's dusting himself
Oh,
off a little bit. You
this
know,
dude.
Ahsoka kicked him to the curb. That wasn't nice.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
like that
so,
time period.
so, you know, we get to really explore that. And then Brad Rao coming off the Bad Batch, which is just, he's brilliant.
Yes.
Brad and Maddie together are like, have you ever tasted chocolate with peanut butter? It's really good.
Yeah.
They're the
No, I
space-
haven't, but now that you bring it up.
You should try it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It sounds like it would work.
Yeah. You can call him Sam. My middle name is Reese. Sam Reese. Just call him Reese's.
Yeah,
Peanut-
no, that's
Yeah.
good. Because you don't want to take it. You don't want to. Otherwise, it would be too egotistical.
I
They're
agree.
Sam's pieces.
Yeah, Sam's pieces. I don't.
No.
That's
Take
not
a
really
step
cool.
back for once. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
not
Let's
all
call
about
it my
you.
middle name, Reese. Yeah.
No, but it sounds like this is. You guys have the team that you really need. You really want.
And
to do this
Joel
specific
Aaron and
thing.
Keith Kellogg and
Oh
the
my God.
entire team. I mean, you know, these people we've been working with for forever. I mean, I've met these people, what, 15, 16 years ago?
Yeah.
Started working with them. So we have the dream team on this, which is fantastic.
Yeah.
And you know these people, you know that they're going to do something special and that they want to do something special. And on this show particularly, everyone's been kind of pushing a little harder. You know, they've just been really excited. Would you say, is that
Yes,
accurate?
absolutely. That was the agenda, making sure that everything was, we called it like a 30% upgrade overall, but it was more than that. and the morale on the show is so stellar. Everyone's so excited about this show. I'm very excited about this show. It makes me very emotional to even think about it, and I can't wait for you all to see what we're creating. So
I think
very
we're all
looking forward to
excited.
it.
You know, and you know, like, yeah, and you all touched on the fact that, you know, we're talking about 20 years of Lucasfilm animation now, and you all have really been there since the jump.
Yeah.
Do you have any, like, you know, you've worked together for so long, any memories that really stick out to you from the early days, things where you're like, wow, I can't believe that happened. I can't believe we were a part of that.
I would say the Emmy nominations for Clone Wars, we were all there together experiencing that. Was it's just brought us closer. We are definitely family. Like Lucasfilm Animation's always been family, and Sam's part of that family, a key part of that family. So
I always liked learning the lore.
No.
David. No, it's going to be weird for me to say. I know. Go with me here. You would learn something new about Star Wars, and you would learn it through Dave and George. And now, Dave, we're learning that he's been keeping secrets from us. That there's forgotten pieces of lore that, you know, that he and George worked out, and that they're seeping into this series in weird ways. So now, you know, my trust in him has been broken. He has been keeping way too much, and it is time that
he's got a new hat.
What should we do?
It's time that he share.
He's time that he share,
I mean,
because the Sith always share.
that's right.
That's
Yeah,
right.
they're great at that.
That's what they know.
Yes.
No, I was going to say, it looks like he's wearing a new hat, and it looks like he can keep more secrets under it than the old one.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a little bit bigger.
That is a covert hat.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's what I say whenever I see Dave's hat. That's a covert hat.
It's a covert
No
hat,
one's going to
Dave.
notice that.
Very suspicious. Yeah.
It's like the hat from Harry Potter. It
Yes.
sorts you into different, you know. He is our mentor, Dave Filoni.
He sorts everyone perfectly
That's
every
correct,
time.
yes.
I do want to touch on some other stuff that's happening in Lucasfilm Animation right now. We just saw that Asajj Ventress and Cad Bane
It's gonna be a dope
are coming
series.
back in Tales of the
Six-parter, too.
Underworld. How does it feel like coming back to those two fan favorites?
Oh my gosh, I am a Sith girl, Jedi girl. Like, I love Ventress so much and Cad Bane. So, I mean, very excited for you to see that as well. That's on May the 4th.
Perfect.
Mhm.
Yeah. Anytime Asajj Ventress's name gets mentioned, I'm like, okay, and she's all right. I'll hold on. But she's coming. All right.
It's real now.
So this is gonna be very, very cool. Y'all, I am so excited for this show. I am so excited for the two of you. I love you both so much. You're so
We love you.
wonderful.
Yes.
And this show is going to be so amazing. Maul Shadowlord, we cannot wait to hear more. Thank you both for stopping by. Athena Portillo, Sam Witwer, we cannot wait. More chapters of Star Wars Celebration Live are coming up right now. Don't turn away.
All 12 of you people in here, awesome. Appreciate you all. I am half dead and barely awake, but I'm still going.
I've never done this before. I'm probably going to mess up. You go first.
Okay, you want to see how this is done?
Go for it.
It's not going to work. Hasn't worked all night. Hey, it actually works now.
Thank you, everyone. You guys have been great. Thank you. You're the best fans in the world.
What's up, everybody? I am at the Anime and Manga Pavilion featuring Visions with James. How are you today?
I'm thrilled. Look at this. This is incredible.
It's honestly tearjerky because I, as a huge anime fan, have always wanted to see Star Wars in an anime way because they have so many crossing points. There's such a Venn diagram between the storyline, the action, everything about it. So to see Visions actually make it happen was just such a dream come true. And to see Visions in physical form at the floor is honestly mind-blowing. Can you tell us a little bit about the booth?
Yeah, I mean, we feel the same way. We've always been huge anime fans at Lucasfilm, and we always felt that like we had to find some way to interpret Star Wars through that unique lens. And so ultimately we came to Visions thinking it would be a celebration of anime through unique cultural perspectives and animation together. And there was no better place to do it than Japan. And so we worked with some of the most amazing creators in the industry to create these really unique shorts that we couldn't do anywhere else within Star Wars. And so being here, where it was actually conceived and it is from the culture, just feels so incredibly special.
It really does. I'm so happy about all of this. I see that we have some figures, some sets. Are they the real sets?
These are, yeah, we have, so Visions Volume 2 became a global tour of animation, and so it had different styles from claymation to hand-drawn art, and so we have original frames here, we have maquettes and actual models from the claymation.
That's dope.
We also have really incredible made-for-this event replica models, so if you want to see a great samurai sword, come here, all sorts of incredible things that represent Star Wars Visions and all the kind of imagination that's in it.
Oh my gosh, truly. The Anime and Visions Pavilions is so much more than you can imagine. You have to come check it out if you're here this weekend. And there are also lots of activations going on, amazing backdrops for your cosplays and photo ops. Come check it out.
Oh.
I'll tell you what, that is how you kick off a Star Wars celebration live. Am I right?
Yeah, it is. Did you all have as much fun as we had up here, down there in the crowd?
Good. That is what it is all about. What were some of your favorite moments of the day?
I don't know, not to brag, but Pedro Pascal came by.
He did.
That was pretty dope.
Amazing boots.
Dude, he is always killing it.
All the panels were great that they showed.
You know what? He's a fashion icon.
He truly is.
Fashion icon.
He truly is. And you know, maybe you don't want to toot your own horn.
Love
but, like,
the,
maybe I'll toot your horn for you.
ILM
Hey, was that you
panel
talking
they had.
about Star Wars Starfighter with Ryan Gosling and Sean Levy?
Yes, that was.
Oh my goodness.
And
Yes, that
Lego
was.
fans. There's some dope Legos
That's
coming this
pretty
year.
amazing. That's got to feel good. Well, I got to tell you, we've had such an amazing day. I mean, I got to welcome Sigourney Weaver to Star Wars. Sigourney Weaver. Ellen Ripley was there. I had to get so many legal clearances to say that Ellen Ripley is here.
She didn't bring Jonesy, though.
She
Well
did not
sad
bring
about that.
Jonesy.
And you, sir, I'm going to toot your horn now. You opened the show leading this crowd. Some of y'all have been here all day. leading this crowd,
I
singing
have.
happy birthday to the chosen one, Hayden Christensen.
That's true.
How is that all in
and
one day?
a lot of people are going to think that that was a planned bit, but I encourage you to go back and watch the video and see Hayden kind of go and decide whether he liked it or not. And then he really loved it.
And then he started taking video.
That's right. I mean, there's honestly been too many moments to name today. It has been incredible. I mean, how are you feeling down there with the crowd, Cam?
Oh my gosh, we're having the best time, aren't we, everybody? We're doing amazing down here, and you know, we've had the best fans, as you heard me mention before, and they're still here throughout the entire day. You guys have recapped it for us, but I'm talking to my friends here from Spain, everyone. Spain is represented here. Your name is? Martin, and? Diana, great to have you both here. What has been your favorite part about day one, Star Wars Celebration Japan?
All live stage.
Yeah, the live stage, right? It's all coming at you, huh?
All the surprises.
All the surprise. Looking at your face. Look right at that camera. Look at that is surprise right there. All the surprise.
It's not often you see Thrawn surprised.
Am I right? Yeah, absolutely. Deanna, what's been something that stood out to you today?
Everything is amazing here.
I love that. Is this your first time?
No, it's the third.
The third time. Oh, you've got your own Star Wars Celebration trilogy going on here. Amazing, amazing. Even more fans here. Hi, guys. How you doing?
Oh, super psycho.
Yes! Oh, arigato for that. Yes, thank you so much. And where are you folks from?
California.
Hey, California's here.
Yeah.
We got all the continents besides Antarctica. We're looking for it. Represented here at Star Wars Celebration. It's so much fun. And we're going to be bringing so much more to you over the course of this weekend. And we want you to be right along with us. We can do this, right, everybody? Because the Star Wars family is a family that lasts forever. That's right, everybody. I'm going to send it back to the stage. We love you guys so much.
We love you, Cam. We love everybody that came out. I want to remind you all, this is just day one. And if you missed anything, if you're just joining us, you want to head to Star Wars social channels and StarWars.com to catch up on all the news. Plus, we have 2 more days that will be overflowing with even more Star Wars and even more brilliant vegetable art.
Oh, that's right. The vegetable art and the Star Wars news. 2 of my favorite things.
That's right.
Thank you so much to you and Oki for hanging out with us today and making some amazing veggie pieces, Oki. No one's going to want to miss it. So remember to come back tomorrow because I've heard a little rebellion might be starting up. And those involved,
Oh my.
perhaps
Andor's
building a
tomorrow.
rebel alliance, if you will. Perhaps architects. Maybe stopping by. You never know.
Okay.
Galen?
No! I'm trying to do my show close, and it's the running of the Wilrow Hoods! We will see you all tomorrow when Star Wars Celebration Live returns. But for now, the running of the Hoods are here to honor Egbert Sen, the original Cloud City King, who wouldn't leave his Cam Tono behind. Thank you, Hoods.
Oh. Ice cream, ice cream.
Ice cream, ice cream, ice cream, ice cream.
Ice cream.
Save the rebellion!
Thank you.
Ice cream, ice cream, ice cream, ice cream, ice cream.
Yes. Ice cream, ice cream, ice cream. Well, guys, this has been wonderful. Thank you for joining me for the past 8 hours and 15 minutes. All 11 of you still remaining. Appreciate you guys. We'll be doing it again in a few hours from now. I need to get sleep. But just stay tuned. We're putting up another link for another live stream. Sounds like they're going to be doing a lot more Andor stuff tonight. So just keep posted. We'll have a lot more people on. It was a little rougher tonight. Some people got to work, but Friday night we'll have a lot more stuff we can do. So like and subscribe my channel here on KyberForged, and may the force be with you, and take care.